Chapter 200. Under the electric light, Xiaochen's hair all stood on end. Although he was not struck by the lightning, the air seemed to be filled with electricity. His skin already had a significant static reaction. Not good. Xiaochen thought to himself, the lightning ox's intelligence is actually so high. The lightning that seemed to be randomly fired out was actually following a certain pattern, gradually gathering together. Shwa! In the sky, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm quickly gathered together. They were like 5 pillars supporting the heavens as they headed for Xiaochen. Heavenly lightning shield. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Furthermore, it was gathering from all directions. Even if Xiaochen's movement technique was exquisite, he would not be able to pass through it. Xiaochen could only defend. Chi. When the 9 huge lightning pillars collided with the heavenly lightning shield, they gave off a zzz sound. The heavenly lightning shield had the ability to absorb lightning. However, the strength of this lightning was too strong. It did not last for long before it shattered with a sound. The remaining lightning struck Xiaochen's body. There was a pi-li-pa-pa sound on Xiaochen's body. The clothes on the surface of Xiaochen's body were all torn apart. Xiaochen's body was revealed to be filled with explosive muscles. The electricity continued to jump around on his skin. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning shield absorbed most of the electricity. The remaining might was still somewhat weakened. Xiaochen did not receive any fatal injuries. Xiaochen endured the pain in his body and leaped into the air. He arrived beside the lightning ox. At this moment, the lightning ox had used its trump card. It was at its weakest. After it recovered, it would take a lot more time to deal with it. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiaochen's hands moved, changing the original sword move into a fist move. His figure flickered and the wind from his fist howled. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out more than 1,000 punches around the lightning ox. Bang! 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 Every punch contained more than 2,000 kilograms of force. When they landed on the purple body of the lightning ox, it cried out in pain. However, it could not do anything to Xiaochen, who was moving around at high speed. When the disordered dance of 1,000 years was completed, Xiaochen landed beside the lightning bull. The Fengyan acupoint on his right palm opened, and the blue dragon inside transformed into a ball of cyan light, wrapping around Xiaochen's entire right arm. In an instant, Xiaochen once again felt the feeling of his right hand being filled with power like yesterday. With a bang, a series of crisp sounds rang out from within the lightning ox's body. All of its internal organs had been shattered and its huge body was sent flying back dozens of meters. Black blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. This lightning ox was dead. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and slowly expelled the electricity in his body. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The surging essence instantly squeezed or swallowed the electricity in his meridians. After a while, Xiaochen got up and changed his clothes. Then, he walked towards the rank 6 phoenix blood vine and carefully picked it. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. After taking a look at the corpse of the lightning ox, Xiaochen slowly walked over. He took out a small knife and started to dissect it. The corpse of a rank 5 spirit beast was filled with treasures. Xiaochen did not want to waste it. This was especially so for the silver horn of the lightning ox. It should be several decades old. It had been tempered by electricity for a long time. It could be used to forge a lightning-attributed bone weapon. Its value was not lower than the phoenix blood vine. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and collected the blood. Then he took out the spirit core and cut off the most delicious parts of the lightning ox's body. Only then did he leave in satisfaction. Originally, he wanted to stay for a while longer and collect all the herbs in the surroundings. However, the earlier battle medicine had attracted the attention of the other spirit beasts. It was relatively easy to deal with one rank 5 spirit beast at a time. However, if there were many of them, it would be very dangerous. Furthermore, among the auras, Xiaochen could feel the aura of a peak rank 6 spirit beast. That was a spirit beast guarding the center of the herb field. Earlier, Xiaochen had checked the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire herb field. There was a flowing light marigold growing there. The flowing light marigold was an extremely precious rank 7 herb. Just one flowing light leaf had the healing effects of a rank 6 medicinal pill. Furthermore, there were several rare medicinal pills in the compendium of cultivation that required this leaf as a medicinal catalyst. However, the most precious thing was the flowing light flower. The flowing light flower only bloomed once every 800 years. Just one petal was enough to increase a person's intelligence. This was what cultivators referred to as comprehension ability. After consuming it, it would increase a cultivator's comprehension ability greatly. They would be able to comprehend cultivation techniques or martial techniques much faster than ordinary people. It could allow a person with mediocre talent to immediately become talented. For example, Xiaochen had yet to comprehend the highest realm of the clear wind chop. If he consumed this flowing light flower, he might be able to comprehend it immediately. Of course, all of this could only be wishful thinking. Beside the flowing light golden lamp, there was a peak rank 6 spirit beast guarding it all year round. In the surroundings, there were several 6th rank spiritual beasts eyeing him. With so many 6th rank spiritual beasts, before Xiaochen could even get close to them, he would probably die. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen steered the silver warship away before the spirit beasts arrived. He stopped in front of a towering tree not far from the herb field. The tree was several meters wide and towered into the clouds. Its branches were luxuriant, and Xiaochen looked extremely small standing beneath it. There were many treasures in the herb field, and Xiaochen did not plan on leaving. He intended to use this place as his base of operations. Every once in a while, he would go to the herb field and cultivate there. Taking out the phoenix blood vine, Xiaochen revealed a smile. This phoenix blood vine should be at least 100 years old. If he brought it to the market in the heaven viewing platform, it would be worth at least 60 inferior grade spirit stones. Taking out a sharp knife from the universe ring, Xiaochen peeled off the phoenix blood vine. Then, he cut off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it. The phoenix blood vine instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his body. The qi and blood in his body surged. Xiaochen felt like every cell in his body was burning, filled with energy. Directly chewing natural treasures was very dangerous. Previously, when he consumed the 7-leaf flower and 7-leaf fruit, the timing was rather special. It was when his body was in dire need of energy, so he was not afraid. However, this time was different. Xiaochen's qi and blood were already flourishing. If he directly consumed the entire phoenix blood vine, his vigorous qi and blood would immediately burn up. His body might even spontaneously combust. Xiaochen chewed the phoenix blood vine piece by piece. When he had consumed a third of the phoenix blood vine, he felt like his body was about to explode. So, he quickly stopped. Xiaochen sat cross-legged and started to circulate his energy, completely refining this huge medicinal energy. His essence slowly flowed along the meridians in his body, catalyzing the medicinal energy of the phoenix blood vine. After half an hour, Xiaochen finally finished refining this medicinal energy. He felt his blood boil like it was on fire, filled with energy. Xiaochen looked around and found a huge rock about 1 meter tall that he could encircle with both hands. He walked in front of it and casually punched it. Qi! The hard rock was like mud. Xiaochen directly punched through it before withdrawing his hand. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. Before I consumed the phoenix blood vine, a casual punch would only have the strength of 1,500 kilograms. After I circulate my qi, it can reach 4,000 kilograms. A full-powered punch can reach 2,500 kilograms. Now, I have only consumed a small portion of the phoenix blood vine, and a casual punch can already reach 3,500 kilograms. If I were to consume the entire phoenix blood vine, it would probably increase my previous strength by 500 kilograms. While he was thinking excitedly, Xiaochen punched with all his might. A force of 2,500 kilograms struck the huge rock. The huge rock shattered into countless stone shards, flying in all directions. Xiaochen was stimulated by the corpse monarch that day. The physique that he had always been proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the corpse monarch. To him, it was a form of humiliation. It made him have an intense and urgent desire for the strength of his physical body. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to treasure it properly and continue tempering his physical body. Most cultivators would not be like Xiaochen, stubbornly cultivating their physical body. In their opinion, cultivation realm was the most important. When one's cultivation realm was higher, one's essence would naturally be stronger. If one's physical body could reach several thousand kilograms of force, one could do the same with strong essence. However, Xiaochen did not think this way. He had a vague understanding that the cultivation of a cultivator was inseparable from the physical body. Only by cultivating the strength of the physical body to the peak would one be able to go further in the future. Perhaps these people, like Ji Changkong, Mu Qingxue, Chu Chaoyun, Hua Yunfei, and Duan Muqing, were geniuses with innate martial spirits and incomparable talent. Right now, their cultivation realm was rising very quickly. The highest was probably already a medial grade martial saint. However, in the future, they would surpass martial king, then martial monarch, or the lucky ones would enter the sage realm. Without a strong body, they would not be able to reach Emperor Wu's realm. In the following 2 days, Xiaochen practiced the clear wind chop during the day. He comprehended the third stage of the clear wind chop, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. After practicing unceasingly, Xiaochen's comprehension of the final stage of the clear wind chop had already reached the threshold. As long as he had a period of time, he would definitely be able to enter the next stage and enter the great perfection stage. At night, Xiaochen would continue to consume the phoenix blood vine. After refining it, he would strengthen his qi and blood and increase his vital qi. On this particular day, Xiaochen placed the last piece of the phoenix blood vine into his mouth and chewed it gently. When he felt a warm flow, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started refining it. Xiaochen slowly circulated his essence. When the last strand of medicinal energy from the phoenix blood vine was completely refined, the phoenix blood vine that had been fused with Xiaochen's body for the past 3 days suddenly surged. The qi and blood in Xiaochen's body surged continuously. Strands of white smoke came out from the top of Xiaochen's head. Boom! After a while, Xiaochen felt the qi and blood in his body explode. Put, 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 put. All the bones in Xiaochen's body gave off crackling sounds. All 361 acupoints in his body opened up. Beams of azure light came from the acupoints. If there was an outsider looking at Xiaochen from afar, they would discover the image of a blue dragon coiled around Xiaochen's body, wrapping around him. This sudden situation did not surprise Xiaochen. On the contrary, he felt it was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had experienced this scene 10,000 years ago. Chapter 201. With a thought, Xiaochen muttered, "Open!" The Laogong acupoint below the Fengyan acupoint on Xiaochen's right hand released an intense azure light. The blue dragon in the acupoint turned into a clear shadow and covered his entire right arm. Xiaochen opened his eyes and punched out. An azure light left his body and a tree 100 meters in front of him was immediately chopped in half. The azure light did not slow down at all. Xiaochen got up and said in pleasant surprise, "The second acupoint on my right hand is open as well. So this is the way to open it. When my qi and blood reach a certain level, I can choose to open an acupoint. Is this the secret of the blue dragon martial spirit?" Xiaochen muttered to himself. It was like there was a voice in his mind telling him what to do earlier. It was like a dream. Actually, this was also the sorrow of the blue dragon martial spirit. The inheritance of the other 3 holy beasts was not broken. There was complete information to look at. If there was something that he did not understand, the elders of the clan would teach him. Only Xiaochen did not understand anything. He had to figure everything out by himself. There were many simple principles that he could not understand even after thinking for a long time. As a result, Xiaochen had not used the various mysteries of the blue dragon martial spirit since he started cultivating. It could be said that this was a great sorrow. He had a mountain of treasures, but he could not use them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen looked at the herb field not far away. He said, "No matter what, it looks like cultivating the physical body is the right path. The power of the blue dragon martial spirit requires a strong physical body to be able to bring out its full power. Xiao Chen vaguely understood why this body was unable to condense a martial spirit after more than 10 years. It was not because he was not talented enough, but because his physical body was not strong enough at that time. It could not withstand the pressure of condensing the blue dragon martial spirit. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen steered the silver warship to the herb field and found another medicinal herb that could increase qi and blood. The guardian of this herb was also a 5th-rank spirit beast. Xiao Chen was very familiar with the process. After his strength increased by 500 jin, he was able to deal with the rank 5 spirit beast even more easily. Just like last time, he quickly dealt with the spirit beast's corpse, picked the medicinal herbs, and immediately left. 3 days later, Xiao Chen had successfully refined this 100-year-old herb that could increase qi and blood. Unfortunately, his strength had only increased by 250 kilograms. Furthermore, he had not opened another acupoint. On the 4th day, Xiao Chen used the same method to obtain a 100-year-old medicinal herb. This time, after refining it, the effects were even worse than before. It only increased his strength by 150 kilograms. As the number of times he used it increased, the effects of the 100-year-old herbs became worse and worse. In the end, there was almost no effect at all. It was just a simple replenishment of his physical strength. The time that Xiao Chen took to refine the herbs also became shorter and shorter. Now, he only needed half a day to safely refine a 100-year-old herb. After half a month, Xiao Chen finally managed to increase his strength by 500 kilograms with much difficulty. His full power strike now had the strength of 7,000 kilograms. Furthermore, the 3rd acupoint on his right arm, the Daoling acupoint, was finally opened. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and opened the Fengyan acupoint, Laogong acupoint, and Daoling acupoint on his right arm, one after the other. They gave off beams of azure light. When the 3 beams of azure light overlapped, his entire arm felt like it was about to explode. It was filled with boundless energy. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted and leaped into the air. He punched the ground in the distance. The azure light left his body and the 3 beams of azure light merged together. The azure light formed a blue dragon in the air. The somewhat blurry blue dragon charged towards the ground ferociously. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. There were 3 consecutive explosions on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted open. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile. I have only opened 3 acupoints, and I am already so strong. I wonder how strong I will be after I open all 18 acupoints on my right arm. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he had not reached the level where he could externalize his essence. That was a technique that only martial saints could grasp. However, Xiao Chen's azure dragon image was not essence. He did not know what it was. He could only interpret it as the dragon qi of the blue dragon sage spirit. Only dragon qi could be so strong. Unfortunately, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to open the acupoints. The 100-year-old herbs that could increase qi and blood were no longer of any use. Xiao Chen looked at the herb field and muttered, "Looks like I have to search for herbs older than 200 years. However, herbs older than 200 years have spirit beasts guarding them. They are all at least peak rank 5 spirit beasts. It will not be easy to pick them." A peak rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial saint. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a medial grade martial grandmaster, it would be difficult for him to challenge it. Riches are found in danger. On the path of cultivation, one has to fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. If one does not even have the courage to fight, then how can one continue on the long path of cultivation? A resolute look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He used his right hand to violently smack the huge tree beside him. Don't. Just as Xiao Chen was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Something was wrong with this sound. Xiao Chen turned around and revealed a bewildered expression. He looked at the huge tree and sent his spiritual sense into it, trying to see through it. What? Just as Xiao Chen's spiritual sense touched the edge of the tree, he felt like his brain was pricked by a needle. The pain was boundless and he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Don't. Xiao Chen knocked on the tree twice again. This time, when he listened carefully, the echo was even clearer. Xiao Chen said with certainty, "There is really something strange. Could it be that there is nothing inside?" Xiao Chen said suspiciously as he looked at the huge tree in front of him. It would require a few adults to encircle it. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and grasped its hilt. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a blazing saber light as he swept it at the thick tree trunk. The 10-meter-long saber light swept across the huge tree. With a hua sound, the saber light was absorbed into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said, "Essence attacks are useless? In that case, let's use our fists." Bang! Xiao Chen used his full power and struck the tree trunk with 7,000 kilograms of force. However, the tree trunk did not budge at all. The force extended to the roots buried deep in the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was still useless. Xiao Chen tried all sorts of methods. He wanted to break open the tree trunk and check it out. In the end, it was all to no avail. The more it was like this, the more interested Xiao Chen became. This meant that there was a whole new world inside this tree. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and flew to the top of a branch. He started to check it out carefully. Since he could not attack it forcefully, he could only find the entrance. The leaves of the lush tree fluttered in the wind. It was very troublesome for Xiao Chen to search. He looked up meter by meter. Time slowly passed. When Xiao Chen arrived at the top of the tree, he finally found a tree hole that he suspected to be the entrance. The tree hole was very well hidden. It was covered by a pile of dense leaves. If not for Xiao Chen's meticulousness, he would not have been able to find it. The dark tree hole happened to be the size of a wash basin. It could fit a person. Xiao Chen broke off a branch and tossed it in. After a long time, he heard a faint sound. As long as it is not a bottomless hole, it does not matter. Seeing that the branch had already reached the bottom, Xiao Chen did not hesitate and directly entered. After entering, it was much more spacious. Xiao Chen could turn around and stretch freely. His speed of descent was very fast. Not long after, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen took out a night illumination pearl and the dark space was illuminated. The scene at the bottom immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This was a spacious wooden hut. It was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. There were simple decorations in the room. They were all very ordinary things. A long painting hung on the wall in front of the hut. There was an imposing man in the painting. He had long hair and was dressed in black. His eyes were like deep water, and his face was like a knife. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The painter's skills were very high. The expression of this person was very lifelike. Xiao Chen felt that this person looked familiar. When he shone the night illumination pearl on him, it was like the man was right in front of him. Under the illumination of the light, Xiao Chen could clearly see the appearance of this person. After a while, Xiao Chen said excitedly, "This is the Saber Emperor, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is also the only martial emperor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." There was a statue of the Saber Emperor on the heaven viewing platform. Xiao Chen had seen it before. However, he had only taken a quick glance and did not have a deep impression of it. Now that he looked at it carefully, he recalled. There was no consensus on who was the strongest in the history of the Great Qin nation. However, the Saber Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the First Qin Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, the Thunder King, and the other martial emperors in the history of the Great Qin nation were all recognized as the strongest. It was a pity that these great emperors were not born in the same era. They had never competed with each other before, so no one knew who was the strongest. Some people said it was the Saber Emperor because he could split a 5,000-kilometer-long river with one saber strike. Some people said it was the Misty Sword Sex Sword Emperor because he once went to the Great Jin nation to challenge the Jin king. Everyone had their own opinions. However, it was undeniable that these people were experts who once stood at the peak of the Great Qin nation. Even after 10,000 years, their deeds could not be forgotten. Among them, the Saber Emperor was the oldest martial emperor. Before the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, He had already established the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he was one of the most influential people in the Tianwu continent at that time. However, this was definitely not the former residence of the Saber Emperor. This was because it was clear that this portrait was made by a later generation. It was not a portrait of the Saber Emperor. Xiao Qun collected his thoughts and looked around the room to see if there were any clues. He wanted to find out whose residence this was. There was a prayer mat in the middle of the room that attracted Xiao Qun's attention. Prayer mats were very common. They were the prayer mats that regular cultivators used to meditate. Of course, there were some prayer mats that were not ordinary. They were woven from cattails that possessed spirituality. There were even some small spirit-gathering formations carved on them. Cultivating on them could increase the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy. Xiao Qun had never used a prayer mat before, so he did not know much about it. The thing that attracted his attention was the pile of black ashes on the prayer mat. Chapter 202. Looking at the pile of ashes, Xiao Qun had a guess in his heart. However, he was not sure. He stretched out his index finger and gently dipped it into the prayer mat. After he sniffed it, Xiao Qun was finally sure of his earlier guess. This pile of ashes was caused by a cultivator entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He had spontaneously combusted and burned himself to death. This kind of thing was very common for cultivators of high cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chance of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. The consequences would also be more severe. Although everyone knew of the danger involved, they could not stop. The further they went, the more insignificant they felt, the more they did not want to give up. Who? Xiao Qun casually sent out a palm wind and swept away the ashes. A ring flickering with spiritual light appeared on the prayer mat. The words, Hen Tian, were written on the inside of the ring. Hen Tian, Qi Hen Tian. So it is him. The doubts in Xiao Qun's heart cleared up. Qi Hen Tian was a pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had outstanding talent. At a young age, he had already become a martial monarch. In terms of talent, he was one of the best in the entire history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Rumor had it that after he passed down the position of pavilion master, he lived in seclusion. No one knew where he went. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. So, he came here to cultivate, Xiao Qun muttered to himself. No wonder no one could find him. This place was very well hidden. He hung the portrait of the Saber Emperor on the wall. He probably wanted to use the Saber Emperor to motivate himself, hoping to reach the level of Emperor Wu. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Qun. What he was more concerned about was the spatial ring of a martial sage. There should be a lot of treasures in it. When Xiao Qun sent his spiritual sense into the universe ring, he discovered 3 secret manuals and a spirit weapon. It was an inferior grade heaven-ranked saber. There was also a large pile of spirit stones behind it. When Xiao Qun looked carefully, he discovered they were all medial grade spirit stones. Even though Xiao Qun had seen a large pile of spirit stones at the headquarters of the Mines of Heaven, it was still somewhat dazzling. Most of the spirit stones in the headquarters of the mines were inferior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they could only satisfy one's eyes. However, this ring was filled with medial grade spirit stones. Most importantly, these were all ownerless items. They were now Xiao Qun's personal wealth. Suppressing his joy, Xiao Qun took out the 3 secret manuals and the long saber. He put the long saber aside and took out the first secret manual to read. Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art. Xiao Qun slowly recited it. This was an earth-ranked mid-grade body strengthening technique. It was specially used to temper the body, refine the bones, strengthen the body, and strengthen one's qi, blood, and strength. Medial-grade earth-ranked martial techniques were already extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it would be difficult to find a few. Under the situation where this heaven-ranked cultivation technique did not appear, it would be difficult to find a few. An earth-ranked cultivation technique was already the strongest. Furthermore, cultivation techniques were even rarer than martial techniques. After all, the continent did not lack martial techniques. No matter how one looked at it, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art was a treasure-grade secret manual. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was split into 7 layers. The first layer strengthened the body, greatly increasing the qi and blood. The second layer, divine power, splitting mountains and rocks. The third layer, tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts greet. The fourth layer, dragon roars throughout the world, piercing the heavens. The fifth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, pulling mountains and rivers. When Xiaochun saw the introduction, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "This is great. This dragon and tiger body sculpting art is simply tailor-made for me. Furthermore, it came from a martial sage. This means that the direction I am taking in cultivating the physical body is not wrong." Although Xiaochun's physical body was strong, he had not been able to make good use of it. He could only use brute force to attack in battle. He would not be able to gain an advantage against enemies who used essence. If one could use brute force to shatter mountains and rocks, others could do the same with essence. There was not much of a difference. However, with this dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the situation was different. His brute force would undergo a qualitative change. He would be able to use the advantages of his physical body more skillfully. In battle, he would be able to achieve an unexpected result, giving his opponent a lightning-quick strike. The most important thing was that Xiaochun had obtained this dragon and tiger body sculpting art from a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was one of the 3 secret manuals that he had brought with him when he was cultivating. This showed that this senior had comprehended the importance of the physical body in the final moments of his life. If he wanted to break through to martial emperor, he had to raise both the quality of his physical body and his cultivation. This proved that Xiaochun's idea of cultivating the physical body was correct. The physical body and cultivation were both indispensable. Otherwise, he would only be able to advance to martial sage. Xiaochun put away the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and took out the second secret manual to read. This was a fist technique called the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Based on the name, it should be a set with the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. There was a total of 4 moves. First move, fierce tiger leaving the mountains. Second move, crouching tiger hidden dragon. Third move, hissing dragon tiger roar. Fourth move, leaping tiger soaring tiger. Note, this fist technique can only be practiced after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art is cultivated to the 3rd layer. Indeed, this was a set of martial techniques for the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiaochun smiled and closed his hands. Then he flipped open the 3rd secret manual. The 3rd secret manual was rather strange. It was a sword technique called the Heart-Nourishing Universe Sword. It was also an Earth-ranked martial technique. Xiaochun only took a quick glance at the sword technique and ignored it. He had not thought of cultivating a sword technique yet. After looking at the 3 secret manuals, Xiaochun said suspiciously, "Strange, as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, why are the last 3 martial techniques he left behind not related to saber techniques?" Furthermore, the strangest thing was that Qi Hentian had started to cultivate his sword techniques. After thinking about it, Xiaochun felt that there was only one possibility. Qi Hentian was a genius in saber techniques. He had spent his entire life researching saber techniques. His research on saber techniques had already reached the peak. However, he was still unable to break through to martial sage. Perhaps, in the end, he felt that although he was talented, his comprehension of saber techniques could not improve further. He could only rely on other methods to make a breakthrough. Cultivating a sword technique was one of his attempts. When Xiaochun thought about it, he felt it was funny. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion scoffed at sword techniques. If a person with a sword wanted to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with a weaker cultivation, they would be killed before they could even enter Saber City. Since ancient times, the sword and the saber could not coexist. If they knew that there was once a genius pavilion master who focused on researching sword techniques, what expression would they have? Xiaochun suddenly thought, since he is learning the sword, he must have a sword. The sword that Qi Hentian used should not be ordinary. Since it is not in the universe ring, it must be somewhere else in this wooden hut. Xiaochun started to look around. After searching for a long time, he could not find anything. Just as Xiaochun was about to give up, he unexpectedly saw a sharpened tree branch. Holding the tree branch in his hand, Xiaochen could not help but laugh hoarsely. Of course, Qi Henshin's sword techniques had not reached the level where everything could be used as a sword. In the end, he still had some prejudice against sword techniques. The pride in his heart looked down on sword techniques. In the end, the tool that he used to learn sword techniques was just a sharpened tree branch. There was nothing special about the tree branch. Xiaochen casually tossed it aside and picked up the treasured saber. There were 2 flying dragons carved on the simple and unadorned scabbard. The saber hilt was long and had the words, "Roaming Dragon," carved on it. The handguard was like a dragon pearl with 2 flying dragons spitting it out. Grasping the saber hilt tightly, Xiaochen drew the roaming dragon saber with a schwa sound. The saber was 7 feet and 2 inches long. The streamlined blade flickered with a cold light. The instant the roaming dragon saber left its scabbard, it immediately connected with the qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian. It was like an endless meridian, sending Xiaochen's essence into the saber in an endless stream. Schwa! A strand of saber qi automatically came out of the saber and chopped the painting of the saber emperor on the wall in half. The ability to automatically release saber qi was a very important ability of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It allowed cultivators who had not advanced to martial saint to release saber qi. If they advanced to martial saint, the saber qi would be even more solid. However, this essence exhausted a lot of it. Xiaochen had not held it for long. At this moment, he felt a small portion of his essence depleted. He quickly sheathed the roaming dragon saber. Xiaochen thought about his lunar shadow saber. It was originally a peak heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was not without reason that Ao Jiao sealed it. Given Xiaochen's cultivation at that time, he would not have been able to even swing his saber once. The harvest in the tree hole was not small. After Xiaochen searched carefully again, he discovered that there was really nothing left. Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the round prayer mat. A prayer mat used by a bona fide peak martial sage to cultivate and meditate should not be something that those roadside stalls can compare to. I'll give it a try first. Otherwise, it would be too unfortunate if I miss out on this treasure, Xiaochen said as he walked towards the prayer mat. Just as Xiaochen sat down cross-legged, a horrifying force came from the bottom of the prayer mat and rebounded at him. The overwhelming force knocked Xiaochen heavily into the wooden wall. Bang! Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Before the force from the collision subsided, his body bounced a few times. Every time he bounced, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiaochen vomited a total of 9 mouthfuls of blood before he slowly stopped. When he saw the incredibly ordinary prayer mat on the ground, he revealed a horrified expression. Xiaochen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and executed the gravity spell. He immediately flew out and jumped off the tree. When he landed on the ground and rested for a long time, Xiaochen's heart was still thumping heavily. The earlier experience was simply too horrifying. Although it was only for a short moment, Xiaochen still felt a lingering fear. The instant Xiaochen sat on the prayer mat, he felt like he could feel the pulse of the entire Lingyun mountain range. He saw a red ball of light jumping continuously under the ground, like a human heart. Spirit veins origin. These were the words that appeared in Xiaochen's mind at that time. That prayer mat was indeed not simple. There were Dao markings carved on it, which attracted the horrifying energy of the spirit veins origin. However, this was not something that Xiaochen could use. With his current cultivation, he was not qualified to use the prayer mat before the energy of heaven and earth. Only a sage could use a prayer mat to cultivate and not be knocked back by that huge energy. After a night of silence, Xiaochen slowly recovered from his internal injuries. His excellent physique allowed him to recover much faster than ordinary people. By the time the sun rose, most of his injuries were already healed. Xiaochen took out the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and read it carefully. His original plan of searching for 200-year-old herbs had to be put aside for now. Chapter 203. The first and second layers of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art were the foundations. They strengthened the body, increased qi and blood, formed divine energy, and split mountains. Xiaochen had already reached these levels long ago. Now that he was cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, There were no obstacles. In just half a day, he had already cultivated it to the second layer. Now, he started on the third layer. Tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts wave. Cultivation techniques were different from martial techniques. They did not require a high comprehension ability, one just had to follow the instructions. A person with a good physique, or as the saying goes, a good aptitude would cultivate very quickly. A person with a bad aptitude would cultivate very slowly. 7 days later, Xiaochen finally cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer. This was mainly due to his good physical foundation. If a normal person cultivated it, no matter how good their aptitude was, they would have to cultivate for at least a month. After cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer, all Xiaochen had to do now was circulate the cultivation technique. All the bones in his body would crackle and the muscles in his limbs would be filled with explosive energy. When Xiaochen punched out, aside from the wind from the punch, there was actually the roar of a tiger. The roar sounded continuously, and its aura was very imposing. It was truly the tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts wave, none dared to contend with it. The most direct benefit of cultivating to the third layer was that the strength of the body increased by another 500 kilograms. A full-powered strike could reach the horrifying realm of 4,000 kilograms. On his right hand, after the Phoenix Eye, Laogong and Daling acupoints, the fourth acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, instantly opened. Following that, Xiaochen spent a day consolidating the foundations of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After that, he started to cultivate the inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Martial techniques were different from cultivation techniques. They required a person's comprehension ability. Only by thinking and thinking could one comprehend the true essence of a martial technique and bring out its full might. The first move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was Ferocious Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Xiaochen had never seen a true ferocious tiger before. He could not understand the aura and movements of the ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Hence, he felt that it was not smooth when he practiced it. Xiaochen thought about it. When he first came to this underground world, Xiaochen vaguely saw the rank 5 spirit beast Raging Flame Tiger in the depths of the forest. Xiaochen used the gravity spell to fly into the sky and began to search around. A loud whistling sound came from the sky. After rushing over, Xiaochen discovered to his surprise that it was a raging flame tiger hunting for food. A day passed, and Xiaochen did not do anything. He only observed the raging flame tiger's every move from afar. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen had stayed in this dense forest for an entire 7 days. Just like the first day, Xiaochen didn't do anything but observe the raging flame tiger's diet and every move. He was like a crazed demon, as though he had become a raging flame tiger. What great dragon tiger fist? What ferocious tiger descends the mountains? They were all forgotten. On this afternoon, Xiaochen, who had been crazed for a week, suddenly let out a long roar and leaped down from a large tree. He was like a huge tiger pouncing over, startling all the beasts and causing flocks of birds to soar up from the forest. Xiaochen punched through the air. Before his fist landed on the ground, the fierce wind from his fist had already blown away all the leaves on the ground. Leaves filled the sky, and Xiaochen's figure finally landed. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Countless pieces of soil flew up, covering the sky like hail. Hoo! Just at this moment, a strong wind blew, and the rocks in the sky turned into dust with a gentle blow. It turned out that Xiaochen's punch was already close to the minute subtlety realm. The soil had already been destroyed from the inside. After being crazed for a week, he instantly comprehended the first move of this inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique, Ferocious Tiger Descends the Mountains. Xiaochen had finally practiced it to great perfection. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. His essence trembled slightly, shaking off the dust on his body. He revealed a joyful smile. The might of an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique was indeed extraordinary. After practicing this move, Xiaochen would have another true killing move in close combat, aside from sidestepping attacks. he would be able to bring out the advantage of his physical body. Underground world, natural herb field. Xiaochen hid himself in a dense bush and withdrew his aura. He stared at a bloodthirsty demonic ape 500 meters in front of him. The bloodthirsty demonic ape was a peak rank 5 spirit beast, equivalent to a peak martial saint. As a primate spirit beast, the bloodthirsty demonic ape's intelligence was much higher than most spirit beasts. With its horrifying strength and intelligence, the bloodthirsty demonic ape was hard to deal with. There was a blood lingji close to 300 years old behind it. It was a great tonic. A 300-year-old blood lingji was sufficient for Xiaochen to refine for a period of time. It should be able to increase his vital qi by 250 kilograms. It was hard for Xiaochen to not be tempted. The second move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, was a defensive martial technique. He could not comprehend it in a short time. Xiaochen put it aside for now and returned to his original plan of searching for spirit herbs that could increase qi and blood over 200 years old. A 300-year-old blood lingji was his first target. The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which was 5 meters tall, cautiously circled around the blood lingji. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it stared at its surroundings. Under its strong aura, the rank 5 spirit beasts that wanted to take the blood lingji all avoided it. Xiaochen had already stayed here for 2 days. He had personally seen a peak rank 4 silver-winged wolf torn in half by the bloodthirsty demonic ape's bare hands. The bloody scene was extremely cruel. After observing a few battles over the past 2 days, Xiaochen had a rough understanding of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's strength. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's main attacks were its agility and the strength of its arms, which were close to 5,000 kilograms of force. Furthermore, its red fur was as hard as iron. Regular sabers would find it hard to break it. Xiaochen calculated in his heart. If he only relied on the strength of his physical body, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. However, if he used various movement techniques and martial techniques, as well as the Purple Thunder True Fire, his chances would increase by 70%. Xiaochen picked up a small clump of soil from the shrubs. With a thought, he executed the life bestowal spell. The loose soil gave off a spiritual light. After a while, it turned into a small bird flapping its wings as it flew out. With Xiaochen's current cultivation realm, he could use the life bestowal spell to turn any object into a small animal. However, a true combat weapon still required an object with spiritual energy as a medium. The small bird circled around in the air and flew towards the blood lingji behind the bloodthirsty demonic ape. After it flew over the bloodthirsty demonic ape, it dived towards the blood lingji on the ground. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's face, which was very similar to a human's, opened its mouth and revealed a horrifying smile. It leaped up gently and turned into a scarlet light, grabbing at the small bird. Pa! The bloodthirsty demonic ape smacked the air with its palm. With a huge force, a faint ripple appeared in the air. However, the small bird seemed to have predicted this. It had already flown 5 meters into the air, dodging this palm strike. Xiaochen smiled faintly. After 2 days of observation, he was very familiar with the height of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's light leap, the height of its forceful leap, and the height of its full force leap. The small bird dodged continuously, thoroughly enraging the bloodthirsty demonic ape. It chased it all the way to the shrubs where Xiaochen was hiding. The bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might, instantly rising 50 meters. Its speed reached its peak. There was only a flash of red light. The small bird could not dodge in time and was smashed into a pile of mush. Pu ci. Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape was satisfied and was about to land, Xiaochen leaped out from the bushes. He roared like a tiger and pounced towards the bloodthirsty demonic moon. It was as though a tiger had appeared on his body. The timing of this punch was perfect. It happened to be the instant after the bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might and landed in midair. The bloodthirsty demonic ape had no way to push off in midair, so it could not dodge Xiaochen's sudden punch. Bang! The bloodthirsty demonic ape's huge body was sent flying by this punch. The bloodthirsty demonic ape reacted very quickly. It somersaulted in midair and landed on all fours. After sliding back a few meters, it stabilized itself. ZZ. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's 4 limbs dug into the ground, creating deep marks and kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiaochen did not think at all. He did not care whether the bloodthirsty demonic ape was injured or not, or how injured it was. The instant he punched, he chased after the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Shwa! The instant the bloodthirsty demonic ape landed on the ground, a human figure had already pierced through the cloud of dust. There was a whistling sound and the dust was blown away. Fists flashed as they punched at the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Bang! 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 The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which had already stabilized itself, moved its arms. It was so fast that it could not be seen. It blocked all the fists that Xiaochen threw at it. One man and one beast carried out the most primitive battle in the empty space. There were no fancy martial techniques, only the flashing of fists. There were loud bangs and surging shockwaves. The two figures flickered continuously in the surroundings. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Woo! The bloodthirsty demonic ape roared ferociously. The huge red hand on its right arm released a scarlet light. In an instant, its speed and strength doubled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaochen roared loudly and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art in his body. All the bones in his body crackled and his strength increased by 20%, reaching 5,000 kilograms of force. The qi and blood in his body surged and burned. Xiaochen turned into a ferocious tiger and clashed with the huge red hand of the bloodthirsty demonic ape without any fear. In the next moment, the fists clashed and gave off a loud sound. Both sides had a force of close to 10,000 kilograms. They exploded in the air. The sound of the explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire natural herb field trembled. If someone saw Xiaochen competing with a spirit beast in terms of strength, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating himself. Everyone knew that the physique of beasts was stronger than that of humans, be it in terms of recovery or strength. Different races naturally had different advantages. When dealing with these spirit beasts, which were known for their strength, most cultivators would use techniques to obtain victory. No one would be foolish enough to compete in strength. So. The figures of a few spirit beasts in the distance quickly rushed over. They stopped not far away and stared at Xiaochen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape like tigers watching their prey. These spirit beasts were not foolish. They wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When both sides were injured, they would take advantage of the situation and obtain the 300-year-old blood lingxi. After this strike, blood leaked out from the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. He was knocked back 10 steps. With every step he took, he left a 4-meter-deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 204. The ground trembled continuously. As Xiaochen retreated, he slowly dissipated the force of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's attack. Naturally, the bloodthirsty demonic ape did not know how to borrow force. The force of the inferior-grade earth-ranked martial technique, fierce tiger leaving the mountains, completely entered its body. Even though the bloodthirsty demonic ape had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand it. Blood poured out from all the pores on its body, dyeing its red fur even redder. It looks like I underestimated the might of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the great dragon tiger fist. Who knows, I might be able to defeat this bloodthirsty demonic ape with just the strength of my physical body, Xiaochen thought to himself. Who? 2 figures flashed. Xiaochen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape moved at the same time. The bloodthirsty demonic ape seemed to go berserk. It raised its speed to its limits and turned into a red blur. Its 4 limbs were covered in a red glow. As it moved up and down, it punched and kicked. Xiaochen did not dodge. The bones in his body gave off a pai-li-pa sound. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. The qi and blood in his body burned to their limits, like a huge furnace. Bang! 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 1 man and 1 beast clashed again. This time, the battle was several times more intense than before. Every clash contained at least 5,000 kilograms of force. Thunderous explosions rang out endlessly, causing ripples in the air. More and more spirit beasts were attracted over and surrounded the area. The battle lasted for close to 2 hours. There was still no victor. Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt very carefree and excited. He could not help but roar loudly. This was a true battle. A prolonged battle was an advantage for Xiao Chen. His body had been tempered by the 7-leaf flower. He had already been reborn. Furthermore, he had recently consumed countless herbs to increase his qi and blood. Furthermore, there was the inferior grade earth-ranked body strengthening art and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Chen seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, his aura grew stronger. On the other hand, although the demonic bloodlust ape was slightly stronger than Xiao Chen, it could not take down Xiao Chen in one move. After fighting for 2 hours, the internal injuries it had inflicted on Xiao Chen had gradually accumulated to a dangerous level. However, his stamina was clearly unable to keep up. He couldn't wait for the moment when Xiao Chen's internal injuries backfired. When they clashed head-on, he was actually pushed back by Xiao Chen. For a time, it was forced to retreat step by step. Xiao Chen's countless punches landed on its body. Die for me! With a kick, Xiao Chen sent the demonic bloodthirsty ape flying. With a loud shout, the 4 acupoints on his right arm, Phoenix Eye, Lao Gong, De Ling and Naguan, suddenly released 4 balls of green light, enveloping his entire arm. With a dragon's roar, the green light transformed into a blurry blue dragon and gushed out from Xiao Chen's right arm. Before the bloodthirsty devil ape could get up, a blue dragon flashed and crashed into its body. Bang! 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 4 explosions rang out. The bloodthirsty devil ape's 5-meter-tall body was blasted into smithereens. Blood rained down from the sky. With a suction force, Xiao Chen grabbed the bloodthirsty devil ape's spirit core. Whoo! The instant the bloodthirsty devil ape died, the surrounding spirit beasts immediately charged at Xiao Chen. More than 100 spirit beasts pounced at Xiao Chen. A bunch of beasts. You want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight? How reckless! Xiao Chen smiled coldly and drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. Shua! A sharp saber chi flashed, and a rank 4 spirit beast in the air was directly chopped in half. These spirit beasts were mostly rank 4, and a few of them were early-stage rank 5. There were about 100 of them. After all, these high-ranked spirit beasts had their own spirit herbs. If they left now, the spirit herbs they were waiting for might be stolen by other spirit beasts. Furthermore, the truly strong spirit beasts would not be too interested in this blood lingji. All this while, Xiao Chen had been using the strength of his physical body. He had not exhausted much of the essence in the qi whirlpool in his body. Hence, although he had noticed the surrounding spirit beasts, he did not pay them much attention. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and his figure turned into a roaming dragon. He soared up and down, leaving behind many dragon images. These spirit beasts could not even touch his clothes. Occasionally, the saber chi on the roaming dragon saber would be sent out, allowing Xiao Chen to kill these spirit beasts from a distance. Light flickered as the saber chi moved about. Occasionally, a spirit beast would be chopped in half. This was the might of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Wherever the light passed, no one dared to fight it. This allowed Xiao Chen to test out the saber chi that only a martial saint could execute. The saber chi of some early-stage inferior-grade martial saints were not as dense as Xiao Chen's saber chi. However, this essence exhausted a lot. Xiao Chen only felt better after consuming a chi-returning pill. Dang! Dang! A spirit beast with pitch-black skin that was as hard as steel actually managed to block a few saber chi. It roared as it charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He quickly turned into 9 figures in the air. His saber light was withdrawn as he sent out 9 clear wind chops. Instantly, a cool breeze blew. Xiao Chen's black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look very elegant. When the 2 figures merged together, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The body of the spirit beast that had skin as hard as steel split into 9 pieces. A large amount of blood spurted out. Xiaochen sent out a saber chi and easily chopped another rank 4 spirit beast, pouncing at him in half. The essence on Xiaochen's body trembled. Not a single drop of blood landed on Xiaochen's clothes. Spirit beasts were afraid of death as well. After Xiaochen killed most of them like he was chopping vegetables, the remaining immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The corner of Xiaochen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He did not care about these scattered spirit beasts. He looked at the center of the herb field where the flowing light lamp was. On the other side, he felt a sharp gaze that was filled with killing intent looking at him. It was the peak of the 6th rank spirit beast that was guarding the flowing light golden lamp. Xiaochen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. He instantly saw the peak rank 6 spirit beast. It was a horrifying venomous snake. It had a body as big as a small car. When the snake coiled up, it looked like a small mountain. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth and its red forked tongue flicked in and out continuously. Behind it was a small tree about half a meter tall that gave off a flowing light. The leaves on the tree gave off a bright golden light. When the wind blew, the light overflowed. It was very dazzling. This should be the flowing light lamp. The flowing light flower would bloom only after 500 years. After another 500 years, it would bear the flowing light lamp fruit. It was a natural treasure close to immortal grade. Xiaochen recognized this venomous snake. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, the scarlet crown snake. Based on its huge body, it had probably lived for hundreds of years. The killing chi in its eyes slowly disappeared. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the scarlet crown snake would not leave the flowing light lamp so easily. The scarlet crown snake's gaze seemed to be a deterrent. It saw that Xiaochen frequently entered this herb field and killed spirit beasts to obtain herbs. It was warning him not to have any ideas about the flowing light lamp. Xiaochen could understand why the scarlet crown snake was so nervous. Compared to humans, spirit beasts had a natural advantage in terms of physique. However, they were lacking in intelligence. No matter how crafty a spirit beast was, it could not compare to humans. Thus, the importance of the flowing light flower went without saying. If it had the intelligence of a human, this scarlet crown snake might be able to become a spirit. Comprehension ability was naturally attractive to Xiaochen. However, it was not worth risking his life for it. Xiaochen did not have much interest in this flowing light lamp. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen took out the spirit core of the spirit beast on the ground. After that, he unhurriedly picked up the 300-year-old blood lingxi. After doing all this, Xiaochen immediately piloted the silver warship and left the herb field. He flew towards the towering tree. Xiaochen was not in a rush to consume the blood lingxi. After he landed, he immediately circulated his energy to treat his injuries. The head-on clash with the bloodthirsty demonic ape had accumulated a lot of internal injuries in his body. If he did not deal with them in time, it would leave behind hidden injuries in the future, harming him for life. Pu Si. After an hour, Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The hidden injuries in his body had completely healed, eliminating any future problems. After a day of silence, Xiaochen did not do anything but recover his body. This was how battles of the physical body were. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, injuring oneself 800 times. When 5,000 kilograms of force was used, at least 10% of it would be transmitted to the body. This was a common problem for cultivators of the physical body. In the past, Xiaochen was not clear on this. It was only because he saw it in the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Unless his physical body reached the level of sage, this flaw was unavoidable. Now that he knew, he could not be careless. Of course, he could not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only on the second day did Xiaochen start to consume the blood lingxi. The blood lingxi was close to 300 years old. Xiaochen used an entire day to completely refine it. This made him slightly disappointed. This blood lingxi, which he had high hopes for, only increased his strength by 200 kilograms. It looked like the further he went, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength by relying on external forces. Adding the 200 kilograms of force, Xiaochen's full power strike could reach a force of 5,500 kilograms. After he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, his strength could increase by another 20%. In the following half a month, Xiaochen searched for spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old to temper his physical body. His strength slowly increased. The third layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art had also completely stabilized. He slowly advanced to the fourth layer, dragon roar throughout the world, piercing the heavens. With the tempering of the 300-year-old spirit herbs, Xiaochen's full power strike reached 5,000 kilograms of force with much difficulty. Another 2 acupoints on his right arm opened up. There was a total of 18 acupoints on his right arm. A third of them were opened. The blurry blue dragon that Xiaochen sent out also slowly became plump. He could clearly see the scales on the dragon's body. It seemed to have a trace of life. On this particular day, Xiaochen strolled around the herb field, searching for spirit herbs that were more than 300 years old to increase qi and blood. He had come here too many times. He had already collected all the herbs that were used to increase qi and blood. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to find them. His spiritual sense was useless in this place. There were too many herbs, and it was not easy to use his spiritual sense to sort them. He could only walk and search with his eyes. Boom! Just at this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. All of it rushed towards the center of the herb field. In that instant, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was like flowing water. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look. The flowing light marigold gave off a boundless golden light. It was resplendent and dazzling. The spiritual energy turned into a rainbow, covering the entire space. Chapter 205. A multicolored light descended from the sky, wrapping around the flowing light marigold. Multicolored light floated down from the sky like snowflakes. This was an auspicious sign. The pure spiritual energy in the surroundings contained even more essence than an inferior-grade spirit stone. The flowing light marigold actually blossomed, an auspicious sign from the heavens. This is actually an immortal-grade spirit herb, Xiaochen said as he looked at the multicolored light in the sky. I cannot waste this auspicious sign, I have to collect it. A large flock of birds flew over and swallowed the auspicious signs. In an instant, the sky was covered with the figures of flying spirit beasts. Xiaochen summoned out the silver warship and leaped onto it, joining the fighting army. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and faced the multicolored light falling from the sky. He gently waved his hand and drew it into the jade bottle. Rumble! Suddenly, loud sounds came from the ground. Xiaochen looked down and discovered that the scarlet-crowned snake was being surrounded. 8 rank 6 spirit beasts were fighting the scarlet-crowned snake intensely. A rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. When 9 rank 6 spirit beasts fought, the scene was extremely chaotic. The loud sounds came one after another. Many hundred-year-old herbs were destroyed in large amounts. Even though it was 1 against 8, the scarlet-crowned snake was not at a disadvantage. It was evenly matched. When its mountain-like body moved, the entire ground trembled. These 9 spirit beasts also knew that their area of battle was too wide. They had a tacit understanding and avoided the flowing light marigold, fighting from a distance. On the flowing light marigold, a golden flower bud slowly blossomed. It gave off a bright light and the dense spiritual energy was like a mist, making everything hazy. Xiaochen looked at the 9 spirit beasts fighting in the distance. Then, he looked at the flowing light marigold blossoming on the flowing light marigold. His heart skipped a beat. It seems like this is an opportunity. If I am fast enough, I can descend from the sky and pluck the flowing light marigold before they can react. After that, I will quickly leave this place. After all, this herb field was becoming less attractive to me. It would not be a pity to leave. Hu Qi! Just as Xiaochen was thinking about this topic, a black dot was approaching from the horizon. It was flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was as fast as a ribbon, leaving a long ray of light in the sky. It was a large blue bird with a wingspan of 10 meters. It tore through the air, bringing with it a violent airflow as it flew towards the flowing light marking. What he was doing was exactly what Xiaochen was thinking. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. He was thinking too much. He should have just rushed forward. The big blue bird had already seized the initiative, and its speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He could only watch as the flowing light flower was snatched away by the strange bird. Bang! Just as the giant blue bird opened its mouth and was about to take away the flowing light flower, a gust of wind blew. The scarlet-crowned snake swept its tail across the sky and sent the big blue bird flying. Swish, swish, swish. The other 8 spirit beasts stopped attacking the scarlet-crowned snake, and each of them attacked the blue bird. The blue bird that was struggling to escape in the air immediately fell to the ground. Pa! The scarlet-crowned snake's tail smacked down heavily, and the huge blue bird immediately turned into a bloody mess, turning into a pile of meat paste. Xiao Chen was startled. When he saw the bloody corpse of the huge blue bird, he felt a chill run down his spine. These spirit beasts were not stupid. They knew that there would be other spirit beasts taking advantage of their fight to snatch away the flowing light flower. If other spirit beasts came to snatch the flowing light flower, they would stop fighting and attack together. The combined attack of 9 rank 6 spirit beasts was unstoppable in this underground world. Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. If it were not for this anxious bird, he would be the one lying on the ground. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the 5-colored auspicious signs in the sky. In the blink of an eye, most of the auspicious signs in the sky had been devoured. Xiao Chen quickly piloted the silver warship and turned it into a silver bolt of lightning, collecting the 5-colored auspicious signs in all directions. However, it could not compare to the dense flock of birds. There were simply too many of them. Xiao Chen only managed to collect 20 auspicious signs before the rest were all devoured. Xiao Chen shook his head and closed the jade bottle. He glanced at the 9 spirit beasts fighting non-stop before leaving this place. After finding a quiet place, Xiao Chen took out the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Although the essence contained in the auspicious signs was not as much as a medial-grade spirit stone, it was what Xiao Chen needed urgently. The essence contained in a medial-grade spirit stone was very vast. However, one could only use it after advancing to medial-grade martial saint. Otherwise, the essence would cause one's body to explode. As for the essence contained in the auspicious signs, although it was much weaker than a medial-grade spirit stone, it was very gentle. Cultivators of any cultivation realm could directly absorb it without worrying about their body exploding. Even an inferior-grade martial disciple could directly absorb this energy, which far exceeded what their body could handle. If Xiao Chen took these 20 auspicious signs to the market, they would be worth 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Right now, Xiao Chen lacked everything except spirit stones. Naturally, he would not use them to exchange for spirit stones. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and opened the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The 5-colored auspicious signs slowly floated out and entered Xiao Chen's nostrils. Streams of gentle and majestic pure essence flowed into Xiao Chen's meridians. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly, absorbing all this essence. The speed at which the qi whirlpool absorbed essence was much faster than what Xiao Chen had done in the past. Soon, a drop of clear liquid essence dripped below his dantian. Dida, dida, the qi whirlpool spun quickly. Drops of pure essence dripped continuously, transforming the spiritual energy in the 5-colored auspicious signs into his own energy. The essence contained in the 20 auspicious signs was equivalent to 5 medial-grade spirit stones. After Xiao Chen absorbed all of them, his energy reached a horrifying level. Furthermore, the most important thing was that there was no danger. This surging energy was extremely gentle. It was like a spring breeze as it infused into Xiao Chen's body. After 2 hours, Xiao Chen finally absorbed all of this energy. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. There was a purple glow in his eyes. It was as sharp as a solid object. When Xiao Chen got up and felt the surging energy in his body, he said ruefully, "I am finally a superior-grade martial grandmaster. My cultivation realm is still a little low, but my energy is sufficient." If one wanted to advance to martial saint, aside from energy, one needed some comprehension. Their understanding of essence had to reach a corresponding level before they could use essence to injure others. After absorbing 20 auspicious signs, Xiao Chen's current strength was comparable to that of a regular inferior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Kasu. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and a blazing saber light appeared. With a thought, Xiao Chen infused his essence into the saber in an endless stream. The saber light suddenly doubled in size, reaching 10 meters. Xiao Chen shook his head and casually waved his hand, scattering the essence on the saber. He said indifferently, "It is condensed but not solid. It is too gorgeous. There is no way to send out saber chi like this." Martial saint was the first hurdle of a cultivator. In this Tianwu continent, one could not be considered a true expert without becoming a martial saint. Some people would never be able to overcome this hurdle, spending their entire lives in mediocrity. The earlier one advanced to martial saint, the greater the potential one had. Otherwise, it would be the opposite. Xiao Chen was almost 17 years old. To be able to advance to peak martial saint at this age, his talent would be considered at the peak of the great Qi nation. Of course, he had to exclude those proud sons of heaven with inherited martial spirits. However, in the context of the entire continent, this kind of talent was nothing much. I might not be a genius, but I have never slacked off. The so-called geniuses are just slightly better than me. Sooner or later, I will surpass those people, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Rumble. In the herb field in the distance, the battle of the 9 spirit beasts had not ended yet. Loud explosions resounded continuously. Even though Xiao Chen was standing far away, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Xiao Chen took a look and said, "It is time to leave this place. I have already collected all the spirit herbs that increase qi and blood in the herb field. If I do not return soon, elder sister Rue and the others will be worried." Bang, bang. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, there were 2 explosions that were even louder than before. The ground trembled continuously. Even Xiao Chen's body was shaking left and right. What a horrifying force! Has the victor been decided? Xiao Chen was horrified. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. In the next moment, the situation there was clearly imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. A poisonous fog spread out. The black poisonous qi was like black threads lingering around. The surrounding spirit herbs no longer had any signs of life under the black qi. Large patches of poisonous qi covered the herb field. Several hundred-year-old herbs were all destroyed. Xiao Chen thought to himself, what a pity. Any one of these herbs would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world. As Xiao Chen's spiritual sense moved through the fog, he saw the corpse of a rank 6 spirit beast. Its entire body was black, and its head was separated from its body. As Xiao Chen continued to look, he saw the corpses of another 7 rank 6 spirit beasts. They all died in different ways, but their bodies were all black. They looked very scary. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is a poison that even rank 6 spirit beasts cannot withstand. If I were to come in contact with this poisonous qi, I would probably die immediately. Pooh, pooh. The poisonous qi slowly scattered. The scarlet-crowned snake, which was the size of a small mountain, slowly slithered towards the flowing light marigold tree. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered that this scarlet-crowned snake was not completely unscathed. Its huge body was covered in wounds of varying depths. It was dripping with blood. Every time it took a step, blood spurted out and splashed on the ground. It was clear that although it defeated the other spirit beasts, it was severely injured. Xiao Chen thought quickly, thinking of all sorts of possibilities. If this scarlet-crowned snake is only as fast as it is now, then I should be able to dodge it with my blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and 5 ice ape sculptures appeared in his hand. There were still 5 ice apes. He should be able to delay for a while. These 5 ice apes were carved before Xiao Chen came to the underground world. He had not had a chance to use them. Perhaps they could be of great use at this moment. Even so, Xiao Chen still felt like he was fighting with himself. He hesitated. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this scarlet-crowned snake was severely injured, It was hard to guarantee that it did not have any trump cards up its sleeves. Chapter 206. If he made a decision now, he might not be able to leave this underground world for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. The scarlet crown snake was getting closer and closer to the flowing light marigold tree. There was not much time left for Xiaochen to think. I'll risk it. Xiaochen made up his mind. The silver warship flew out from his right eye and enlarged. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the bow of the warship. Then he sped towards the flowing light marigold tree. Life bestowal spell. Poof, poof, poof. The 5 engravings in the air grew larger. When they landed, they were already the size of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. This was the first time Xiaochen controlled 5 spirit beasts at the same time. The instant the spirit beasts formed, he felt a quarter of the surging essence in his body disappear. He also entered a momentary daze and felt a little dizzy. Looks like before the purple thunder divine incantation rises to the 4th layer, controlling 5 spirit beasts at the same time is too much, Xiaochen thought to himself after calming himself. Without thinking, the 5 ice apes would not be able to stop the scarlet crown snake. After a while, Xiaochen jumped off the warship and quickly descended towards the flowing light marigold tree. Boo! Pooh! The wind blew past his ears. Faster! 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 Xiaochen kept saying in his heart. There had never been a moment where Xiaochen felt that he would take so long to land. With a bang, an ice ape was directly swallowed by the scarlet crown snake. Shwa shwa shwa! With a flick of its tail, another 2 ice apes were crushed into a pile of sawdust by the scarlet crown snake's huge strength. There are still 3 more seconds before I can land, Xiaochen thought anxiously. If he did not land before the ice ape was destroyed, he would become a live target in the air, unable to borrow any force. A rank 5 spirit beast was nothing in front of the scarlet crown snake. Even though it was severely injured, the scarlet crown snake could easily destroy an ice ape in one strike. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen made hand gestures and shouted, "Explode, rank 5 ice ape." The 2 rank 5 ice apes frantically absorbed the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. Specks of cold light appeared in the air as Xiaochen spoke. Kacha, kacha, kacha. With 2 crisp sounds, it was as if the ice had been shattered. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The 2 ice apes turned into cold stars, covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scarlet crown snake's huge body was instantly covered with frost chi. Its body that was like a small mountain turned into a cold ice mountain, not moving at all. The self-destruction of the 2 ice apes exhausted Xiaochen's strength. Xiaochen swallowed an essence chi pill and used this opportunity to land firmly on the ground. The glowing flowing light flower was as resplendent as gold. Now that it was right in front of him, the dense fragrance of the flower assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, Xiaochen felt refreshed and his nervous heart relaxed. If I am going to play, I will play big. As he stood in front of the flowing light flower, Xiaochen's ambition grew. 1 flowing light flower was nothing. If he could bring away the entire flowing light marigold, it would be worth it. Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. With a flash of saber light, he chopped the flowing light marigold in half. This was an immortal grade natural treasure. As long as it was not uprooted, it could grow again. The glow of the flowing light flower faded at a visible rate. Xiaochen quickly placed the flowing light flower and the lunar shadow saber into the universe ring. Ka ka ka! The ice sealing the scarlet crown snake started to slowly shatter. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look and saw a gust of strong wind blowing at him, causing his hair to flutter. He squinted his eyes slightly. Holy Beast Martial Spirit, Blue Dragon Dragon Chi, Feng Yen Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Neguan Acupoint, open. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Xiaochen did not have time to think. He faced the strong wind and shouted. The 6 acupoints on his right arm instantly opened. 6 rays of azure light appeared and turned into a blue dragon circling around Xiaochen's arm. The feeling of boundless energy assaulted him once again. His entire right arm felt like it was going to explode. Bang! The blue dragon did not fly out. Instead, it clashed heavily with the snake tail. A huge force was transmitted, causing the qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body to churn. He flew backwards in the air. Under the full-powered attack of a peak martial king, Xiao Chen was able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "How lucky!" He vomited a mouthful of blood and dispersed the churning qi and blood. Shua! With a thought, a silver bolt of lightning quickly flew over and caught Xiao Chen, who was about to land. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the warship. Before he could catch his breath, another strong wind blew. Another gust of wind blew. This time, the scarlet crown snake's huge tail was even faster than before. In an instant, it struck the silver warship. Under the huge force, Xiao Chen was sent flying. He was like a sandbag in the air, flipping around continuously. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Ka-si, the silver warship cracked continuously. After a while, it shattered into countless silver motes of light and flew into Xiao Chen's right eye. The scarlet crown snake's attack had actually shattered Xiao Chen's secret treasure. Xiao Chen did not have the time to deal with the sudden turn of events. After he landed, the huge snake tail struck down continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Every step was filled with killing intent. It did not give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath. Xiao Chen ran for his life. In the time it took for him to land, he covered tens of meters. The potential of his body was completely stimulated. Shockwaves surged behind him. There were a few times when the snake tail was already above his head, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiao Chen forgot all about movement techniques, essence, and martial techniques. There was no time for him to circulate his qi. He could only rely on his physical body to run for his life. The huge tail chased after Xiao Chen and struck down continuously. The surging shockwaves struck his back, nearly sending him flying a few times. However, Xiao Chen managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. This is not a solution. I do not even have time to circulate my qi. What should I do? Xiao Chen ran frantically as he thought anxiously. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that after he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would have no problem escaping. However, the current situation did not give him any chance to circulate his qi. If he paused for even a moment, he would be smashed into meat paste by the huge force. I can't keep running like this. I have to find an opportunity to catch my breath. Otherwise, it will chase me to death. How should I find an opportunity? The scarlet crown snake was clearly in a berserk state. He had already used the blue dragon qi once. He could not use it again in a short period of time. With the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to fight against it. As Xiao Chen ran forward quickly, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not clash head-on, could he make use of the force to retreat? After that, he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, completely breaking away from the scarlet crown snake. Using his strength to escape was something Xiao Chen had not learned before. He could only rely on himself to find the right opportunity. If he wanted to successfully use his strength, timing was the most important. If he could not find the right opportunity, he would be smashed to death by the scarlet crown snake. After dodging a few more attacks from the scarlet crown snake, Xiao Chen carefully felt the direction of the wind, as well as the timing of the huge snake's tail. Rumble! The huge snake's tail smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Then it quickly whipped up. Its upper body was already standing upright. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Its scarlet tongue flickered continuously as it watched Xiao Chen dodge again. The scarlet crown snake hissed a few times in anger. It twisted its waist and its tail created a strong wind as it smashed down again. Xiao Chen could feel the direction of the wind. Now was the time. He did not hesitate to turn around and lean to the right. Just as the huge snake tail was about to land, he smashed his palm against the side of the snake tail. Xiao Chen did not use any force in this palm strike. He only slid his palm to the side of the snake's tail the instant he touched it. Hoo! Xiao Chen's body immediately flew to the right. He felt joy in his heart. He succeeded. Although there was still a small portion of the snake's strength that was not completely dissipated, it was still very horrifying. However, It was already within the acceptable range. Xiao Chen smiled gently and took advantage of the opportunity to execute the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. When the 9 figures merged together and landed, Xiao Chen had already leaped a long distance. Put. When the scarlet-crowned snake saw Xiao Chen fling himself away, it slammed its huge tail on the ground. Its huge body soared into the air, covering the sky. It was not slow at all. Xiao Chen turned his head around and saw a huge mouth above his head. Its red tongue was spitting out a cold light. The black hole looked like it was going to swallow Xiao Chen up in the next moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he stopped. He was not startled, but happy. You chased me for so long. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I will let you suffer a little. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. A fierce flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. After a while, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot towards the scarlet-crowned snake's mouth. Boom! The fire dragon instantly drilled into the scarlet-crowned snake. The huge body of the scarlet-crowned snake trembled and rolled on the ground. Xiao Chen ignored it. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed for the exit of the underground world. He knew that such a small amount of fire would not be able to kill it. After an hour, Xiao Chen felt the exit of the underground world. When he arrived at the pitch-black hole, he did not hesitate and walked out with large strides. When Xiao Chen passed through the hole, the initial feeling of being in a trance attacked him again. This time, Xiao Chen paid attention. He could clearly feel that feeling of being in a trance. It was like he had passed through a different world. When Xiao Chen turned his head around, he saw an inconceivable scene. There was no underground world behind him. It was pitch black and he could not see anything clearly. Xiao Chen was astonished. He was flabbergasted as he muttered, "How can this be? I clearly just came out from there. How did it disappear in an instant?" Xiao Chen could not believe what he saw. He rushed forward frantically. The pitch-black hole did not take him long before he bumped into the wall. Other than soil, there was nothing else. Could it be that everything I experienced in the past month was fake? Xiao Chen scratched his head and said in confusion, "Everything was just a dream." Xiao Chen took out the flowing light marigold from the universe ring. Only then did he slowly calm down. He still had his energy and the medial-grade spirit stones in his ring had not decreased. Chapter 207. This meant that that world definitely existed. Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. What was the difference between the first time he came here and now? There had to be a reason for the current situation. After a while, a light flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He said, "When I first came here, there was no spiritual energy in my body. Now, my body is filled with spiritual energy. That is the biggest difference. That underground world should be a small world created by a senior. Only those who reached the sage realm and became one with the world could enter. Or perhaps, only ordinary people without spiritual energy could enter. Furthermore, it was very likely that this was the small world created by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor, the Saber Emperor. Now, Xiao Chen had stumbled into it by chance. If he had not lost all his essence, if he had not been swept here by the underground river, he would not have been able to reach this place. There were many reasons for this. This was probably the so-called fortuitous encounter. Thinking about it, it was a pity. Originally, Xiao Chen was prepared to explore the entire underground world when he had the chance. It looked like he could not enter before he became a martial sage. Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts. Since he had already come out, there was no need to think about this problem. What he had to think about now was how to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen arrived at the underground river, he slowly stopped at the riverbank where he had climbed up in a sorry state. Everything that had happened that day was still vivid in his mind. His essence had disappeared, his internal injuries were severe, his stamina was weak, and the undercurrents were all very dangerous. In the end, he had encountered all of them. However, the conviction in his heart did not extinguish. He had climbed up in the end. He still had many important things to do. He could not die so early. He had not rescued Ao Jiao from the Lunar Shadow Saber. He had not dealt with the noble clans in the Dongming province. He had not figured out why he was chased out of the Xiao clan. There were too many enemies that he had not defeated yet. He had not even opened the door to becoming a cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it would be a pity if he died just like that. Looking at his reflection in the water, Xiao Chen thought of something. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him. Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned blurry as soon as he used the shape-shifting technique. He recalled Yi Chen's appearance in his mind, and the bones in his face began to move rapidly. On the surface of the water, Yi Chen's rather ordinary face appeared. It completely changed Xiao Chen's sharp and unrestrained temperament. Xiao Chen looked at the surface of the water and smiled in satisfaction. He leaped up and stood on the surface of the water. He went against the current and walked on the waves. If he wanted to go back, there was no other way aside from going back. The only way Xiao Chen could think of was to return to the place where the Demon King was suppressed. Once he found Yi Wen, he would be able to leave. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet tapped lightly on the surface of the water as if he was running on flat ground. He dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a mountain wall appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the river under his feet flowed down from the mountain wall. Thump! Since the river could flow down, it meant that there was a path ahead. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and dove to the bottom of the river. Then he swam against the undercurrent. After swimming for a long time, Xiao Chen felt the mountain wall above him disappear. He floated up again and walked on the surface of the water. After walking for a long time, he discovered that the river under his feet was just a tributary. The further he walked, the more astonished Xiao Chen was. There were many tributaries in this underground river. They were dense and wide. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already come across more than 10 tributaries. Some places even had 4 tributaries. The water flowed downwards. Fortunately, there was only one main tributary upstream. As long as Xiao Chen kept going upstream, he would eventually find the cave where the Demon King was suppressed. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was in a river. Before he surfaced, he felt a familiar feeling. This was because the rotten smell of the dried corpse in the river had yet to dissipate. Have I finally found my way back? The moment Xiao Chen surfaced, he saw Yi Wen sitting at a wooden table on the shore, smiling at him. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect to run into this person the moment he came up. He used his essence to disperse all the water droplets on his body. Immediately, hot air surrounded Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen stepped on the water surface and slowly walked out of the fog. When he arrived in front of Yi Wen, the water vapor on his body had already evaporated. His clothes and hair were extremely dry. When Yi Wen saw all this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He poured a cup of wine and handed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did your cultivation not get crippled, it even improved greatly. I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chen received the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. When he saw Yi Wen, he originally thought he had a lot to say. However, when he saw Yi Wen so calm, he did not know what to say. "How is Biyun Peak Song K now?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Yi Wen drank by himself and drank another cup of wine. He said casually, "I crippled one of his arms, but he is still a peak master. However, don't worry, ancestral martial ancestor Shen already warned him. If you go out, he will not dare to cause trouble for you." "You crippled one of his arms?" Xiao Chen looked at Yi Wen in astonishment. It was not that he did not think Yi Wen did not have the strength to do so. It was just that he did not expect Yi Wen to offend a peak master for him. Furthermore, looking at Yi Wen's calm manner, it was as though he did not care about it at all. It was as though this was a small matter and there was no need for him to care about it. Yi Wen stood up and said, "Let's go, there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. I'll bring you out." Yi Wen slowly put away the wine cups on the table. After he spoke, he took the lead and walked out. He looked at Xiao Chen behind him and said, "You are really lucky. That girl, Lu Ryu, even came down personally to look for you not long ago." "Elder sister Rue came to look for me?" Xiao Chen was startled. He said, "Then what did you say to her? Did you tell her the truth?" "Am I stupid? Do you think I do not know her character? If I told her the truth, She would immediately go to Biyun Peak and risk her life, Yi Wen said indifferently. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless by Yi Wen's words. Not long after, Yi Wen asked again, "What is your relationship with Leng Liusu?" Leng Liusu? There shouldn't be any relationship. I am not familiar with her, Xiao Chen said suspiciously. He did not know why Yi Wen would ask such a question. Yi Wen said, "That is strange. She used her identity as the young pavilion master and went through the elders' assembly to send people to look for you a few times." Leng Liusu also came to look for him? Xiao Chen could not understand what was going on. He wanted to ask Yi Wen what was going on. However, when he saw Yi Wen's expression, he swallowed his words. Yi Wen brought Xiao Chen along and led him to a small transportation formation. When the people guarding the formation saw Yi Wen, they said respectfully, "Elder Yi, are you here to send someone off?" Yi Wen nodded and said to Xiao Chen, "Go up. Once you go up, you will be able to leave this damned place. I have already helped you settle your mission. Just go and hand it in." Before Xiao Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, he turned around and asked, "Did you not pay any price for chopping off Song Kei's arm?" After all, Song Kei was a peak master. Xiao Chen could not understand how Yi Wen could be so calm. Yi Wen smiled gently, "The price is that I have to stay in this place for another 10 years. Now that I see that you are so lively, I feel that it is not worth it." "All right, stop speaking nonsense. Scram." "Pooh!" Yi Wen suddenly kicked out and kicked Xiao Chen's butt. Xiao Chen fell forward and landed in front of the transportation formation. A light appeared on the ground. Countless talisman scripts flashed and Xiao Chen's body disappeared with a schwa sound. Everything was hazy and pitch black. Xiao Chen felt that his body seemed to be stretched infinitely. After that, spots of light appeared. After a while, he regained control of his body. "Where is this?" Xiao Chen looked at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a small room. There were no traces of formations on the floor. This should be a one-way transportation formation. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door and walked out. He happened to see the counter in the Hall of Contributions. When the old man behind the counter saw Xiao Chen, he was mildly startled. The old man waved his hand and the wooden token at Xiao Chen's waist quickly flew into his hand. It turned out that he had returned to the Hall of Contributions. The old man looked at the number on the wooden token and smiled gently at Xiao Chen. "Yi Chen, congratulations on completing your mission. These are your contribution points." The old man took out some black copper coins from under the counter and handed them to Xiao Chen. After counting them, Yi Wen rated you as outstanding. There is a total of 1,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen received the black copper coins. There was a total of 10 of them. They were completely black, round on the outside and square on the inside. They contained a strange aura that could not be faked. The old man continued to explain. Contribution points had a total of 3 colors. The white ones represented 1 contribution point, the red ones represented 1 contribution point, and the black ones represented 100 contribution points. Xiao Chen had lived in the underground world for close to 2 months. At this moment, he was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak and report his safety to Lu Riyue. Hence, he did not have the patience to listen to the old man's words and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, don't leave yet. This is your first time completing a high-level mission. There is something I have to tell you," the old man called out to Xiao Chen and walked out. The old man revealed a faint smile on his aged face. "Young man, don't be too anxious. This matter is the best reward for you." Xiao Chen did not understand. He slowly calmed down and followed the old man. The old man led Xiao Chen to the back of the first floor of the Hall of Contributions. Along the way, many people saw the old man personally leading the way for Xiao Chen. They all started to guess Xiao Chen's identity. The managing elder of the Hall of Contributions is actually personally leading the way for someone. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Even the true inheritors do not receive such treatment. I have never seen him before either. What is his background? Could he be even more noble than the true inheritors? It's him. Look at the identity token on his waist. He is that disciple from Qingyun Peak. He is Yi Chen. Someone with sharp eyes in the crowd immediately said when he saw the silver identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. Currently, There were only 2 men in Qingyun Peak. One was Lu Suifeng, and the other was Yi Chen. Everyone knew Lu Suifeng. Since he was not Lu Suifeng, then Yi Chen's identity was obvious. So, it really is him. He disappeared for 2 months and actually appeared again. The people from Wanren Peak have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 208. I heard that the second strongest core disciple of Wanren Peak, Quick Saber Lin Feng, has already said that as long as he appears, he will look for him to settle the score. I saw a few Wanren Peak disciples leave earlier. They should be going to inform Lin Feng. There will be a good show to watch later. When Xiaochen heard all this, he did not pay too much attention to it. As long as it was not a senior making a move, he was confident that he could deal with any core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The so-called hindrance was just to increase his combat experience. However, Xiaochen did not expect this old man's identity to be so deep. He was not as ordinary as he looked. The old man's expression was like an ancient well. There were no ripples at all. After they arrived at a large hall, he said indifferently, "We have arrived. This is the ranking hall. You can find your seat up there." The area of the large hall was very wide. There were 10 wooden walls in the middle. There was a group of people surrounding each wooden wall. They were either shaking their heads and sighing, or they had an impassioned expression. Everyone had a different expression. The old man brought Xiaochen to the wooden wall at the very back. When the crowd saw the old man, they immediately opened up a path. Xiaochen also discovered that the cultivators gathered in front of this wooden wall all had dispirited expressions. There is a total of 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The number has always been fixed. These 5,000 disciples are all ranked. The one you are looking at is the bottom 500 inner disciples. After the ranking war at the end of the year, the last 500 disciples will be stripped of their inner disciple status, the old man explained to Xiaochen. So that's how it is. No wonder the inner disciples gathered here all had ugly expressions. It turns out that the elimination system of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was so strict. Every year, they would eliminate 500 disciples. Xiaochen looked at the wooden wall. There were 10 rows of wooden walls. Each row had 100 small wooden tablets. Every wooden tablet represented the identity of an inner disciple. On it was written the person's name, cultivation realm, peak, and other basic information. Xiaochen looked around for a while and found his own wooden tablet. It was very eye-catching. It was ranked last in the 10th row. That was the last of the 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On it was written, Qingyun Peak's Yi Chen, inferior grade martial grand master. The outer sect deacon of the Hall of Contributions took down the wooden plaque representing Xiaochen. All the wooden plaques on the wooden wall started to move like a jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's name on the wooden wall started to move back by 1 rank. The old man held Xiaochen's wooden tablet and walked to the wooden tablet in front. He placed Xiaochen's wooden tablet in the 10th row. In an instant, Xiaochen's rank rose by 500. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. They had never seen anyone raise their rank by 500 before. This isn't fair. I've been working so hard to complete the sect's missions and accumulate my strength. Yet, I can't even advance by 10 ranks in a month. How could he advance by 500? There was no change in the old man's expression. Tian I, sect master, Tian, Chen and Chen and that. There was no change in the old man's expression. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The noisy chatter immediately stopped. It was incomparably quiet. If you are in the bottom 500 and complete a high-level sect mission for the first time and obtain an outstanding evaluation, you can also break away from the bottom 500. Only now did the crowd remember that the ranking hall did have such a rule. However, they were not able to accept high-level missions. The ones they could accept were all extremely dangerous high-level missions. It would be very difficult for them to obtain an outstanding evaluation. Thus, for a very long time, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion used such a method to raise their ranking. That was why everyone was excited. Xiaochen did not care about all this. To him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. After he learned listening to the sword and communicating with it, he would leave. He did not have any plans to stay here for long. The Tianwu continent was very big. Xiaoqun had set his sights on the entire continent long ago. Perhaps the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a very strong power in the Great Qi nation. However, when compared to the entire continent or even the entire world, outside of the Tianwu continent was the Boundless Sea. After crossing the Boundless Sea, he heard that there were countless islands. There were also countless experts there. Thinking about it this way, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was nothing. Thus, Xiaoqun did not care much about his status as an inner disciple. Alright, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. As for the other rules, you will slowly come to understand them in the future, the old man said indifferently. After that, the old man gave Xiaoqun a meaningful look. He said, "Finally, I will give you some words of advice. Young man, don't be too sharp. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't set your sights too far. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to exist, it is not as simple as you think. The so-called geniuses are the cheapest things here. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Take a good look at this peak. It is far more exciting than you imagine." Xiaoqun revealed an extremely shocked expression. This old man had only taken a quick glance, and it seemed like he had seen through Xiaoqun's thoughts. The old man's words caused Xiaoqun to enter deep thought. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Is he saying that I am arrogant? Never mind, I will take a look first. Since I am already here, Xiaoqun did not intend to leave immediately. He strode forward and arrived at the first wooden wall. That was the ranking of the top 500 disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The wooden wall was the same as the other wooden walls. There were 10 rows of 50 people in each row. However, the background behind it was different. There was a faint layer of gold paint on it. It looked like a glory roll. However, being in the top 500 was also worthy of this glory. When one saw their name on it, they would feel proud. Survival of the fittest. This was a very good competitive system. It was able to retain the most outstanding talents. Not bad, Xiaoqun admired this ranking system. When he looked up, the first 10 names were as red as blood. They were very eye-catching among the black words. What made Xiaoqun feel strange was that these 10 people were not core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqun did not know which peak they belonged to or what their cultivation realm was. There was only one name on the information board. The rest were all unknown. It was very mysterious. Could it be that the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not the true inheritors? Xiaoqun thought to himself. He carefully counted to the back. He only saw the first true inheritor's name after 50. The true inheritor of Wanren Peak, Wang Qinian, was an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, he was only in the 50s. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun decided to look at the ranking of the so-called Quick Saber, Lin Feng. As he continued looking down, Xiaoqun saw Lin Feng's name in the 3rd row. Wanren Peak Core Disciple, Superior Grade Martial Saint. Wanren Peak's 2nd strongest core disciple, but he was only in the 100th rank. How exactly is the ranking on the wooden board divided? Why does it feel like it is not accurate? Xiaoqun started to doubt himself. Yi Chen. Just as Xiaoqun was deep in thought, someone called out his name from behind. When he turned his head to look, he discovered it was Ma Chen, who had gone to the spirit mine with him on a mission. When Ma Chen saw Xiaoqun turn around, he quickly walked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "It really is you. Junior brother Yi Chen, I have not seen you for a month. I thought something happened to you." When Xiaoqun saw this, he felt somewhat apologetic. He explained that he had no choice but to knock him out. He did not have any malicious intent. Ma Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. Speaking of which, your background is not small. Even the young pavilion master personally sent people to look for you." Xiaoqun felt it was strange, so he asked, "You know about this as well? Does anyone else know?" Ma Chen shook his head and said, "There should not be anyone else who knows. I only came up half a month ago. I do not know what happened in the spirit mine. It has been under lockdown for a long time." The two of them chatted for a while. Xiaoqun understood a little about what happened after he left from Ma Chen. The things that happened in the spirit mine were not spread out. The heavenly saber pavilion was as peaceful as it was in the past. No one outside knew that the shocking change that happened a month ago could turn into something that could threaten the entire heavenly saber pavilion. Xiaochen remembered that Ma Chen had been here longer than him. He should know what was going on with the ranking. So he asked about his doubts. Ma Chen smiled and said, "This is very normal. The true inheritors of the 7 peaks are all passed down by the bloodline of the peak master. It is not a matter of talent. Sometimes, a true inheritor is not even as strong as an ordinary inner disciple." Xiaochen was astonished. Would anyone be willing to become a peak master? If a peak master was not even as strong as a core elder, it was hard for Xiaochen to imagine how such a person would be able to manage such a large peak. They would not. After all, such people are the minority. Furthermore, every peak has their own methods of passing down their cultivation. Before the old peak master died, he could pass down his cultivation to his descendants, Ma Chen continued to explain. As for the top 10 people, they are the strongest 10. They spend most of their time training outside and rarely return. So it is normal that we do not know their cultivation. I have seen the ranking competition at the end of last year. These 10 people are very strong, they definitely live up to their reputation. A few of them are able to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, their cultivation methods are different from the orthodox inner disciples. They are all aiming for the divine saber camp. So that was the case. No wonder the old man told Xiaochen that geniuses were the cheapest thing in the heavenly saber pavilion. If the top 20 were all the people that Ma Chen mentioned, then the old man's words were not exaggerated. What kind of genius could be more talented than someone who could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm? After Ma Chen answered Xiaochen's question, he told him about the changes in the rankings. Aside from doing some refinement missions, one could also challenge an opponent in the same row as them. That was to say, one could challenge an inner disciple who was ranked 49 above them. Everyone had a chance to challenge them once a month. The person being challenged could choose not to accept the challenge. However, on the 15th of every month, if someone challenged you, you had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, you would automatically forfeit and be automatically defeated. Of course, the most crucial thing was the ranking competition at the end of the year. At that time, the entire heavenly saber pavilion would engage in a grand battle among the inner disciples. The points obtained in the battle were the most important factors in determining one's ranking. Of course, one's previous ranking was also very important. The points obtained were the same. However, if one's ranking was too far behind, it would be useless. Chapter 209. Ma Chen's explanation was very detailed. Xiaochen understood the moment he heard it. Now, he somewhat understood the meaning of the old man's words. The so-called sink in and blend in should be for him to participate in this competitive game. Xiaochen thought for a while, I can accept other people's challenges. However, I will not take the initiative to challenge myself. I do not have the time. After all, I am no longer in the bottom 500. As long as I hold my ground, I will not have to worry about being kicked out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the end of the year. It was getting late. Xiaochen was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak. He did not continue chatting with Ma Chen. After he took his leave, he immediately left the Hall of Contributions. The heaven viewing platform was as bustling as when he arrived. It was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Just as Xiaochen stepped out of the Hall of Contributions, he felt a few killing qi directed at him. He could not help but stop. On the path leading to the Hall of Contributions, a group of people slowly walked over. They were wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak. Their faces were covered in frost, and their gazes were cold. When they were 10 meters in front of Xiaochen, they stopped. Xiaochen saw Yang Qi's figure in the crowd. He looked at Xiaochen coldly and whispered something into the ear of a person beside him. That person had a squarish face. He looked very ordinary. However, a bright light flashed in his eyes occasionally, causing people to tremble in fear. He was an inferior-grade martial saint. There is indeed a good show to watch. That is Wanren Peak's quick saber master, Lin Feng. He is ranked 106th on the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strength ranking list. He is the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. He already said that he wanted to help Yang Qi get back at him. Looks like this Yi Chen will not be able to escape easily today. It is hard to say. Since Yi Chen could defeat Yang Qi that day, he might be able to defeat Lin Feng today. Furthermore, Yi Chen is now a superior grade martial grandmaster. I think their top core disciple, Luo Kadi, will have to come. If what you said was 2 months ago, it might be possible. However, Lin Feng is now an inferior grade martial saint. Martial saint and martial grandmaster are two completely different realms. The difference is too great. 2 months ago, Yi Chen might not have stood a chance. Lin Feng is known as the #1 swift saber of Wanren Peak, and his reputation is not undeserved. At most, he would have lost slightly more elegantly. Now, I reckon that Yi Chen would not be able to block even one move. Lin Feng's appearance had immediately attracted the attention of all the elite disciples who were surrounding the achievement palace. They all wanted to see what was going on. Xiao Chen's facial expression didn't change. His heart was as calm as still water, there wasn't a single ripple in his heart. He was looking at Lin Feng without the slightest fear. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. He then said in an ice-cold tone, 2 months ago, were you the one who injured many of my disciples? That's right, Xiao Chen said calmly. Lin Feng slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his blade. His qi was unceasingly condensing. He was fixedly staring at Xiao Chen and said, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. If I am not satisfied with your explanation, I will make them suffer 10 times over. There's no need to explain when your skills are inferior. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took a step forward without anyone noticing. Gotcha. When Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lin Feng unsheathed his long blade. A cold light appeared. The crowd could only see a blurry shadow of the blade. They couldn't even see the blade clearly. Bang. However, something unexpected happened. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would be struck by the lightning-fast blade and his blood would flow like a river. He would be defeated immediately. But the reality was that Lin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound could be heard from his chest and he fell to the ground. The long blade in his hand swayed and flew out of his hand. Xiao Chen immediately stomped on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. Then he stomped heavily on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. There was another crunching sound as a few more of Lin Feng's ribs broke. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He pointed his finger at Xiao Chen and said unwillingly, The situation had suddenly changed. Lin Feng, who was originally aggressive, was knocked down by Xiao Chen with one punch. The crowd could not even react to what was going on. Everything was too unimaginable. In their eyes, Lin Feng had obviously attacked first. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. But why was he the first to be hit? Xiao Chen quickly let go of him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Yang Qi saw Lin Feng fall to the ground, he became very anxious. He quickly led the other core disciples of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak and surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. He hooked his right foot and kicked Lin Feng's body away like a sandbag. Yang Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch Lin Feng. However, the strength behind Lin Feng's kick was far beyond his imagination. After the people of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak caught Lin Feng, Xiao Chen had already used the blue dragon cloud soaring technique and disappeared without a trace. In a distant pavilion, 2 young disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak were quietly watching the scene in the Hall of Contributions. One of them shook his head and said, Junior brother Lin lost too unjustly. If he did not give that person a chance to speak and went up, he would have executed the startling wind saber technique. With his current cultivation level, he would have defeated that person in 10 moves. The other person smiled indifferently, a loss is a loss. There is nothing much to say. Lin Feng is a proud person. It is good for him to suffer some setbacks. Junior brother Luo, what do you think of Yi Chen? So these 2 people were the true inheritor of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Wang Qinian, and the #1 core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi thought for a while and said, rational, calm, and good at grasping his opponent's weakness. The strength of his physical body is extremely terrifying. That punch earlier should have contained 4,000 kilograms of force. However, the strength of his physical body is mediocre. The higher his cultivation level, the smaller the advantage he has. He is not a match for us, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Wang Qinian smiled gently and said, "This person is much stronger than we imagined. If you fought with him, you would only have a 50% chance of winning if you did not use your best moves." "Why do you say that?" Wang Qinian said indifferently, "You only paid attention to the speed and strength of his punch. You did not see anything else. That is where he is brilliant." When he answered Lin Feng's question, he took 2 steps forward. This distance was the furthest the tip of Lin Feng's saber could reach after he drew it. Furthermore, he did not attack after he finished speaking. He used sound and speed to create an illusion. It gave people the impression that after he spoke, he and Lin Feng attacked at the same time. Actually, he had already attacked when he said the last 2 words. As for Lin Feng, he only attacked after he heard the sound. Therefore, it is not that Yi Chen is faster than Lin Feng but that he attacked first. Luo Kadi felt that his mind was in a mess. After thinking carefully for a while, he revealed a doubtful expression and said, "That is impossible. How can the speed of sound be faster than what the naked eye can see? No matter how fast he is, even if he surpasses the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to surpass the speed of light. What the naked eye can see is that he attacked first." These words were very tongue-twisting and could easily make people dizzy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Within a short distance, when a person made a punching motion, the sound and movement would definitely be heard at the same time. However, if this person's speed surpassed the speed of sound, people would see an extremely strange scene. The opponent would only be able to hear the sound slowly after he was sent flying far away. The faster you were, the slower it would be for others to hear the sound. However, no matter what, your actions would be seen immediately. Hence, Luo Kadi felt that Wang Qinian's words were contradictory. How could Xiaoqun go against common sense and let others hear the sound first before seeing the action? Wang Qinian smiled faintly and said, "The sound you heard might not have come from his mouth?" "You mean?" His voice was transmitted into people's ears using other methods. Luo Kadi seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wang Qinian in shock. Wang Qinian nodded and said, "That's right. However, it was not transmitted into the ears but directly into the brain. This is because when he said the last 2 words, his lips did not move at all. This is a kind of use of soul energy. I once saw an expert using soul energy in the ancient desolate land. That person was even more powerful than Yi Chen. Not only could he imitate sounds, he could even imprint images into the mind of others." Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqun looked at the familiar peak and could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he last came, but he actually started to miss it. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain, looking into the distance. Xiao Chen's vision was very good. He discovered Lu Ryue, Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng standing there. "Brother Yi, you are finally back." When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen, he went forward and hammered Xiao Chen. "Big brother Yi, are you all right?" Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng welcomed him with smiles. Xiao Chen greeted them one by one. When he saw everyone's enthusiastic expressions, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Ryue revealed a faint smile on her charming face. She stood quietly at the side. After consuming the beauty-nourishing pill that Xiao Chen gave her, she looked even more beautiful than before. No one dared to look her in the eye. Lu Ryue's aura was withdrawn. Compared to the past, it was less sharp. However, it was even more unfathomable. After absorbing the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she was only a step away from Martial King. "Elder Sister Ru, I made you worry." Xiao Chen walked over and said sincerely. Lu Ryue had personally gone down to the mine for him. No matter what, he had to thank her. Lu Ryue carefully sized up Xiao Chen. After a while, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Are you a superior grade martial grand master?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he could not help but be startled. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen. He felt that his aura was flourishing and he could not see through him. Before Xiaochen went to do the mission, he was only a peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. In just 2 months, he had become a superior grade martial grandmaster. This speed was not inferior to a cultivator with an inherited heavenly vein martial spirit. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaochen nod his head in acknowledgement, she said, "That's great. In half a month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be holding the core disciple exam. It looks like you will be able to make it in time. Rest for a while first. Tomorrow I will officially teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." After Lu Riyue spoke, she turned around and left. She did not ask much about what happened to Xiaochen underground. Xiaochen also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome to explain his fortuitous encounter in the underground. If Lu Riyue asked, he would not know how to answer. Chapter 210. Who? A white figure quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain peak. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The white figure was Bai. This little fellow was very playful. After it left with Xiao Meng, it rarely returned. It ran all over Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen knew that it liked to stay in the forest. Furthermore, the mission was dangerous, so he left it behind. When Bai saw Xiaochen's figure, it was very excited. Its snow-white fur gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Its body swayed as it pounced over. Pu Tong. Originally, Bai wanted to jump onto Xiaochen's body. However, when it was only half a meter away from Xiaochen, it fell with a Piu Tong sound. After it got up, it was still in a daze. Its little head shook left and right. It did not understand what was going on. Xiaochen was greatly astonished. He walked forward and picked it up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted over. He could not help but say in astonishment, "What a strong wine smell. Could it be that it drank wine?" Xiao Meng walked over awkwardly and said, "Elder brother Yichen, after you left, Bai accidentally drank Xiao Yang's wine. After that, it became addicted to it. It often gets drunk. No matter where the wine is hidden, its nose can smell it." Xiao Yang also walked over and said embarrassedly, "Elder brother Yichen, I am really sorry. I was already very wary of it. However, its nose is too sensitive. I don't even dare to drink anymore. It even ran to the top of the mountain to ask for wine from the elders." Xiaochen sweated in his heart. It really drank wine. Furthermore, it got drunk. After not seeing it for 2 months, Bai actually developed such a bad habit. Never mind, I will keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. Furthermore, drinking wine is not a bad thing. Xiaochen could only blame Bai for being mischievous. Furthermore, a rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were just ordinary people. It was normal for them to not be able to keep an eye on it. Bai seemed to know that it had made a mistake. It drooped its ears and did not dare to move around in Xiaochen's embrace. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and placed it in the spirit blood jade. Seeing Lu Suifeng at the side, Xiaochen thought of something. He took out 5 black contribution coins and handed them to Lu Suifeng. "Suifeng, when you go to Jade Maiden Peak tomorrow, help me return them to Martial Grand Uncle Shin." Lu Suifeng waved his hand and did not take the contribution coins that Xiaochen handed over. He smiled and said, "My sister already helped you repay the debt you owe the Hall of Contributions. She knew that you owed the Hall of Contributions because you wanted to refine the beauty-nourishing pill. She even scolded me." Xiaochen put away the contribution coins. As he watched Lu Riyue disappear into the mountain peak, his gratitude towards her increased. At night, stars filled the sky and the moon hung high in the branches. Xiaochen went to his own courtyard and took out the flowing light marigold tree, which gave off a golden light. The flowing light marigold on the treetop gave off a dense fragrance. Its spiritual energy was overwhelming. The flowing light marigold had a total of 5 petals. There was not much difference between eating 1 and eating 5. Everyone only had 1 chance to increase their comprehension ability. How much they could increase actually depended on luck. Who knew, after eating it, they might be able to open up their spiritual acupoints and obtain a photographic memory. They might even be able to learn any martial technique after seeing it once. Although everything was possible, the flowing light marigold was an immortal grade spirit herb. After consuming it, it could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability by at least 20%. The effects were very obvious. Of the 5 petals, he would eat one and find an opportunity to give the other 2 to Lu Riyue and her brother. Xiao Yang and his brother did not have martial spirits, so they would not be considered. As for the remaining 2, Xiao Chen could give one to Bai. As for the last one, he would give it to cousin Yulan. In the future, when they met again, he would give it to her. After allocating the 5 petals of the flowing light marigold in his heart, Xiao Chen plucked a golden petal and placed it in his mouth, chewing it gently. A dense and refreshing fragrance filled his entire mouth. The petal turned into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into the meridians of his body. After a while, it permeated into all the pores of Xiao Chen's body. An indescribable carefree feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel carefree and relaxed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in this comfortable feeling, forgetting himself. After a while, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured in. Battle Sage origins, changing character formula, clear wind chop, dragon seizing hand, blue dragon cloud soaring art, flight on wings, rushing thunder chop, all the martial techniques that Xiao Chen had learned appeared in his mind. Some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past suddenly became clear. He was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Chen's thoughts were incomparably clear. He was able to draw inferences about other things from one instance. The changes of the various martial techniques in battle were all sorted out. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were clear like an ancient well, deep and tranquil, making it hard for others to understand. Clear wind chop, blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen shouted and a cool breeze blew in the courtyard. The leaves on the ground were picked up by the cool breeze, dancing in the air continuously, making shwa 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 sounds. The high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, blue dragon tail whip, was executed at the same time as the secret technique of Qingyun Peak, the clear wind chop. Xiao Chen's figure moved in an elegant arc in the air. Who? Something strange happened. Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the cool breeze, suddenly disappeared. The saber light and the human figure disappeared in an instant. Nothing could be seen. Only the cool breeze and the rustling of leaves remained in the huge courtyard. It was incomparably quiet. Kasi. Xiao Chen landed in front of Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber in his hand returned to its scabbard with a huang dang sound. He revealed a joyful expression. I have finally practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the cool breeze behind him suddenly stopped. The leaves in the air rustled and fell. Every leaf was divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and then into countless fragments. Xiao Chen was not sure how much his comprehension ability had increased. However, he felt that compared to before, his comprehension ability had increased by at least 50%, which was half. After Xiao Chen consumed the flowing light flower, he immediately comprehended the clear wind chop, which was only one step away from the spirit gate. He even managed to combine it with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen raised the clear wind chop to an unimaginable level. Not only did it reach the state where one could only see the cool breeze but not the saber, even one's figure was hidden in the wind. Even Lu Riyue and Yi Wen had not reached such a state. As for whether there was anyone else in history who had reached such a state, Xiao Chen did not know. While he was in a daze, Xiao Chen felt that he was in a very strange state. His mind was very agile. This did not seem to be a simple increase in comprehension ability. Rather, it was a state that could only be encountered and not sought. It was similar to the comprehension he had in Evil Wind Valley. At this moment, he felt that no matter what martial technique he practiced, he would be able to make a breakthrough immediately. This feeling was very miraculous. It could only be sensed but not described. It should be a strange effect brought about by the flowing light flower. Xiao Chen felt that the duration of this state was decreasing rapidly. After a period of time, it would definitely disappear. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. This opportunity would not come again. What he needed to consider now was which martial technique he should upgrade in this limited time. Rushing Thunder Chop? No way, I have already comprehended the Rushing Thunder Chop to a very high level. Furthermore, I am very familiar with it. Even if I do not have this opportunity, a breakthrough in the future is just around the corner. Blue dragon cloud soaring art? No way, this is a movement technique. I have already practiced it to small perfection. If I want to raise it to medial perfection, I will have to rely on my own cultivation. After I become a martial saint, I should be able to reach medial perfection. Battle Sage Origins changing character formula? No way, this cultivation technique is too strange. Until now, I have only comprehended a small portion of it. I should need a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough. If I use this opportunity on this, it would be too unfortunate if I fail. Sword technique, flight on wings? This is even worse. This is a martial technique imitated by the changing character formula. I have not practiced it before, it is not worth it. Time was tight, Xiaochen thought about it but he did not know how to make a decision. Suddenly, he thought of a martial technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He revealed a smile and said, I will practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what the second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, is. Furthermore, this cultivation technique has great potential. If I can make use of this opportunity to comprehend it, my combat prowess will immediately increase. After he made up his mind, Xiaochen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground with the scabbard. He circulated his energy and got into a stance, starting to practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. A ferocious tiger image appeared behind Xiaochen. His entire body was like a ferocious tiger. His chi and blood burned, the king of beasts descending. The king's aura of 100 beasts surged out into the surroundings from Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen let out a long roar. It was deafening like rolling thunder. A small tree in the courtyard broke with a ka sound from this roar. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaochen bent his body and took a heavy step forward with his right foot. His entire body flew forward and punched out ferociously. The tiger image behind him let out another long roar. Xiaochen felt an explosive force in his right hand. When he punched the air, it gave off a resounding explosion. The air was blasted apart by this punch, and ripples spread out. Dust particles that could not be seen by the naked eye kept exploding in the air. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. I did not expect that under such a wondrous state, the might of my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains punch would increase significantly. After this punch, Xiaochen circulated his energy for the next Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Fist. Immediately, some strange information appeared in his mind. It was unknown where this information came from, but it suddenly imprinted itself in Xiaochen's mind. It was all an explanation of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. Xiaochen closed his eyes and did his best to absorb this information. After a while, he opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his unchanging eyes. So, this was the meaning of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. The second move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was not used for offense. Instead, it was an extremely strong and firm defensive move. It required the practitioner to materialize the aura of a dragon and tiger. With the dragon and tiger on the body, one's aura would be withdrawn and would not be able to unleash it. With the strength of the dragon and tiger, one would be able to withstand the 5 mountains, and rivers. At the same time, it would store up energy for the next move, the dragon hissing tiger roar. If Xiaochen did not practice this move to great perfection, he would never be able to practice the next move. His left hand turned into a dragon, piercing through the sky. His right hand turned into a tiger, 100 beasts surged. With the dragon and tiger on the body, the mountains and rivers did not fear. Xiaochen's heart was clear. Relying on this wondrous state, he materialized the aura of a dragon and tiger on his arms. His entire person became extremely calm. The surrounding air seemed to condense without any fluctuations. Chapter 211. Kill! Xiaochen stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He crossed his arms in front of him. Instantly, a tiger and a dragon intersected, merging with Xiaochen's body. A faint golden glow appeared on his body. A tiger and a dragon moved around the surface of his body. Xiaochen withdrew his aura, waiting to unleash it. A horrifying force was accumulating. Xiaochen felt all the muscles in his body swell up. There was a strong force that seemed like it would gush out at any moment. However, this horrifying force was not unleashed in the end. It slowly disappeared. Xiaochen knew why he had not successfully executed the dragon hissing tiger roar in this wondrous state. It was because this great dragon tiger fist used the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as its foundation. If he had not cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the fourth layer, the dragon roar piercing the heavens, he would not be able to materialize the true might of the azure dragon. In order to balance the might of the azure dragon, the ferocious tiger could only lower its own aura. Thus, the crouching tiger hidden dragon would not be able to reach great perfection. Shua! After Xiaochen executed the crouching tiger hidden dragon, that wondrous state immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, what a pity. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the fourth layer, I would not have been able to do so. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the fourth layer, I might have been able to completely comprehend the great dragon tiger fist in one go. Although the state disappeared, the comprehension ability that the flowing light flower gave him did not decrease. It would accompany Xiaochen for the rest of his life, giving him boundless benefits. Xiaochen plucked another flowing light flower petal and released Bai from the spirit blood jade. At this moment, Bai had already sobered up. It looked angrily at Xiaochen, blaming Xiaochen for locking it up. Xiaochen took out a golden petal and wanted to give it to Bai to eat. Who knew that the little fellow would ignore him no matter what he said, as though it was really angry. Don't be angry, little fellow. Here's something good to eat. After you eat it, I will not lock you up again. Xiaochen was like a wolf grandmother tempting it with a smile. Bai lay on the ground and pretended not to hear what Xiaochen said. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. This fellow really couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of this flowing light marigold flower, the scarlet-crowned snake had waited bitterly for God knows how many years. On the other hand, the flowing light flower had a much stronger effect on spirit beasts than on humans. Under certain circumstances, it could even allow spirit beasts to transform in advance. Therefore, the flowing light flower must be given to Bai. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Xiaochen walked over and called out a few more times. The little guy just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, ignoring him. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he could only use his trump card. He took out a bottle of Liushang Pavilion's wine from his universe ring. Squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian opened the bottle cap and shook it a few times. A rich aroma of wine immediately drifted out. Boom! A white figure flashed before Xiaochen's eyes. It was like a white specter. Strangely, it could not move at all. It pounced towards the wine bottle in Xiaochen's hand. Fortunately, Xiaochen was prepared. With a shua sound, he switched the wine bottle to his other hand. Otherwise, it might really be snatched away by Bai's sudden leap. You have really become a little drunkard. Eat this flower petal first, then I will give you the wine. Otherwise, there is no way, Xiaochen said as he patted Bai's head. Bai looked at Xiaochen with a wronged expression. Its cute eyes were misty. It looked very pitiful. It stood up straight and used its white claws to hook onto the wine bottle in Xiaochen's hand. When Xiaochen saw how pitiful it was, his heart softened. He said, I'm afraid of you. You are really a little ancestor. I can't hit you or scold you. I even have to provide you with good food and drinks. Bai gulped down a big mouthful of wine. Its little face revealed a blush. Then, it suddenly snatched away the flowing light flower petal in Xiaochen's hand. It made a face at Xiaochen and slipped away. Xiaochen revealed a smile. He used his spiritual sense to chase after it. When he discovered that it had not gone far, he relaxed. After leaving Mo City, Bai had been following him everywhere. There were a few times when they met with danger, and Bai had saved him more than once. Xiaochen had long forgotten his purpose in capturing Bai. Now, in his eyes, Bai was no longer a pet but his best companion. Although Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation and grew very quickly, its current combat prowess was no weaker than a regular martial saint's. However, Xiaochen had never thought of asking it to help him in battle. There were a few times when Bai wanted to run out and help him. However, he blocked it in the mixed blood cloud, not letting it out. It was fine as long as it could live happily. If it got injured in battle or got into an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone through the window and onto Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and let out a drawn-out breath. He slowly got up and stretched his body. After a night of cultivation, he was filled with vigor. He was full of energy, qi, and spirit. He was filled with energy. After washing up, Xiao Chen rushed to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Lu Riyue had already agreed to teach him listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chen finally had a clear idea of his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He quickened his pace. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen walked out of the courtyard, a white figure leaped out. Its glossy body reflected a faint glow. It nimbly jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. To Xiao Chen, Xiao Bai's petite body was almost negligible. It did not put any pressure on him at all when it sat on his shoulder. Xiao Chen did not know what difference the flowing light flower made to Bai. He was curious. He could not help but gently pull Bai from his shoulder into his embrace and observe it carefully. Bai's eyes flickered with an intelligent glow. When Xiao Chen looked into its eyes, he felt that it was more intelligent than usual. He could see a trace of shyness in the depths of its eyes. Shyness? I must have seen wrongly. It does not make sense for such a human-like gaze to appear in Bai's eyes. Xiao Chen composed himself and looked again. That shyness had already disappeared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed seen wrongly. Xiao Chen placed Bai back on his shoulder. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingyun Peak's dueling plaza. It was unknown when Lu Riyue had arrived. She was currently guiding Lu Suifeng in martial techniques. The expression on her face was very stern, and there was some disappointment in her eyes. You failed the exam last year. Your bone age is already 19. If you fail again, you will never be able to become a core disciple. Don't go to Jade Maiden Peak for now. I have already helped you apply for leave, Lu Riyue said with a sullen expression. Lu Suifeng said with a bitter expression, that can't be. Sis, I have an appointment with Miss Xinyun in the afternoon. We are going to do a mission together. Don't. Lu Riyue smacked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. You are useless. She is already a core disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. She might even be a true inheritor. Look at you. You are still acting like trash. In this Tianwu continent, if you do not have strong strength, how can you protect the people you love? You are not even as strong as a girl and you still have the cheek to chase after her. I feel ashamed for you. Lu Suifeng rubbed his head and said, Sis, you can't say that. Then wouldn't a strong and ferocious woman like you have to spend the rest of your life alone? You are asking for a beating. Lu Suifeng nimbly dodged to the side and continued, sis, I am not wrong. Look at the great Qin nation, which man can defeat you? It would be difficult to find one. You still dare to talk back. You will stay in Qingyun Peak until the end of the month. Lu Riyue glared at Lu Suifeng and said fiercely. When she heard Xiao Chen's footsteps, Lu Riyue could not be bothered with Lu Suifeng. When Lu Riyue saw Bai on Xiao Chen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and felt it was strange. She said, This little fellow, why does it seem like he has more spiritual energy than yesterday? Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lu Riyue's words. A happy expression appeared on her face as she blinked at Lu Riyue a few times. After a while, he cheered and jumped down energetically. He grabbed onto Xiao Chen's leg and shook it continuously. Xiao Chen knew what it meant. He took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring. Bai held the wine and immediately ran to the side happily. Lu Riyue revealed a rare warm smile on her face. She said, This little fellow will be fine after drinking too much, right? Xiao Chen joked, Let him be, he is fine after drinking a little. As long as he doesn't go crazy, he will be fine. Lu Riyue withdrew her smile. She did not forget what she was here for today. She said, Come with me. Knowing what Lu Riyue was going to teach him, Xiao Chen felt excited in his heart. He quickly followed. Lu Riyue brought Xiao Chen to a weapon rack and stopped. There were all sorts of sabers on the weapon rack. Lu Riyue drew the small saber in her hand with a huang dang sound. The entire weapon rack could not help but shake. All the sabers on the weapon rack flew into the air with a "kasi" sound. Dang! Ding! Lu Ryue shouted softly, and all the sabers stabbed into the ground 2 meters deep. They were incomparably neat and densely packed around the two of them. There were at least 500 weapons around them. Xiaochen was startled. This gentle and quiet communicating with spirit was truly impressive. When fighting with others, if one could control their opponent's weapon, they would already have won half the battle. Before the battle even started, they would already be halfway to victory. After losing their weapons, unless they were people who practiced close combat, their combat prowess would be greatly reduced. Lu Ryue stood across from Xiaochen. She had a calm expression on her face as she sheathed her saber. She said indifferently, listening to the sword and communicating with spirit is split into 4 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they are listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with the spirit. Up until now, I have only reached the stage of controlling the sword. The technique I just executed is what I can achieve after I reach great perfection in controlling the sword. Xiaochen listened carefully. When he saw Lu Ryue stop, he asked, "Actually, I have a question. Why is listening to the sword and communicating with spirit called listening to the sword and not listening to the saber and communicating with spirit? Why is it known for the sword?" Lu Ryue explained, "The saber did not exist in the beginning. A long time ago, there was only one type of weapon in the continent, the sword. There were all sorts of swords. The saber was derived from the shape of the sword. Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit was originally a state of the sword. This state could be applied to the saber. After people got used to it, they were too lazy to change it." Chapter 212. So, there was such a principle. This was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. However, did this prove that the sword was the most orthodox of all weapons? Lu Ryue continued, "There are many states in the sword that cannot be applied to the saber. Of course, there are many unique states in saber techniques. However, these are too far away for us. There is no need to consider them for now." There were other states in the saber. This was the first time Xiaochen heard of this. However, what Lu Ryue said was right. He did not even have a clue about listening to the sword and communicating with it. Thinking about his own state was indeed too far away. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I understand the principle behind this. Elder Sister Ryue, let's begin. How do I enter the first state?" Lu Ryue smiled somewhat helplessly. She looked very charming as she said, "Actually, I do not know how to enter it either. Back then, when I was practicing with the saber, I entered that state. Such experience will not be of much help to you. That is why when you suggested teaching you listening to the sword and communicating with it, I had no way of teaching you. These days, I have been thinking about how to teach you, how to let you learn listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiaochen felt depressed in his heart. After spending so much effort, could it be that in the end, she would just say that she comprehended it on her own? That would be as good as not having it at all. Fortunately, Lu Ryue's next words dispelled his suspicions. This allowed him to not feel too depressed. Since ancient times, states have always been comprehended by oneself. There has never been a precedent of someone trying to achieve it with the help of others. I have thought of some methods, but I am not very confident. You have to be mentally prepared. Xiaochen smiled faintly. It does not matter. Having little confidence is better than having no confidence at all. It is better to do it. If it is not possible, I will not force it. Lu Ryue heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. In that case, I can rest assured. The girl in the lunar shadow saber should be very important to you. Otherwise, you would not be willing to delay your cultivation to wake her up. Ao Jiao's appearance appeared in Xiaochen's mind. He remembered the promise he made to the Thunder King. Xiaochen said very seriously, "It is very important, very important. Elder Sister Ryue, you woke her up previously. Can this method still be used?" The last time they fought against Song Ke, Lu Ryue had successfully awakened Ao Jiao. If she really had a way to completely make Ao Jiao fantasize, then Xiaochen would not have to worry about it. Lu Ryue smiled and said, "That won't do. After all, that is not my saber. Furthermore, I only managed to achieve this effect after I forcefully used spirit communication. If you want to truly awaken it, you will have to rely on yourself. In the training field of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not use any essence and just sat there quietly. His mind was blank and he did not think about anything. Around him, 500 long sabers were inserted into the ground in a circle around him. Faintly, a faint light was flickering on each of the long sabers. From time to time, they would spit out a cold glint. When one blinked, an illusion of 10,000 horses galloping and 1,000 soldiers roaring appeared in their minds. It was very majestic, as though it was happening right before their eyes. These 500 sabers all had their own origins. The lunar shadow saber, still in its scabbard, lay quietly beside Xiao Chen. Among the 500 sabers, it looked very ordinary, not eye-catching at all. Lu Rue stood quietly at the side and looked at Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. She revealed a gentle smile and muttered to herself, "I hope it will be of some use." "Sis, can you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it by stabbing 500 broken sabers into the ground and letting your imagination run wild? I think it is very mysterious," Lu Suifeng said as he ran behind Lu Rue at some point in time. Lu Rue's expression was as calm as water. There were no fluctuations in her expression. She said indifferently, "Broken sabers? Go and find 500 of these broken sabers for me to take a look." Every saber here was obtained from the ancient saber formation. Although they are not of high rank, they have existed for more than 10,000 years and possess a trace of Dao. You actually call them broken sabers? I can't be bothered to say anything more. The full name of the saber formation in Saber City was the Ancient Absolute Saber Formation. It had existed since the ancient era and had operated for more than 10,000 years. Even now, there were no signs of its might weakening. No one knew the origins of the saber formation. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, no one had entered the center of the saber formation to see what was supporting the operation of the Ancient Absolute Saber Formation. What made the saber formation famous was that as long as one could escape unscathed from the saber formation, they would be able to obtain a treasured saber. The longer one lasted in the saber formation, the more valuable the treasured saber would be. However, the saber formation was very dangerous. It was already very difficult for a martial saint to last for an hour. Even someone as strong as a martial monarch would not last more than half a day. If one wanted to obtain a treasured saber with a trace of Dao that had existed for more than 10,000 years, the chances were very small. It was clear how difficult it was for Lu Rue to obtain 500 of such treasured sabers in one go. Lu Suifeng revealed an astonished expression. "Sis, 500 of such sabers? You probably moved half of the stock in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How did you do it?" Lu Rue said softly, "Lu Chen owes me a favor. Coincidentally, his old man is in charge of these tools. So I borrowed them. After all, I have to return them after using them." So he agreed. Lu Suifeng's expression was exaggerated. He pretended to be hurt as he said, "Sis, I am starting to suspect if you are my biological sister. Why don't I receive such treatment? This is too hurtful." Lu Rue looked at Lu Suifeng resentfully. She said, "Before you were 13 years old, did I not put in enough effort on you? I laid such a good foundation for you. Now you have wasted it all. You still have the cheek to say that?" Lu Suifeng laughed out loud. "Sis, I discovered that you are not calm, like you are hiding something. Have you fallen in love? Actually, I can help you matchmake. Look at Brother Yi. His future is boundless. He will not have any problems with the core disciple exam this time. Furthermore, he is already a superior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 16. His cultivation talent is not much weaker than yours. He is completely worthy of you. The most important thing is that Brother Yi does not seem to have anyone he likes. You can take advantage of this and bang. Before Lu Suifeng could finish jabbering on, he heard a gust of wind. A slender leg appeared in front of him and kicked him heavily in the chest. There was a loud boom, and his body flew back rapidly like a sandbag. He cried out in pain in the air. He flew far away and crashed into the wall of the dueling grounds before falling to the ground. Lu Suifeng got up and felt his entire body aching. He could not help but groan in pain. This is really not an ordinary kind of pain. However, it seems like the result is good. There is hope. When the somewhat drunk Bai saw Lu Suifeng suddenly land beside him, his face turned red. He cried out excitedly and sent out a palm strike. A huge shockwave was created. The shockwave turned into a violent gale, sweeping Lu Suifeng's body into the air. When the gale returned, Lu Suifeng's body landed heavily on the ground once again. This time, he fell even harder than before. His bones nearly broke. When Lu Suifeng saw the drunk Bai crying out with a slightly red face, he was startled. Damn! This little thing is getting drunk again. Quickly run! In the days when Xiaochen was not around, every time Bai got drunk, he would occasionally get drunk. Furthermore, he especially liked to use Lu Suifeng as a target. This had already left a deep impression on him. Because they were afraid of Xiaochen blaming them, they did not tell Xiaochen about this. Lu Suifeng circulated his essence and dashed out of the dueling grounds. Bai turned into a white phantom. His speed was much faster than Lu Suifeng's. He cried out and chased after him. Lu Riyue saw all this but did not care. This was not the first time Lu Suifeng had been chased by Bai. Although Bai was mischievous, he would not really injure Lu Suifeng. In Lu Riyue's opinion, this was a good way to train Lu Suifeng's reaction speed and ability to resist attacks. On the other hand, Xiaochen sat on the ground, focusing his mind on the spiritual pedestal. His mind was clear, and he did not think of anything as he sat there quietly. At the start, when Lu Riyue told him her first method, he felt it was strange, just like Lu Suifeng. However, since he chose to believe in Lu Riyue, he had to keep believing in her. He had to open his heart and trust her unreservedly. After an unknown amount of time, the world in front of Xiaochen suddenly changed. He discovered he was in a pitch-black space. There was nothing around him. His surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound at all. Huang dang dang! The 500 sabers on the ground suddenly started shaking non-stop. The shaking became more and more intense. The entire dueling grounds trembled slightly. Lu Riyue revealed an extremely joyful expression. She looked at Xiaochen on the ground and said, "The ancient saber intents have merged into one. Now, it is up to you whether you can catch them or not. Do not disappoint me." The pitch-black space was like the galaxy outside. It was filled with boundless darkness. Suddenly, 10,000 spots of light appeared. It was like 10,000 lanterns slowly lighting up. In the dazzling space, it was extremely beautiful. Xiaochen was startled as he said, "What is this? Where exactly is this place? Wasn't I in Qingyun Peak's dueling grounds? How did I end up here?" Shua, shua. Just as Xiaochen was feeling suspicious, the 10,000 spots of light filled the sky and flew over. When they got close, Xiaochen discovered that these spots of light were actually sabers glowing with light. Countless sabers glowed with light as they flew around in front of Xiaochen. They had long flaming tails behind them. In this pitch-black space, they displayed a different kind of splendor. Faster! 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 An urgent voice kept ringing in Xiaochen's heart, urging him to hurry up. It was urging him to find a saber that belonged to him in this space. A saber quickly flew towards Xiaochen like a meteor. Xiaochen was startled. If he was struck by this saber, he would die on the spot. He quickly dodged to the side. Shua, shua. A few more sabers continuously flew at Xiaochen. They were as fast as meteors. Xiaochen felt very anxious. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and moved around continuously in this pitch-black space. Chapter 213. However, the more he dodged, the more sabers flew at him from the sky. In the end, it became very strenuous for him. Wounds of varying depths started to appear on his body, and blood dripped down. What exactly is this? Lu Suifeng, elder sister Ryu, can you hear me? Xiaochen shouted anxiously. However, aside from the whistling of saber lights, there was nothing else in this space. Quick, quick, find your saber. Find your saber. That urgent voice resounded in Xiao Chen's heart once again. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, 1,000 soldiers crossing the border. Urgent! 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 Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from saber lights, there were only saber lights. Where was his saber? He tried calling out to the universe ring in his hand a few times, but he could not open it. His saber was not here at all. Damn it! Where exactly is this place? Xiao Chen roared and stopped dodging. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. The bones in his body crackled as he executed the great dragon-tiger fist continuously. The saber lights flying at him were shattered by the force of 6,000 kilograms of force. They turned into motes of starlight and disappeared into the boundless void. However, these saber lights seemed to be boundless. They were uncountable. No matter how many he shattered, there were still millions of saber lights flying at him. The dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak trembled continuously. Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, frowned. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were tightly shut. He revealed a pained expression, as though he was in a nightmare. Lu Riyue's expression turned grave. She muttered, "Am I too anxious? Yichen, you can do it. Once you find your saber, you can come out. You can definitely do it." Lu Riyue intertwined her hands together, twisting them continuously. Unknowingly, her hands had already turned purple. However, Lu Riyue did not notice it. It was clear that she was feeling very conflicted. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" The commotion in the training grounds was too big. When Lu Suifeng, who had been chased out by Bai, saw the commotion, he immediately rushed back. When Bai, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, he seemed to be able to feel the anxiety in Xiao Chen's heart. His drunken state immediately disappeared. With a low roar, he turned into a white phantom and pounced toward Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the ancient treasured saber. However, just as he pounced forward, a horrifying shockwave rose from the 500 sabers and sent Bai flying. He landed heavily on the ground and bounced a long distance. Bai's cute face suddenly revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Its black eyes turned blood red. It let out a long roar, and a monstrous aura spread out from its small body. Lu Riyue pushed off with her feet and teleported behind Bai. Her palm turned into a saber and struck Bai's neck, knocking it out before it went berserk. Rumble! On the spacious martial arts field, a strong wind blew. The bright space became dim and the ground trembled even more violently. The 500 sabers fluttered and flickered nonstop. The clanging of the sabers reverberated in the training grounds. Lu Suifeng did not understand what was going on. He became even more anxious. "Elder sister, what is going on? What is going on?" Lu Riyue gently hugged the unconscious Bai and said, "I used these 500 sabers and the magic crystal stones under the training grounds to merge the ancient saber intent into a small ancient absolute saber formation." Lu Suifeng turned pale with fright. Ancient absolute saber formation. Yi Chen is at the center of the formation. Will he be fine? Lu Riyue's charming face was calm as she said, "Compared to the true ancient absolute saber formation, the might of this formation is much weaker. If you want to forcefully obtain the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, you have to take some risks. It is impossible." However, you should have told him in advance. He was not mentally prepared at all. I was afraid he would not be able to walk out of it. The worry on Lu Suifeng's face did not lessen. Lu Riyue said unhurriedly, "There are some things that are meaningless if you know them in advance. As long as he can find his own saber, this ancient absolute saber formation will break on its own. At that time, he will forcefully comprehend the first state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, listening to the sword." Boundless saber lights shot out in all directions in the dark space. Xiao Chen's body was like a tiger and a dragon. He relied on the huge strength of his physical body to shatter the sabers flying at him. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, reverberating in this boundless darkness. Although he would be fine for the time being, Xiao Chen became increasingly anxious. No matter how ferocious his strength was, There would come a time when it would run out. At that time, 10,000 sabers would pierce his heart and he would have no chance of surviving. Quick, quick, draw your saber. Draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out incessantly again, lingering in Xiao Chen's ears. Bastard, you only know how to shout. You are bare-handed. Where did the saber come from? There is no reaction from the universe ring. Even if you shout 10,000 times, the saber will not come out. Xiao Chen could not help but curse loudly. However, no one answered his question. That anxious voice continued to ring out incessantly. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. At this moment of life and death, his mind slowly cleared up. It seemed like ever since he entered this world, he had been in a state of anxiety, disrupting his normal thinking. Xiao Chen would not normally be this anxious. There was only one reason for this. It was the voice ringing out incessantly in his heart. That anxious figure, which was like 10,000 galloping horses, caused Xiao Chen's heart to be filled with anxiety, disrupting his thinking. If Xiao Chen wanted to leave this strange space and resolve this crisis, there was only one way. He had to find out where the voice was coming from and draw the saber it spoke of. Quick, quick, draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out again like a demonic voice. Xiao Chen focused and did his best to maintain a clear mind, not getting infected by the frenzy in the voice. So that's how it is. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. He revealed a calm smile on his face. Where the saber is, the voice will be. Where the saber is, the voice will be. In other words, where the voice is, the saber will be. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Where the voice is, isn't the voice in my heart. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Chen shouted and materialized the might of a tiger and dragon. He crossed his arms in front of him. With the tiger and dragon in his body, he could instantly block the force of tens of thousands of kilograms, fearless of mountains and rivers. Dang, ding, ding, ding. The countless saber lights flying at him were blocked by a barrier of light. They trembled continuously. Xiao Chen pushed his arms forward and blocked all the saber lights. Pu Ci. Taking advantage of the fact that the saber lights could not reach him for a short period of time, Xiao Chen stabbed his 5 fingers into his heart like a sharp knife. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain, flowing out continuously. Since that anxious voice came from his heart, naturally, the saber was in his heart as well. This place was definitely not a normal space. He should be in a mental illusion somewhere. However, even if it was a mental illusion, if one died, there was a high chance that one's real body would die as well. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to take a gamble. Who? Suddenly, a resplendent light came out from his chest. The pained expression on Xiao Chen's face eased significantly. Then he slowly withdrew his right hand. A girl made of light followed Xiao Chen's right hand and slowly flew out from his chest. When the girl's body completely left, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest quickly healed. Is this the saber hidden in my heart? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the girl's appearance. He revealed an astonished expression. Qinyun Peak, Dueling Grounds. Within the saber formation, the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Chen placed beside him suddenly trembled non-stop. With a huang dang sound, it automatically came out of its scabbard and danced in the air. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the entire miniature ancient absolute saber formation stopped trembling. Shua! Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, grabbing the lunar shadow saber that was dancing non-stop. Xiao Chen had a solemn expression as he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. He held the index and middle fingers of his left hand together and slowly slid them from the bottom of the lunar shadow saber to the tip. As Xiao Chen's fingers slid across the saber lit up with the resplendent light. When his fingers slid across the tip of the saber, the light on the saber was already very resplendent and dazzling. After the light faded, the pitch-black lunar shadow saber turned completely white. The saber flickered with a cold light. It was even sharper than before. When Xiao Chen felt the energy in the lunar shadow saber, he revealed a smile. He said, "The seal is finally broken a little. The lunar shadow saber is now a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It has officially advanced to an inferior-grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon. When Lu Ryue saw the lunar shadow saber transform successfully, her anxious face finally relaxed. She gently released Bai from her embrace. Wang. The frenzied shaking of the dueling grounds finally stopped. The 500 ancient treasured sabers containing Daoist on the ground all left the ground and returned to their scabbards. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the scabbard flew into his grasp. He sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile on his face as he walked over to Lu Ryue. Did you find the saber? Can you feel the saber's breathing and pulse? Lu Ryue asked Xiao Chen softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said helplessly, I did find it, but I did not feel anything special. The lunar shadow saber is different from what I imagined. In that pitch-black space, just as Xiao Chen was about to see the appearance of the girl, she suddenly turned into countless figures of light. The entire space disappeared and he returned to reality. Lu Ryue revealed a doubtful expression. She could not understand. She said, I clearly found my saber in that space, but why did I not enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it? Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, maybe the method is wrong. I will try another method tomorrow. That's all we can do. Lu Ryue nodded before saying, that's right, there is still half a month before the core disciple exam begins. You can go and make some preparations. Use your contribution points to exchange for martial techniques in Qingyun Peak's library. Tomorrow, I will get Sui Feng to bring you to the library. You should go back and rest first. At the same time, think about what martial techniques you want to exchange for. Chapter 214. Xiao Chen nodded and carried the unconscious Bai into his embrace. He asked, what's wrong with Bai? Lu Sui Feng said, it wanted to go berserk to save you, but my sis knocked it out first. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a spirit beast, going berserk would have a huge repercussions. This was especially so for Bai, which was still in its infancy state. The repercussions from going berserk would be even stronger. That's right, Brother Yi, you should make Bai drink less in the future, Lu Sui Feng said gravely when he thought about how Bai had chased him all over the mountain. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, why? This is a little complicated to explain. Actually, Lu Sui Feng spoke incoherently for a long time, but he was still too embarrassed to say that Bai had chased him all over the place. It was night, the waning moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were dim. Xiao Chen stood in his own courtyard, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand. He held 2 fingers on his left hand and moved them around the saber. The light on the snow-white saber became increasingly resplendent. As the friction intensified, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was driven, pouring into the saber in an endless stream. In the next moment, streams of sharp saber chi spewed out from the saber, dancing wildly in the air. These saber chi were different from the saber chi of a regular cultivator. The sharp saber chi contained the power of thunder. Electricity danced along with the saber chi, filling the entire sky of the courtyard. Xiao Chen released his fingers, and the saber chi in the air instantly disappeared. After the electricity flickered for a while, it also disappeared without a trace. After coming out from that pitch-black space, although Xiao Chen did not comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, he seemed to have comprehended another unknown state. This allowed him to unleash saber chi with electricity at the martial Grand Master realm. The might of this saber chi was even stronger than the saber chi of some inferior-grade martial saints. Furthermore, its potential was far from being developed. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hand. He was filled with doubts. This was the first time he realized that he could not understand this saber at all. Everything in that pitch-black space was very strange. After that, Xiao Chen learned from Lu Ryue that it was a spiritual space formed by the ancient saber intent. It could trigger the saber intent hidden in the depths of a cultivator's heart. After Xiao Chen understood this, he became even more confused. The saber intent of the lunar shadow saber was actually that of an unfamiliar girl. Although he did not see her appearance clearly, Xiao Chen was sure that it was not Ao Jiao. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Suifeng waiting for him. Suifeng, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao Chen greeted. Lu Suifeng smiled gently. It's fine, I just arrived as well. I did not wait for long. Let's go, I'll bring you to the library. The two of them chatted happily as they walked to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Bai appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, startling Lu Suifeng. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked when he saw Lu Suifeng's shocked expression. Lu Suifeng smiled awkwardly. Nothing, let's continue on our way. That's right, how many contribution points do you have? What martial technique do you intend to exchange for? Xiao Chen had already thought of what martial technique to exchange for. He did not need a cultivation technique for now. Although he was not clear on the rank of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, based on Xiao Chen's slow cultivation speed, he knew that this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. He also did not need a fist technique or a movement technique. Thinking about it, Qingyun Peak did not have any martial techniques that surpassed the Great Dragon Tiger Fist and the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. There was no need to consider them. The only thing Xiao Chen lacked was a good saber technique. After Xiao Chen's improvements, the Rushing Thunder Saber technique had already reached the inferior grade Earth ranked. However, it was too straightforward, there was no room for maneuver. If he met one or two enemies, it would be fine. However, if he met a group of enemies with similar cultivation realms, it would be very difficult to deal with them. He could only use the changing character formula to simulate a martial technique. However, the changing character formula could simulate a martial technique. Before he made a breakthrough in his Battle Sage origins, the martial techniques that he copied would be very different from the martial techniques that he cultivated. Thus, Xiao Chen urgently needed a saber technique. It would be best if it was an Earth-ranked 1 or above. Profound-ranked and Yellow-ranked ones were useless, they were just a waste of time. There was no need to consider it. However, he did not know if Qingyun Peak had any martial techniques above Earth-ranked. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen asked, there are martial techniques above Earth-ranked in Qingyun Peak's library. I have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough? A cocky smile appeared on Lu Suifeng's handsome face. He said, if you were in the other peaks, you would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain an Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it would require a lot of contribution points. There would be very few Earth-ranked martial techniques to choose from. However, this is not a problem in Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak was once the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Among the 7 peaks, it has the most complete martial techniques. There are 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques, second only to the main hall's library. In a situation where Heaven-ranked martial techniques did not appear, Earth-ranked martial techniques were already the peak martial techniques in the continent. Any large clan that possessed an Earth-ranked martial technique would be able to prosper for several hundred years. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was truly worthy of being a great sect with 10,000 years of inheritance. Just a random peak already had 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques. Their accumulations were truly shocking. I only have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough? Xiao Chen asked worriedly. After all, this was the first time he was using contribution points to exchange for a martial technique. He did not know how much contribution points were worth. Lu Suifeng blushed with shame. Can you not use such a tone? What do you mean by I only have 1,000 contribution points? You speak as though 1,000 contribution points are nothing. How can I, a person who cannot even earn 500 contribution points in half a year, endure this? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I don't understand this. Just tell me if I can exchange for it or not. I can tell you with certainty that I can. You are not really going to exchange for it. You are just borrowing a handwritten copy. It is more than enough, there is no need to worry, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Chen relaxed. If that was the case, he had underestimated the purchasing power of contribution points. Who knows, he might be able to borrow a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique. The two of them continued towards the top of the mountain. The mountain path was rugged, but with their cultivations, it was like walking on flat ground. They advanced very quickly and before long, they saw a group of majestic pavilions and terraces. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach their destination. The distance was not short. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng, who was walking in front, stopped. He asked Xiaoqin, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my elder sister?" The power of this question was very strong. When Xiaoqin heard this, he was stunned. He stopped moving quickly. Bai, who was on his shoulder, nearly fell off. He glared fiercely at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng ignored Bai, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He continued to smile and asked, "What do you think of my elder sister?" Xiaoqin said carefully, "This depends on what I am talking about. Your question is too general." Lu Suifeng smiled gently and continued, "In that case, I will ask in more detail. Do you think my elder sister is pretty?" "She is very flirtatious, absolutely beautiful," Xiaoqin said honestly after thinking for a while. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and continued, "What do you think of my elder sister's martial arts?" "She is very talented, a dragon among men." "Then, does my elder sister treat you well?" "She spent a lot of effort to complete the ancient absolute saber formation yesterday, as well as all the other things in the past." I have nothing more to say." The smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He said, "Say, a girl like her should be someone that people would fight over. She should be a rare resource, right?" Xiaoqin continued to nod his head. That is indeed the case." "In that case, how about I introduce my elder sister to you?" Xiaoqian's mind buzzed. He thought he heard wrong. He asked doubtfully, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Lu Suifeng laughed. "Is it not clear enough? In that case I will say it slowly. How about you become my brother-in-law?" Hu Qi. Bai, who was sitting on Xiaoqian's shoulder, leaped up and landed on top of Lu Suifeng's head. His snow-white claws scratched Lu Suifeng's head continuously. The sudden situation caught Lu Suifeng off guard. His hands kept pulling upwards as he said anxiously, "Don't move. I just did my hair this morning. It hurts, it hurts." In the end, the more he pulled, the more confused he became. Bai's speed was much faster than his. He could not keep up at all. In the confusion, he suddenly lost his balance and rolled down. Xiaoqin was distracted by Lu Suifeng's question. When he heard Lu Suifeng cry out miserably, he recovered his wits. However, he discovered that it was too late to help. Lu Suifeng had already rolled down far away. However, although the mountain path was rugged, it was not steep. With Lu Suifeng's physique, he would only suffer some superficial wounds at most. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly and turned around to continue walking up. Not long after, a gust of wind blew behind Xiaoqin. Lu Suifeng had Bai on his head. His complexion was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He walked over to Xiaoqin. "Big brother Yi, put away this little ancestor. It is playing with me to death." Bai squatted on Lu Suifeng's head. There was a faint smile on his face. His snow-white hands occasionally patted Lu Suifeng's forehead. His intelligent eyes looked innocently at Xiaoqin. It was very moving. This little fellow did something bad, yet he still put on an innocent and cute appearance. It was impossible to get angry with him. Xiaoqin could only carry him down and place him on the mountain path. Lu Suifeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He brushed his hair back and continued to say to Xiaoqin, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my earlier words? You answered my earlier questions very quickly. Stop hesitating. Didn't you say that everything about my sister is good? What are you hesitating for? Don't you like her? Just say the word and I will do it for you. I'm leaving." A white figure flew towards Lu Suifeng again. This time, Lu Suifeng was prepared and dodged to the side. When Xiaoqin saw Bai was still messing around, he temporarily placed it in the spirit blood jade. Then he said to Lu Suifeng, "I do like her, but it is not that kind of like. Furthermore, I am not strong enough now. If there is someone I love, I will not be able to protect them. I can only focus on cultivation for now. Brother Lu, let's not talk about this anymore." Chapter 215. Lu Suifeng continued, You are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Being together will not affect your cultivation. Instead, you will improve together. There is no need to worry. When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled. He was truly amused by Lu Suifeng. All right, you don't have to say any more. I know what you are thinking. You want me to distract your sister so that you can chase after Chu Xinyun in peace. But Xiaochen withdrew his smile and said seriously, your sister is right. In this world where the strong rule, without sufficient strength, you cannot act rashly. You will understand this sooner or later. Lu Suifeng had lived under Lu Ryue's protection since he was young. He probably did not have many opportunities to go down the mountain. He did not understand this world as well as Xiaochen. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. However, Xiaochen was about the same age as him, so he could not say it out loud. He could only shake his head in his heart. When Lu Suifeng saw that his trick was seen through, he laughed awkwardly. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time. After that, the two of them did not say anything. They hurried on their way. Soon, under Lu Suifeng's lead, Xiaochen arrived at Qingyun Peak's library. More than 10 divine saber camp bladesmen stood on both sides expressionlessly. Even though they had withdrawn their killing chi, when they stood side by side, they still gave off a sense of pressure. Xiaochen did not expect to meet people from the divine saber camp here. However, when he thought about it, he understood. The place where any sect or faction kept their secret manuals was a forbidden area. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to send people from the Divine Saber Camp to guard this place was reasonable. There were probably more hidden guards than the ones in front of him. Xiaochen did not dare to casually extend out his spiritual sense. He followed behind Lu Suifeng and slowly walked towards the door of the library. After he handed over his identity token, the Divine Saber Camp bladesmen did not say anything and let him in. Behind the door of the library, there was a tall wooden table. It was similar to the counter of a restaurant. There was a black-robed old man behind the wooden table. Xiaochen could not tell what cultivation realm he was at. He sipped tea and focused on reading. The old man felt Xiaochen's gaze and gently put down the book in his hand. He smiled amiably at Xiaochen. Little brother, you are finally here. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He did not seem to know this old man. When Lu Suifeng saw the situation, he stepped forward and explained, "This is my first uncle, Lu Qing. He was injured 20 years ago. The ice crystal flower you snatched back then saved my first uncle's life." Xiaochen understood. So, that was the case. He was of the same generation as the previous peak master. That meant that his status was already very high. He did not dare to slight him. He stepped forward and said, "Yichen greets Senior. In the end, I should be the one bowing to you. If it were not for you, I would have lost my life long ago." Xiaochen could not figure out Lu Qing's cultivation. Furthermore, he was a senior. How could Xiaochen dare to accept his bow? He quickly said, "Senior is too serious. It was just a small matter. Suifeng, bring him to the second floor. I will only charge half the contribution points for the secret manuals he chose today." Lu Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiaochen's humble attitude. Xiaochen did not expect there to be such a benefit. He quickly thanked Lu Suifeng and followed Lu Suifeng, quickly heading to the second floor of Qingyun Peak's library. The library was split into 2 floors. The first floor was filled with yellow-ranked and profound-ranked secret manuals. There were no earth-ranked secret manuals. The second floor was filled with superior-grade profound-ranked secret manuals. When Xiaochen arrived at the second floor, he heard the sound of pages flipping. It was very quiet on the second floor. Could there be other people here? When Xiaochen looked carefully, there were indeed many people from the other peaks seriously choosing secret manuals. Lu Suifeng explained, "Don't find it strange. These are the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples have the right to go to the other peaks and choose secret manuals." Xiaochen nodded and ignored them. After he found out where the secret manuals for saber techniques were kept, he immediately went over and started choosing. There were only 15 earth-ranked secret manuals in Qingyun Peak's library. Ignoring cultivation techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques, Xiaochen only found 3 inferior-grade earth-ranked saber techniques and 1 medial-grade earth-ranked saber technique. As for superior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques, there was not a single one. Medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique, withered tree saber technique. There was a total of 18 moves. It was comprehended by an almighty senior in front of a 10,000-year-old withered tree. This saber technique was simple and condensed. It was calm and imposing. There were no extravagant or complicated moves. It did not require a high comprehension ability to practice it. However, it was easy to learn but hard to master. The essence of this saber technique required one to comprehend the longevity of the withered tree, enduring silently for 10,000 years. Only then would one be able to practice it to great perfection. Withered tree saber technique. Just from the name, one could tell the style of this saber technique. It was tenacious and heavy. It was a simple saber technique. It was good, but unfortunately, it did not suit Xiao Chen's style. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's spirit was not of the wood attribute. It would be difficult for him to reach great perfection. The only medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique was not suitable for him. Xiao Chen felt it was unfortunate. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques. Mountain-splitting saber technique, inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber technique. There was a total of 9 moves. It was large, ferocious, and tyrannical. When practiced to great perfection, it would be easy to split mountains. This was one of the more widespread inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Many people had practiced it before. When Xiao Chen was underground, he had seen Ma Chen use it. Its might was indeed extraordinary. There were no requirements for the attribute of the cultivator's martial spirit. It was a choice. Xiao Chen slowly placed it down. If there were no other choices, he would choose it. Xiao Chen continued looking. The remaining 2 saber techniques were the Wind and Thunder Saber Technique and the Lingyun Saber Technique. The Wind and Thunder Saber Technique was a superior-grade profound ranked saber technique. However, it had very high requirements for practicing it. One had to have a dual-attributed martial spirit to practice it. There were very few people with such a physique. Hence, it was not very popular. Hence, it was demoted to inferior-grade profound ranked. The Lingyun Saber Technique had a total of 18 moves. It was created by a senior of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the highest peak of the Lingyun mountain range. After cultivating it for 100 years, he suddenly comprehended it while looking at the majestic Lingyun mountain range. Unfortunately, this saber technique was not a complete saber technique. Xiao Chen did not know why, but he destroyed the final 3 moves of this saber technique. This resulted in this saber technique, which was originally comparable to a peak superior-grade Earth-ranked saber technique, being demoted to inferior-grade Earth-ranked. Because it was missing the final 3 moves, it was not a complete martial technique. Furthermore, it had very high requirements for comprehension. Hence, like the Wind and Thunder Saber Technique, very few people practiced it. Of the 4 saber techniques, the Withered Wood Saber Technique did not match. The Wind and Thunder Saber Technique had too high requirements. Xiao Chen could only choose from the Mountain Splitting Saber Technique and the Lingyun Saber Technique. The names of these 2 saber techniques were very interesting. One was named Mountain Splitting and the other was named Mountain Range. Xiao Chen did not know if the mountain-splitting saber technique that he practiced to great perfection would be able to split the Lingyun mountain range that he practiced to great perfection. The 2 saber techniques had their own unique points. However, the Lingyun saber technique was on a higher level. However, because it had a higher requirement for comprehension and was missing the final 3 moves, there were not as many people practicing it as there were for the mountain-splitting saber technique. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen picked up the Lingyun saber technique. I'll choose this. Although the mountain-splitting saber technique is the complete version, there are too many people practicing it in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It is too ordinary. The Lingyun saber technique was more suitable for him. Although it had a higher requirement for comprehension, Xiao Chen lacked a lot of things. However, he lacked comprehension. He was not afraid of not being able to practice this Lingyun saber technique well. Who knew, with his current comprehension, it might even be possible for him to comprehend the final 3 moves by himself. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen started to flip through the Lingyun saber technique. After flipping a few pages, he finished reading the introduction. However, he discovered that there were only blank pages. The meridian circulation routes, the mental cultivation method, the names of the moves, there was nothing. Xiaochen flipped through the other secret manuals and discovered that they were the same. There were only rough introductions, and the rest were blank pages. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen understood the crux of the matter. Most cultivators had very good memories. If all the cultivation techniques here were completely recorded, they would be able to memorize them in half a day. They could memorize a martial technique in half a day. Furthermore, there were geniuses with photographic memory. They would probably be able to memorize all the martial techniques in the Compendium Pavilion in a day. Given this, the rule of using contribution points to exchange for martial techniques would be useless. It would be more troublesome to obtain the secret manual than he imagined. After putting away the Lingyun saber technique, Xiaochen did not see Lu Suifeng. He was not in a rush to return, so he started to wander around the second floor. Xiaochen started to wander around the bookshelves. Occasionally he would flip through the various martial techniques. Looking at the introductions was a way to broaden his horizons. In the future, if he met an enemy who practiced this type of martial technique, he would be able to get a rough idea of it. As he wandered around, Xiaochen discovered a strange martial technique in the corner of a bookshelf. There was a note behind the simplified 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation. This secret manual was still in the process of being theorized. It was not perfected yet. It was for reference only. 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation, isn't that one of the 3 great formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Why is it here? Furthermore, it is a simplified version. Xiaochen's interest was piqued. He quickly picked it up and flipped through it. Unfortunately, it was the same as the other martial techniques. The simplified version of the 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation only had a rough introduction. The detailed method of operation was not written in it. Yichen, have you chosen your martial technique? Lu Suifeng asked as he strolled over from behind. Xiaochen carefully put away the simplified martial technique. When he saw the secret manual in Lu Suifeng's hands, he could not help but be astonished. The one in your hand seems to be an Earth-ranked secret manual. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, it is an inferior-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. This is the contribution points that I earned from working as a caretaker at Jade Maiden Peak for the past half a year. This time, I can use it before the core disciple exam. After the two of them spoke, they headed down the stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a person in his 20s. He was wearing the gray robes of the Gangyu Peak cultivators. He had a rather handsome face, but he gave off a sinister aura. When Lu Suifeng saw this person, his expression changed. He said in surprise, Wang Rong, when did you come back? When Wang Rong saw Lu Suifeng's appearance, he smiled gently. He revealed an expression of disdain. I just came back. After a year, you have not changed at all. No, you have become even weaker than before. Move aside. Wang Rong casually pushed Lu Suifeng's shoulder with his palm. He did not seem to use much strength, but Lu Suifeng's body was pushed back uncontrollably. Chapter 216. Who? Xiaochen took a step forward and placed his right hand on Lu Suifeng's back, neutralizing the force. Only then did Lu Suifeng slowly stabilize himself. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he thanked Xiaochen in a soft voice. Wang Rong smiled faintly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. He said, You are even weaker than I thought. You cannot even withstand a single blow. Don't go overboard. Wang Rong, this is Qingyun Peak. Lu Suifeng said angrily. Wang Rong smiled faintly and said, Did I do anything? I was just letting you go. There is no need to use Qingyun Peak's name to suppress me. You are not even a core disciple, you are not worthy. Wang Rong. Xiaochen repeated this name a few times in his heart. He felt like he had heard this name before. However, he could not recall it and could not be bothered to. Wang Rong snorted coldly and walked past Lu Suifeng. When he reached Xiaochen's side, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and mocked. I forgot, you do not care about the status of a core disciple. After all, you have a powerful elder sister protecting you. No matter how much your ranking falls, you will not be chased off the mountain. When Xiaochen heard the words, ranking, he finally remembered who Wang Rong was. He was a ruthless person ranked 20th in the Hall of Contributions. Xiaochen had only caught a glimpse of him that day, so he did not have much of an impression of him. He did not immediately remember him. However, Xiaochen did not know what grudge Lu Suifeng had with this person. It seemed like something serious happened between the two of them. The moment they met, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Lu Suifeng's complexion turned pale. He clenched his right fist tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted to say something to refute, but in the end he did not say anything. When Wang Rong saw that Lu Suifeng did not say anything, he felt bored. He snorted coldly and walked forward without turning his head back. Boom! In the quiet pavilion, there was an explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the entire pavilion to tremble. The image of a ferocious tiger merged with Xiaochen's body. All the bones in his body crackled. There was a loud roar as he punched at Wang Rong's back. The instant the clap of thunder rang out, Wang Rong immediately felt the murderous intent and the terrifying fist wind. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian swiftly turned around, clenched his right hand, and punched out. Bang! Wang Rong felt his arm go numb and extremely sore. His body flew backward, and the qi and blood in his body surged. His figure landed on the second floor. Xiaochen's punch came without any warning. Furthermore, he did not hold back at all. 6,000 kilograms of force combined with the elementary-grade earth-ranked fist technique transformed into a ferocious tiger leaving the mountain. In the narrow corridor, Wang Rong did not have a chance to pull out the long saber at his waist. Furthermore, he had underestimated the strength of Xiaochen's fleshly body. He had charged head-on and suffered a great loss in an instant. Rumble! Wang Rong stomped on the ground ferociously, deflecting Xiaochen's horrifying force. Instantly, all the bookshelves on the second floor shook non-stop. The secret manuals on the shelves fell to the ground. That is Wang Rong, ranked 20th on the wind cloud list. He spends most of his time cultivating outside. Why is he back? Furthermore, he is fighting with someone. Who is so bold to challenge Wang Rong? In the ranking war last year, Wang Rong's methods were the cruelest. He did not care about being in the same sect. He even killed someone. If it were not for his talent being too high, he would have been chased off the mountain long ago. It must be someone in the top 20 on the wind cloud list. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, he caused such a huge commotion. The quiet second floor immediately became noisy. The people who were choosing secret manuals all came out. When they saw Wang Rong's appearance, they were all incomparably astonished. The so-called wind cloud list was the signboard with golden lacquer on the background of the ranking hall. The competition for the 500 spots was the most intense in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those who were able to leave their names on it were all geniuses. Outside of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, such a person could become an overlord of an area and shake the world. Hence, this ranking was also known as the Wind Cloud List. Those who were able to enter the top 20 were geniuses among geniuses. They could be called demonic geniuses. Wang Rong was such a demonic genius. Who exactly is fighting with Wang Rong? Everyone was very curious. They all looked towards the staircase. They wanted to know who the person below was and where he got his confidence from. Xiaochen slowly walked up. His figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiaochen's appearance, they did not expect him to be the one challenging Wang Rong. Qingyun peeks Yichen. It is actually him. Everyone was astonished. A person who had entered the inner sect less than half a year ago actually challenged Wang Rong, who was in the top 20 of the Wind Cloud list. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage. Just as he was about to draw his saber, he discovered that his right hand was not listening to him. After he checked it, he was startled. Tiny beads of blood flowed out of the pores on his right arm. In a short period of time, there was no chance for his right hand to recover. Wang Rong cursed in his heart. Damn it, he was too careless. Just how much strength did this guy have in his punch? His entire right hand didn't listen to him. Wang Rong was most proficient in saber techniques. He had never trained his physical body before. There was no way for him to gather more essence into his right arm in a short period of time. Hence, he was not a match for Xiao Chen in terms of strength. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I will make you pay the price. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage as he shouted at Xiao Chen. Before Wang Rong returned to the mountain, he had already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. Although he noticed Xiao Chen, he saw that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial grandmaster, so he did not care about him at all. He did not expect this person to sneak attack him. Furthermore, his strength was so strong that he was able to cripple his right arm. Yi Chen, don't injure him. You are not a match for him. Lu Suifeng ran over and blocked Xiao Chen. He said, his cultivation is much higher than yours. Even if you suffer now, you will not be able to handle him in the future if he comes looking for trouble with you. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Suifeng's worried expression, he sighed in his heart. He is too naive. Now that I have injured him, a grudge has already been formed. Could it be that if I let him go, Wang Rong will not come looking for trouble with me in the future? Given Wang Rong's character, would he not take revenge? In this world, if one had to be overcautious in everything they did, afraid of this and that, living would be too stifling. From the moment Xiao Chen decided to make a move, he did not think too much. This person had insulted his friend in front of him and even made a move to mock him. If there was no chance of victory, Xiao Chen would choose to endure silently. However, now that there was a chance to defeat the other party, if he did not make a move, he would be going against his own conscience. As for revenge in the future, by the time he thought about it, his opponent would already be on the second floor. If he wanted to make a move, there would be no chance. He could only regret it. Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate to make a move. He would use his lightning-fast strength to defeat his opponent. Do you want to live in the shadow of this person for the rest of your life? Xiao Chen stared at Wang Rong. He did not intend to give up. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. He had a complicated expression on his face. However, you and I are not a match for him. He is the only person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who practiced the Wind and Thunder Saber technique to great perfection in the past few years. Ding, ding, ding. A few figures appeared from somewhere. Lu Qing's figure slowly descended. He looked coldly at Wang Rong and said, "Go, don't appear in Qingyun Peak again." When Wang Rong heard Lu Qing's words, he felt as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. He leaped up a few times and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He had clearly seen the ruthlessness in Xiao Chen's eyes earlier. Wang Rong, who had wandered around, was very familiar with that gaze. The great bandits he had seen in the past all had the same gaze. They were cold and emotionless, decisive in killing. Wang Rong believed that even if Lu Suifeng were here, he would not be able to stop this person. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Wang Rong would not dare to kill him. However, he would be able to make him bedridden for a few months. I cannot leave such a person alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I have to find an opportunity to kill him after he goes down the mountain. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Rong's eyes as he thought to himself resolutely. Seeing Wang Rong leave, Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. He was very clear on what kind of person Wang Rong was. Originally, he was prepared to injure him and make him bedridden for a few months. However, since Lu Qing had spoken, it was not appropriate for Xiao Chen to make a move. He could only be more careful in the future and guard against Wang Rong's revenge. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng went down to the first floor and handed the secret manuals they had chosen to Lu Qing. Lu Qing wanted to deal with Lu Suifeng first before receiving the secret manuals that Xiao Chen handed over. When Lu Qing saw the first secret manual, he had a slightly startled expression. He said, "Lingyun Saber Technique, this is an incomplete Earth-ranked saber technique. Furthermore, it has a high requirement for comprehension ability. Little brother, are you sure you want this?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Senior, there is no need to worry. I made this decision after careful consideration." Seeing that Xiao Chen was so certain, Lu Qing did not try to persuade him. He looked for Xiao Chen and asked for 400 contribution points. After that, Xiao Chen took out the Lingyun Saber Technique's secret manual and a jade strip. Drip a drop of blood on it and repeat after me. Then this secret manual will be yours." Xiaochen did as he was told. Then he repeated after Xiaochen, Xiaochen, swear to my heart demon that I will never teach the Lingyun saber technique that I learned to others. If I go back on this oath, I will suffer a backlash from my heart demon. I will break my meridians and die." Xiaochen was astonished in his heart. What a vicious oath. So, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion uses such a method to prevent the secret manuals from being taught to others. I wonder if there will be such an effect if I teach it to others. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, Xiaochen would not try it easily. That jade strip was a little strange. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the oath came true, there would be no chance for regrets. After Lu Qing swore to his heart demon, he handed the Lingyun saber technique's secret manual to Xiaochen. Then she received the second secret manual from Xiaochen and looked at the name of the secret manual. Lu Qing could not help but reveal a smile. "Little friend, why did you choose this? This does not seem to be a martial technique, right?" Xiaochen nodded, "And I know. I just want to study it." The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3 great saber formations are famous throughout the world. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something by analogy. Chapter 217. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled. "If that is the case, then I will have to disappoint you. Although this book is called the simplified version of the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation, it has nothing to do with it. This book is based on the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. Although it is very powerful, it requires 9 cultivators of similar cultivation to cooperate strictly. The requirements are very high, and it only exists in theory. Aside from the person in charge of the formation, the other 8 people need to be like this person's arm. They need to move freely and naturally, without any hesitation or pause. If there is any disharmony, the formation will immediately fail and cause a backlash." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Old senior, how do you know so clearly?" Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, "I am not talented, but I was the one who wrote this book. So that's how it is. No wonder he is so familiar with it and knows it so clearly." Xiaochen said, "In that case, I will listen to senior and not look at this book." Wait a moment. Lu Qing stopped Xiaochen and handed him a complete simplified version of the 9-saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. "It is fine to look at it sometimes. Who knows, you might be able to find a solution in the future." Xiaochen was slightly stunned. After he received it and thanked Lu Qing, he immediately left the library. Outside the library, Lu Suifeng sat alone on the stone steps. His expression was very lonely. He was probably still thinking about Wang Rong's return. Xiaochen walked over to his side. He was not sure what kind of grudge Lu Suifeng had with Wang Rong, so he did not know how to console him. Sometimes, it was fine to suffer a setback or setback. It was fine as long as one could learn from the humiliation and move forward bravely. However, Xiaochen did not know if Lu Suifeng could figure it out. If he was unable to recover from this setback, he would only develop a heart demon, and his cultivation would come to a halt. "Brother Yi, did you obtain the secret manual? Let's go down the mountain. Thank you for helping me earlier." When Lu Suifeng heard Yi Chen's footsteps, he got up and forced a smile. Xiaochen patted his shoulder and said, "We are friends. It is only right for me to help you." On the way down, Lu Suifeng was silent. He was not as happy as he was when he first came up the mountain. The two of them walked down the mountain in silence. After the two of them walked for a while, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds. They stopped and exchanged glances. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng closed his eyes as though he was communicating with the voice. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xiaochen, "My old man wants you to go to the summit. He wants to see you." Lu Suifeng's father, the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, the person who controlled the divine weapon and lived at the peak. Xiaochen was. He actually wanted to Xiaochen to ask. Xiaochen. Saber. Chen nodded to. With. Xiaochen nodded. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and dashed on the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a few hundred meters. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiaochen disappeared. He muttered, "I really don't understand. A few months ago, his strength was about the same as mine. Now I can't see through him at all. He might even be able to fight against Wang Rong." When Lu Suifeng thought of Wang Rong, he revealed an expression of hatred and helplessness. Qingyun Peak was 4,000 or 5,000 meters tall. The higher one went, the steeper the path became. In the end, there was no longer a complete path. There was only a precipitous mountain. Clouds lingered at the top of the mountain. A strong wind blew, making people's clothes flutter. Xiaochen looked around. The cliff was smooth and there was still a kilometer of height. He could not find a suitable place to borrow strength from. The small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art was unable to fly. Xiaochen could only use the gravity spell and fly to the top of the mountain. Using the gravity spell at a height of several thousand meters exhausted a lot of essence. Furthermore, the strong wind blew. This last part of the journey was very slow. Xiaochen felt like he was ascending to the heavens. He did not know how Lu Suifeng managed to get up there in the past. After making it to the top of the mountain, Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground. At the top of the mountain, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression did not change at all. It was like he was one with the rock. Beside the rock was the divine weapon that could destroy the world. It was placed quietly in a wooden box, looking very ordinary. Xiaochen had always been curious about the old man's identity. He had an uncertain guess. Now that he saw the old man, he sized him up carefully. However, he discovered that the old man was different from the person in his memory. After coming to such a conclusion, for some reason, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaochen. He smiled faintly and said, "I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Successor of the Thunder King, is the scabbard I gave you useful?" When Xiaochen heard this, he was startled. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the old man and said, "So, it really is you." The identity of the Thunder King's successor was Xiaochen's most sensitive identity. When he heard this person mention it again, he quickly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He gathered his aura and prepared to make a move at any moment. The old man smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I would not have given you this scabbard that day. Otherwise, the people from the Elders' Assembly would have sensed the aura of the Thunderwood Sword long ago and killed you on the spot." Although Xiaochen said that, he did not lower his guard at all. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands made him very uncomfortable. If Xiaochen understood the old man in another way, if the old man wanted to harm him, all he had to do was announce Xiaochen's identity and he would face a calamity. Xiaochen said sullenly, "In that case, why did you call me here? It can't be that you just want to meet me, right?" The old man did not answer Xiaochen's question directly. He said, "Although I cannot leave the coiling mountain rock under my feet, everything that happens in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot be hidden from my eyes." "Cannot leave the rock I'm sitting on?" Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and looked carefully at the rock the old man was sitting on. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, something that could not be seen with the naked eye appeared in Xiaochen's mind. On the coiling mountain rock, there were black tentacles wrapped around the old man's body like vines. The tentacles were extremely horrifying. They gave off a black demonic qi. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and looked again. However, he discovered that everything was normal. He did not see anything. So that was the case. Back then, when Biyun Peak's Song Ke came to kill his way here, the old man was unable to help. The reason was probably these black tentacles. The feeling the tentacles gave Xiaochen was similar to the Corpse King imprint that appeared in his body before. When the old man felt Xiaochen's spiritual sense, there was some astonishment in his eyes. "What a strong soul energy! It is already as strong as mine. Furthermore, it seems like he is even more proficient in using it than me." Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "What you can see is none of my business. I came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as a private person. I only came to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. I will not cause any trouble in the heavenly saber pavilion. Senior, please do not mention my identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. The old man's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Nothing in the heavenly saber pavilion can be hidden from my eyes." After saying that, the old man paused for a while. He gave Xiaochen a deep look before continuing, "This includes everything that happened in the spirit vein realm, which is the herb field." This time, Xiaochen was completely astonished. He did not expect such a secret to be discovered by this person in the underground world. Doesn't that mean that everything that happened in the heavenly saber pavilion is under the control of this person? The old man continued, "Don't overthink this. Although I can see everything in the heavenly saber pavilion, I will not keep an eye on a person for no reason. That would exhaust a lot of energy. Most of my attention is focused on the spatial crack in the heavenly saber pavilion. I do not have time to care about you. The reason I noticed you in the spirit vein realm was because I had to deal with the heavenly wolf race's fiend king. So, I split some of my soul energy." Xiaochen felt more at ease. However, he still did not understand. "You have been talking for so long. You still have not told me why you are looking for me." "Young man, don't be impatient. There are some things that cannot be explained with just a few words." The old man's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Since you have received benefits from a senior of my heavenly saber pavilion and my daughter taught you listening to the sword and communicating with it, can I ask you for a favor?" Xiaochen did not hesitate to ask this question. After receiving a favor, he had to repay it. This made perfect sense. He cupped his hands and said, "As long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing to help. However, the heavenly saber pavilion is filled with talents. What kind of favor do they need a pawn like me to help?" This was the question that Xiaochen was truly puzzled about. Xiaochen was not that arrogant. With his current strength, there were too many people stronger than him in the heavenly saber pavilion. He could not understand why the old man would ask him for help. Thus, Xiaochen kept an eye out. He would only help if it was within his capabilities. If it was beyond his capabilities, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Naturally, it is within your capabilities. Furthermore, this is something that only you can do. Remember your promise today. What exactly did the old man want Xiaochen to help with? When Xiaochen left the summit, he did not know. The old man only said to remember today's promise. Making a promise for no reason at all, Xiaochen felt somewhat depressed. However, time was of the essence. When he arrived at the dueling grounds, he started to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it anxiously with Lu Ryue's help. There was no time to be depressed. When he returned to his courtyard at night, he started to cultivate anxiously, learning the Lingyun saber technique. Time passed very quickly every day. There was almost no time for him to relax. Aside from cultivating, there was more cultivating. At the same time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual core disciple exam entered a countdown. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion entered a state of bitter cultivation. Even some of the core disciples did not dare to relax. This was because, according to the rules, the low-ranked core disciples would have to fight with the ordinary disciples taking the exam. If they fought, they would lose their core disciple status. Such a rule was a form of motivation for them. They did not dare to be negligent. Chapter 218. Lingyun Mountain Range, Tianyue Peak. In a forest, a young disciple wearing Tianyue Peak's uniform was practicing his saber. His saber whistled and gave off a bright light, creating a strong wind. In one moment, this person was like a butterfly spreading its wings, agile and graceful. In the next moment he was like a soaring eagle, looking down on everything. Everywhere the saber light passed, grass was destroyed, tree trunks bent, leaves danced on the ground, and petals fell. Everlasting startling cloud. Suddenly, the young man shouted and chopped out with his saber. The saber light on the saber condensed into a thin line and shot out with a shio sound. The thin line of saber chi slowly thinned until it was so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye, as though it had disappeared. However, the young man revealed a satisfied smile. He sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. The instant the saber entered the scabbard, boom! In a straight line 500 meters in front of this person, All the trees were chopped in half. The trees fell down continuously. This was not over yet. Suddenly, a thin line of saber chi appeared in front of him. It was the saber light that he thought disappeared earlier. The instant all the trees fell, it spread out with a shrill sound. Like an unfolding curtain of water, it created a layer of ripples in the air. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding trees were directly annihilated into powder, turning into dust that filled the sky and danced with the wind. Great saber technique. An old man wearing gray robes slowly walked out from the forest. He was the third elder in charge of teaching martial techniques on Tianyue Peak. When the young man saw the old man, he quickly said respectfully, "Third elder, you are too polite." The third elder revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Zhang Lai, I am not being polite. In the past few hundred years, you are the first person to be able to practice the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection and comprehend the 16th move on your own. Although you joined my Tianyue Peak midway, in my opinion, your comprehension ability and talent rank within the top 10 in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, you did not slack off in your daily cultivation. You did not waste your talent." This person was Zhang Lai, the son of the Yunyang city's Zhang family head, who had taken over Xiao Chen's spot. Hearing the elder's praise, Zhang Lai's face also revealed a smile, but his tone was still humble. "Third elder is too kind. I still have many areas that I need to improve in." The third elder nodded his head in satisfaction. He said, "It is good to be humble. However, a cultivator can be arrogant, but they must have a lofty character. I want you to help my Tianyue Peak obtain first place in this core disciple exam. Can you do it?" Zhang Lai said in a deep voice, "This disciple will definitely accomplish his mission and obtain this honor for Tianyue Peak." "Very good. There is still room for improvement in this everlasting startling cloud. There are still 7 days left before the assessment. You don't have to participate in the daily special training at Tianyue Peak. Focus on comprehending the everlasting startling cloud to the great accomplishment realm. At that time, no one in the same realm as you will be your match," the third elder said as he looked at Zhang Lai. Hearing this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a joyful expression. He had only comprehended the everlasting startling cloud for a short period of time. If he wanted to master it, he would still need some time. Right now, it could be said that the third elder had helped him greatly. "Many thanks, third elder. When the time comes, I will not disappoint you." In a dense forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. All the trees in a straight line a kilometer in front of him were all chopped in half. A water-like curtain of light spread out, and the surrounding trees were all crushed into powder, which danced in the air with a howl. The Lingyun saber technique is indeed worthy of being a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. Its might is not much weaker than a heaven-ranked saber technique. If I can comprehend the last 2 moves, I wonder how strong it will be. As Xiao Chen looked at the scene in the forest, he felt deeply moved. After consuming the flowing light flower, the increase in comprehension far surpassed what Xiao Chen had imagined. This Lingyun saber technique had a very high requirement for comprehension. Xiao Chen had only used a week to learn the first 15 moves. Tonight, he had unintentionally comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique, Everlasting Startling Cloud. The so-called Everlasting Startling Cloud was to retract the energy of a cultivator into a line and stretch it out endlessly. Then, it would explode out violently. In that case, what was the next move, Twisting Road Around Peak, meant? Xiao Chen leaned against a tree and entered deep thought. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lingyun Mountain Range, Beichen Peak, in a stone forest. A burly youth with bare arms revealed his well-built body. He was barehanded as he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique in the stone forest. Beside him, an old man looked on expressionlessly. He did not have a saber in his hand, but he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. It was as though he was a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light and revealing a murderous intent. Xiao! He took a step forward and used his palm as a saber. Then he hacked at a 2-meter-tall rock in front of him. Shwa! There was no rumbling sound. The rock was like tofu, and a corner was shaved off. Xiao. After a few more moves, his palms moved so fast that even their shadows could not be seen. Then, he retracted his palms and gently blew out a gust of wind. The 2-meter-tall boulder immediately scattered and turned into countless tiny stones, swaying as they fell to the ground. When the old man at the side saw all this, he revealed a smile on his expressionless face. He said, "Using your body as a saber, cultivating for 10 years like a day. Now you have finally stabilized your cultivation at small perfection. Not bad." The expression on the youth's squarish face did not change. There was no joy or sorrow, he was like a block of wood. "Unfortunately, my cultivation realm is too slow. Even at the age of 19 this year, I am only an inferior grade martial grandmaster." Reaching the realm of inferior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 19. In the world below the mountain, such a talent would be considered a genius no matter where he went. However, in the heavenly saber pavilion, where geniuses filled the mountain, such talent was very poor. Furthermore, there was the danger of being expelled from the sect. According to the rules of the heavenly saber pavilion, if one was not able to reach the realm of inferior grade martial saint by the age of 25, they would be expelled from the inner sect. If one wanted to continue cultivating in the Lingyun mountain range, they would have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The old man said, "Mu Heng, from the day you chose this path, you should have known which path you chose. You have to endure the loneliness of ordinary people. If you can accomplish something before the age of 30, you should be thankful. The first half of your life is destined to be a nobody." The person called Mu Heng chose a different path from most cultivators. He turned himself into a saber, using his body to prove his Tao. He almost completely gave up on cultivating his essence. Instead, he continuously cultivated the strength of his physical body, polishing himself into a treasured saber with an exceptional sharpness. There were many ways to reach the peak of martial cultivation. Most cultivators chose to prove their Tao by using weapons or by relying on their fists. They cultivated all sorts of saber techniques, sword techniques, and fist techniques. They used all sorts of cultivation techniques to increase their strength. They relied on their comprehension of weapons and fists to climb to the peak of martial cultivation. There were also a few people who could not condense a martial spirit. They completely gave up on cultivating their essence and did their best to temper their physical body, using their physical body to prove their Tao. As for the path that Mu Heng chose, he used his body to prove his Tao and his weapon to prove his Tao. The path he chose was much more difficult than the other two. However, once he succeeded, his name would shake the world. There was a saying, "If you don't cry, you will shock the world with a single brilliant feat. If you don't fly, you will soar into the sky with a single leap." This was the principle of the Saber Emperor taking this path back then. Mu Heng took out a set of clothes that he had placed on a rock. He said softly to the old man, "Father, I want to participate in the core disciple exam this time." The old man revealed a bewildered expression. "You want to participate in the core disciple exam? With my status as the Beichen Peak's Peak Master, there is no need for you to participate in the exam. The status of a core disciple is not essential to you." Mu Heng said indifferently, "I just want to prove myself. All these years, I have heard too many rumors. Aren't they all saying that you raised a trash son? I will take the first rank in this exam and show them." The old man smiled faintly and said casually, "There is no need to care about the words of a vile person. You just have to cultivate properly. Your future accomplishments will be so great that the entire Great Qi nation will not be able to contain your footsteps." After the Beichen Peak's Peak Master spoke, he turned around and left. Mu Heng was somewhat dissatisfied. He called out, "Father, I have to prove my worth. I want to have a big battle to understand my true strength." The old man stopped and entered deep thought. After a while, a voice came out, "Let me think about it." As the date of the annual core disciple exam approached, the atmosphere in the entire Lingyun mountain range became increasingly heavy. The days slowly went by. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the exam. Qingyun Peak, dueling grounds. Lu Rue frowned slightly and asked, "Failed again?" Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the ancient absolute saber formation. He smiled bitterly and said, I managed to touch the edge. However, I am still unable to open the door. For close to half a month, Lu Riyue had used all sorts of methods, trying to forcefully help Xiaochen comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, all of them ended in failure. There was no effect at all. The only thing that had any effect was the ancient absolute saber formation. The other state of thunder that Xiaochen comprehended improved significantly. As he continued to comprehend this state of thunder, Xiaochen vaguely felt that he had touched the edge of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not be sure. Thus, he kept this method to himself. When Lu Riyue heard this, she was somewhat dispirited. She said, Since ancient times, I have never heard of someone comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it with an external force. Maybe I was too optimistic at the start, or maybe I am too useless. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he quickly consoled her, Elder Sister Ru, you have already done enough. Don't say that. Otherwise, I will feel bad. When Lu Riyue heard this, she revealed a bitter smile. She said, There are still 3 more days to the core disciple exam. Go and prepare. Don't try to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it for the next few days. I will make use of this time to think of other methods. When Xiaochen heard this, he nodded. The day of the core disciple exam was approaching. It was time for him to settle down and summarize what he had learned in the past few days. Yichen, did you fail again? Lu Suifeng slowly walked over while holding a saber in his hand. Chapter 219. After Lu Suifeng came down from the top of the mountain that day, it was clear that he was working harder than usual. He had not left Qingyun Peak for the past half a month. Lu Riyue felt that this sudden change was strange. She asked Xiaochen what was going on. Xiaochen thought that Lu Suifeng did not want his sister to know about this, so he could only say that he did not know. Xiaochen nodded helplessly. He thought of something and took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Lu Suifeng. This is for you. Before the exam, it should be able to help you. Lu Suifeng received the flowing light flower that was glowing with a golden light. He asked suspiciously, What flower is this? What a dense fragrance. A dense fragrance spread out and immediately attracted Lu Riyue's attention. When she saw the flowing light flower in Lu Suifeng's hands, she revealed an astonished expression. She walked over and asked in astonishment, Flowing light flower? Yichen, where did you get it? Hey, this is not an ordinary flowing light flower. It is a natural treasure close to immortal grade. Lu Riyue paused for a while. The expression on her face turned from astonishment to shock. She snatched the flowing light flower from Lu Suifeng's hands and handed it to Xiaochen. Yichen, this flowing light flower is too precious. Suifeng cannot accept it from you. Flowing light flower? Lu Suifeng's expression changed. The legendary flowing light flower that can increase one's comprehension ability, allowing one to be reborn. Xiaochen waved his hand and took out another flowing light flower. I obtained this in the fortuitous encounter underground. I have already consumed one, there is no point in continuing to consume it. There is still one left for Elder Sister Riyue to break through to Martial King. I will give it to you now as well. Lu Riyue had never been a pretentious person. After she heard the whole story, she received it and gratefully said to Xiaochen, We siblings owe you a favor. Lu Suifeng's expression turned serious. He clenched his right fist and punched Xiaochen. Brother, I will remember this favor. With this flowing light flower, I should be able to break through to Martial Saint by the end of the year without any problems. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something in these 3 days. I might be able to practice the mountain-splitting saber technique to great perfection and pass the exam to become a core disciple. 3 days later, in the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. Twists and turns. Within the forest, Xiaochen remained in his original position. He turned around and quickly dashed forward. The saber in his hand drew an arc and a strong shockwave appeared in the surroundings, extending towards the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. The aura on Xiaochen's body condensed continuously. After a while, a small mountain peak appeared behind Xiaochen. His aura suddenly rose to the peak, as if he was standing on the peak of the mountain. That's not right. The concept of the twisting road around peak is not like this. Xiaochen suddenly shook his head in his heart. The twisting road around peak refers to when the situation has reached a dead end and an unexpected ending suddenly appears. But the concept I'm executing now is simply one that has arrived at a hopeless situation. Instead, its imposing aura is ferocious, and it's advancing triumphantly. In this way, how could there possibly be any room to turn back? Doubts arose in Xiaochen's heart, and the aura that he had gathered also leaked out. The small mountain behind him also instantly disappeared into nothingness. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stood upright. His complexion was somewhat pale. This was the backlash of failing to execute the move. Never mind, it looks like it is not time yet. This is just a core disciple exam. With my strength, even if I did not comprehend the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique, it is more than enough for me to pass, Xiaochen said after he adjusted the chaotic essence in his body. Early the next morning, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng had already arrived at Xiaochen's courtyard. A green bird landed quietly beside the two of them. Let's go, I will not be accompanying you to the core disciple exam. Suifeng already knows the location. I wish you all good luck. Lu Riyue smiled faintly at Xiaochen, who had just come out. Xiaochen nodded and leaped onto the green bird that Lu Suifeng was riding. The green bird flapped its wings ferociously, creating a huge shockwave as it soared into the sky. It welcomed the rising sun and flew towards the east. As the wind blew past Lu Suifeng's ears, Xiaochen stood behind him. He could feel that Lu Suifeng's aura was much stronger than it was 3 days ago. He said, "Congratulations, your strength should have increased significantly in these 3 days." Lu Suifeng revealed a satisfied smile. It is all thanks to the flowing light flower that you gave me. I have already practiced the mountain-splitting saber technique to small perfection in 3 days. With this earth-ranked saber technique, I am confident that I can become a core disciple this year. Is the core disciple exam very difficult? Why do I feel that the strength of the core disciples is not that great? Xiaochen asked as he stood behind Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng's expression sank. He nodded and said, "It is very difficult. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there are less than 5,000 inner disciples. With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to become a core disciple. As for why you have not met any strong core disciples, it is because they are out on experiential training. They will not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion until the end of the year." Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Heaven Viewing Platform, on a drill ground. The spectator stands of the drill ground were already filled with inner disciples. These were all here to watch the excitement of the annual core disciple exam. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this was only second to the ranking war at the end of the year. Most people would put down what they were doing on this day. Even if they did not participate in the exam, they would come to watch the excitement. There were 10 elders seated on the tall platform. These were all people from the elders' assembly of the main hall. They were the ones who truly held power in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The 7 peak masters sat quietly at the side. They all had calm expressions on their faces. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Core disciples were a scarce resource in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the peak masters of each peak could not directly appoint them. In order to become a core disciple, one had to pass the test set by the main hall. There was a very intuitive way to judge which peak was the strongest. Whichever peak had the most core disciples would be the strongest. Currently, of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the strongest was naturally Tianyue Peak. Of the 500 core disciple slots, Tianyue Peak occupied half of them, more than 200. Aside from Qingyun Peak, which only existed in name, and Jade Maiden Peak, which only had female disciples, the strength of the other 5 peaks was about the same. There was not much of a difference. Song Ke, who was left with only one arm, did not have much color in his eyes. His arm had been chopped off. He had already given up on his ambition to become the pavilion master. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at the incomparably calm Tianyue Peak's peak master, Leng Tianjing. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid senior brother Leng will take the top spot in this core disciple exam. I wonder how many Tianyue Peak disciples are participating in the exam this time?" Lung Tianjing looked at Song Ke and smiled coldly in his heart. He revealed a gentle smile on his face and said indifferently, "About 100, I'm not too sure." When the other peak masters heard this, their expressions changed slightly. There were only 50 slots for the core disciple exam every year. Unless there were exceptional talents, there would not be any more slots. The inner disciples who wanted to participate in the exam had to become a superior grade martial grandmaster before the age of 19. The other peaks had at most 20-odd disciples who could meet this requirement. Compared to the number of Tianyue Peak, they were not worth mentioning. If they were to compete, they would not be able to win. It seemed that Tianyue Peak would take at least half of the core disciple slots this time. The stipend and treatment that a core disciple received was more than twice that of an ordinary inner disciple. Their cultivation speed was also much faster. If all the slots were taken by Tianyue Peak, then for a long time in the future, the strength of their peaks would not be able to surpass Tianyue Peak. They could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, the peak masters of the other peaks exchanged glances. They could see a helpless expression in each other's eyes. A cold look flashed in Song Ke's eyes. He casually glanced at Lu Ryue and said, "However, I'm afraid no one from senior brother Leng's Tianyue Peak will be able to obtain the first rank." The Wanren Peak's peak master, Wan Feng, asked in confusion, "Why?" "The first rank for the past few years seems to be from Tianyue Peak." Song Ke looked coldly at Lu Ryue and smiled. "It looks like junior brother Wan is not aware of some things. Your peak's core disciple, Yang Qi, was already defeated by peak master Lu's new disciple in the Hall of Contributions. Furthermore, he did not even use 100 moves. There is also that quick saber Lin Feng. He is even more laughable. He was defeated with one punch." Wan Feng revealed a suspicious expression. He had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. If it were not for the core disciple exam being an important matter, he would not have come out. Hence, he did not understand what was going on in the mountains. Wan Feng tilted his head slightly and asked an elder of Wanren Peak behind him, "Elder Su, is there such a thing?" Elder Su's expression was somewhat unsightly. However, he still told Wan Feng everything he knew in full detail. After he heard everything, Wan Feng's expression turned sullen. He looked at Lu Ryue and said, "I have not come out for some time. I did not expect Qingyun Peak to have a successor." Lu Ryue was expressionless. She knew that Song Ke was trying to sow discord. She looked at Song Ke coldly and said indifferently, "You only have one hand left, yet you are still so vicious. Be careful of biting your tongue." Just as Song Ke was about to say something, Lung Tianjing looked at him in disgust. "Junior brother Song, it is best that you worry about your own matters. Don't bother with other people's matters." At this moment, the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master, who had been silent all this while, said, "Senior brother Song, there is no need to be so decisive. Yang Qi's strength is not considered top-notch among the core disciples. It is not a big deal for him to be defeated by an inner disciple. Such things happen every year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the process of how he defeated Lin Feng with one punch is worth discussing. There is no need to be too shocked. The most important thing is that I heard that a new disciple appeared in Tianyue Peak recently. He managed to practice the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection, which no one in the past 100 years has managed to practice to great perfection. He actually practiced the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions. This was equivalent to a peak earth-ranked saber technique. If he could practice it to great perfection, no one in the same cultivation realm would be his match. Chapter 220. Lung Tianjing smiled faintly and looked meaningfully at the Beichen Peak's lord, who was like a block of wood. He said, "Junior Sister Chu's news is as fast as ever. However, the core disciple competition this time is more exciting than before. You'll know once you continue watching. Whether Zhang Lai will be able to take first place is still unknown." Everyone did not understand what Lung Tianjing meant. Could it be that with a peak earth-ranked saber technique, he would not be able to obtain the first rank? A black warship slowly flew over from the horizon. With a so sound, it landed on the drill grounds. "The people from Tianyue Peak are here." Indeed, Tianyue Peak is still as strong as before. There are actually more than 100 inner disciples participating in the exam. Looks like the first rank will be taken away by Tianyue Peak again. There is another warship flying over from that direction. The people from Baichen Peak are coming. The people from Jade Maiden Peak are here as well. There are so many female disciples. Soon, aside from Qingyun Peak's Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng, the disciples of the other 5 peaks all disembarked on their warships. They stood at the side and formed 5 formations. Of the 5 formations, Tianyue Peak had the most people. These Tianyue Peak inner disciples looked at the disciples of the other peaks with arrogance on their faces. They seemed very pleased with themselves, as though the core disciple exam was already in their bag. Zhang Lai, who was in the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. He swept his gaze across all the participants of the inner disciple exam, observing the situation of his competitors. With one glance, most of these people were early inferior grade martial grandmasters. A small portion of them were middle inferior grade martial grandmasters. Only a few of them were peak martial grandmasters. These people were worthy of his attention. However, when cultivators were of the same cultivation realm, they would compete on martial techniques and actual combat experience. Zhang Lai's combat experience was already very plentiful even before he ascended the mountain. In the vicinity of Yunyang City, if not 100 cultivators had died at his hands, there were at least dozens. In the battles between the big clans in the city, Zhang Lai often fought on the front lines. In terms of combat experience, he definitely had more than these Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. He had a clear advantage. If it was a competition of martial techniques, his advantage was even more obvious. The Lingyun saber technique was originally a top-notch earth-tier saber technique. However, because it was difficult to learn and lacked 3 moves, it was demoted to an earth-tier saber technique. Now that he had cultivated it to the greater mastery stage, and had even comprehended the 16th move, he had an overwhelming advantage over these people. Seems like there's no pressure on me to get first place this time, Zhang Lai thought to himself. But at this moment he felt a blazing gaze as sharp as the edge of a blade, piercing through the air and shooting towards him. Zhang Lai looked in the direction of that gaze and saw an ordinary-looking cultivator. When he used his perception to check, he could not help but be astonished. How could a person with such an intense gaze only be an inferior-grade martial grandmaster? How could an inferior-grade martial grandmaster appear in the core disciple exam? Zhang Lai thought suspiciously in his heart. At this moment of doubt, when he raised his head to look for the owner of the Dao gaze, he could not find him. Mu Heng, who was in the crowd, withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. His aura was completely gone. His squarish, ordinary face was no different from a passerby in the crowd. It was very ordinary, without any fluctuations. That gaze seemed to have never appeared at all. Zhang Lai looked around, trying to find the owner of that gaze. The gaze came from the Baichen Peak disciples. There was a total of 20 Baichen Peak disciples participating in the core disciple exam. Logically speaking, if he had seen that person before, he should have been able to find that person among these 20 people easily with his memory. However, the current situation was very strange. He counted the 20 people one by one, but he could not find the Baichen Peak disciple who was only an inferior-grade martial grandmaster. Could I be hallucinating? After a long time, Zhang Lai could not help but suspect that it was his own doing. His emotions became restless for a moment. Junior brother Zhang, are you all right? When a Tianyue Peak senior brother saw that Zhang Lai was distracted, he asked out of goodwill, "Don't lose your composure before the big battle." Zhang Lai recovered his wits and thought to himself, I was indeed overly concerned. Who cares what gaze it is? When the time comes, we will meet again. I just have to keep an eye on it. Thank you, senior brother. That's right, senior brother Wu Bing, you have participated in the core disciple exam before. Can you tell me how the exam will be conducted later? Zhang Lai cupped his hands in thanks and changed the topic. Although Zhang Lai was a newly promoted inner disciple of Tianyue Peak, his talent and strength were not to be underestimated. His future would be limitless. Wu Bing had interjected because he wanted to befriend Zhang Lai. When he heard the question, he immediately told him what he knew. The core disciple exam is split into the foundational stage and the arena battles. The foundational stage is different every year, so I do not know what will be tested in the foundational stage. The arena battles have not changed every year. The cultivators who pass the foundational stage will fight against each other, leaving only the top 50 inner disciples. I heard that the sect will reward the top 10 inner disciples. In the end, there is one more battle. It is between the last 50 inner disciples. Everyone has to choose a person to fight against. If they lose, they will lose their core disciple status. Zhang Lai nodded. So that's how it is. I wonder what will be tested in the foundational stage this year? For some reason, the chief examiner sent by the main hall had not come down yet. The group of people had been standing under the scorching sun for a long time. Gradually, they started to get impatient. What's going on? Why isn't it starting yet? The sun is making me dizzy. I am fine. I cultivate a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The longer I stay under the sun, the more boring it is to wait. What exactly is going on? Do you guys know? Not everyone is here yet. If not, the chief examiner will not come. Who is so troublesome? He is putting on airs. He actually wants so many of us to wait for him. It seems like the people from Qingyun Peak are not here yet. I heard that Qingyun Peak recently accepted a very powerful inner disciple. He defeated Quicksaber Lin Feng in one move. Is that true? Lin Feng's strength is within the top 10 of all the core disciples. As the group of people spoke, a black dot appeared in the eastern sky. The black dot slowly grew larger. When everyone saw it clearly, they discovered that it was a huge green bird. Lu Suifeng was very bad at piloting the green bird. Xiao Chen was not prepared at all. After he flew for a long time, he realized that he was flying in the wrong direction. Lu Suifeng looked at the drill grounds on the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled. Brother Yi, we are definitely right this time. Look at the expressions of the people on the ground when they look at us. You can see how excited they are. Yi Chen extended out his spiritual sense and immediately heard what the group of people on the ground said. He was speechless. They are very excited. However, they are very excited when they scold us. Shio. The green bird flapped its wings and slowly landed on the flat ground of the drill grounds. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng immediately jumped down. The two of them were rather thick-skinned. They ignored the gazes of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng landed, 3 gray-robed old men jumped down from a tall platform in the distance. They created 3 shockwaves in the air and glided for a few hundred meters before landing firmly on the ground. A middle-aged man with a square face walked out from the 3 of them. He was a peak martial saint and had a flourishing aura. The light in his eyes was withdrawn as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone felt a slight pressure. I am your chief examiner. This year's exam is the same as the previous years. It will be split into the foundational stage and the arena battles, the middle-aged man with a square face said in a deep voice. His voice was very loud. Everyone could hear him clearly. Dang, dang, dang. The chief examiner waved his hand and the 2 people beside him took out black rocks that were as tall as a person from their spatial rings. Soon, a stone forest appeared in the drill grounds. There were no patterns on the surface of the rocks. It gave off a calm and grand atmosphere. The first stage will test your strength. You need to use your saber to break apart one of these rocks. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, you will be eliminated, the chief examiner said expressionlessly to the crowd. After that, the 2 deputy examiners at the side started to hand out numbers to the rest of the people. They lined up according to the order of their numbers and began the exam. Xiao Chen received his number and looked at it. Number 240. It was one of the last numbers. In the entire drill grounds, there were only about 300 people participating in the exam. After the number was handed out, the person from Tianyue Peak slowly walked into the stone forest. He looked at the black rocks that were as tall as a person and did not pay much attention to them. After a martial grandmaster condensed a saber light and struck with all their might, they could shatter the rocks into countless pieces. Furthermore, This was without using a martial technique. If they used a martial technique, the might would be even greater. Xiaochen drew his saber and spots of red light gathered on the saber. This person cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Fire-attributed cultivation techniques were known for their ferocious might. There should not be any problems. Shatter for me! This Tianyue Peak disciple shouted loudly and leaped into the air. The saber light descended from the sky, looking very imposing. However, when the saber light landed on the black rocks, it gave off a keng-chong sound. There was not even a crack on the rock. How could it be like this? When the saber light dissipated, this person looked at the black rocks that did not have any marks on them. His eyes were filled with confusion. The chief examiner struck out with his palm, and the rock that was as hard as iron was shattered into countless pieces. He said indifferently, "Number 1 failed, step down." "No, I cannot step down. I am already 19 this year. If I fail again, I will never have another chance. Please give me another chance. I did not use a martial technique. If I used a martial technique, I would definitely be able to do it," this person pleaded anxiously to the chief examiner. The chief examiner waved his hand and a shockwave surged out. This person was immediately thrown into the air by a huge force and landed outside the drill grounds. I said it very clearly, everyone only has one chance. I do not wish to repeat myself, so I will tell everyone else. Hu Chi! Suddenly, a black dart was shot out from the high platform of the drill grounds. The chief examiner gently caught the dart and removed the note on it. After a while, he said, "I just received the rules. The first stage does not allow the use of martial techniques. If you do, you will be disqualified as well." Chapter 221. The moment the news came out, the drill grounds burst into an uproar. Everyone present already knew that this black rock was not an ordinary rock. It was not simple, it was several times harder than ordinary rocks. Their hearts were already beating like drums. When they heard that they were not allowed to use martial techniques, they found it unbelievable. Not only did the inner disciples find it unbelievable, even the 2 vice examiners beside the chief examiner had shocked expressions on their faces. They were very clear on the origins of the black rock. Even the 2 of them would have to use a quarter of their strength to chop it in half. The chief examiner's face turned black as he said sullenly, "Silence, continue the test. If you continue to make a ruckus, I will use my own method to silence you." Although there were still people who were dissatisfied, under the might of the chief examiner, no one dared to say anything. Candidate number 2 walked out with a grave expression. This person was rather smart. After he walked around the black rock, he asked the chief examiner, "May I touch this rock?" The chief examiner nodded, "Yes, but you cannot use your essence to cheat. Do not take too long either." This person quickly touched the surface of the rock. He was clearly very cautious. After a while, he withdrew his hand and slowly drew his saber. Dang! Without any hesitation, he decisively gathered his chi and made his move in one breath. There was no hesitation at all. With a schwa sound, the saber broke through the top of the rock and sliced downwards continuously. A joyful expression appeared on this person's face. He could not help but increase the force in his hand. Ka-ka! When the saber was a quarter of the way to the bottom of the rock, it suddenly got stuck. No matter how much force this person used, the saber could not move forward nor could it be pulled out. It was completely stuck. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike. The palm strike flew through the air, creating a sonic boom in the air. The black boulder that was as tall as a person suddenly shattered into pieces. The saber in that person's hand loosened. He could not withstand the inertia and was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Candidate number 2, you do not pass. Candidate number 3, continue. The chief examiner said unhurriedly while that person had an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. It was indeed a pity that he was so close to splitting the black boulder in half. Unfortunately, he was so close that he did not succeed in the end. Xiaochen watched the examinee number 2 leave dejectedly. His expression turned grave as well. Why is this test so strict? That person is a middle-stage superior grade martial grandmaster. If they were unable to use their martial skills, most of the people present would probably face the same fate, being eliminated in the first round. Xiao Chun turned his gaze to the high platform. There was an old man sitting in the middle of the platform. He looked senile, but his blood and qi were soaring. Even from a distance, one could feel his strong and long life aura. This person was the first elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall's Elders Assembly, Jiang Qi. He held the highest position in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was the one who threw the dart earlier. Xiao Chen had a suspicious look in his eyes. What is this old man thinking? The first stage is already so difficult. Are you trying to eliminate all of us? What is the first elder thinking? Why did he suddenly increase the difficulty by so much? The Wanren Peak's Peak Master asked suspiciously from the other side of the high platform. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will be a problem if we can even select 10 core disciples. What exactly happened? Senior Brother Lung, you have the best relationship with the first elder. Do you know any inside information? The core disciple exam this time was indeed strange. Even the Peak Masters did not know such a change would occur. Lung Tunyue frowned slightly and glanced at the first elder Jiang Qi. He muttered to himself, could it be because of that? Looks like I have to make some preparations after the exam ends. When the Jade Maiden Peak's Peak Master, Chu Shangyun, saw Lung Tianyue muttering to himself, she said, Senior Brotherling, do you really know any inside information? Tell us about it. Lung Tianyue smiled embarrassedly and shook his head. Don't overthink it. What inside information could I possibly know? Let's just continue watching. Clearly, the crowd did not believe his words. However, since Lung Tianyue did not want to say it, they could not force him. Everyone was of the same status. They could not force him. Lu Riyue's pretty face was filled with doubt. She was not sure what had happened. She looked into the distance and saw Xiao Chen on the drill grounds. She muttered to herself, I hope nothing bad happened. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Occasionally, there would be dispirited sounds coming from the drill grounds. The first stage of the exam had already been going on for a while. However, only 10 people had passed. Furthermore, these 10 people were peak superior grade martial grandmasters. Their foundations were very solid. They were able to split the black rock in half in one breath. Number 100, Tianyue Peak's Zhang Lai. The chief examiner read out loudly. It's Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai is coming out. I have long heard of this person's name. Recently, he has been rising very quickly in Tianyue Peak. I heard he is the son of the clan head of the top clan in Yunyang City, the Zhang clan. He has a good family background and high talent. As long as such a person is willing to work hard, he will definitely become strong. He is already a strong person. Tianyue Peak holds a competition every month. Among the ordinary inner disciples, no one in Tianyue Peak is a match for him. To be able to obtain the first rank among the inner disciples of the strongest faction in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he is basically guaranteed to be the first rank in this exam. Haha, it is too early to say this. Let's wait for him to pass the stage first. If he cannot even pass the stage, he will not even be able to obtain the qualifications to be a core disciple. The moment Zhang Lai appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all started discussing him. In a distant spectator stand, a group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples with 3 golden lines on their sleeves also paid attention and looked at the drill grounds. These core disciples were the last 50 core disciples. After Zhang Lai and the others completed the 3 stages, they would have to choose their opponents and fight to determine their core disciple status. Zhang Lai. I hope I do not meet with this person later, a Baichen Peak core disciple said worriedly as he looked at Zhang Lai. Another core disciple added, it would be great if he could not pass the foundational stage. That way we would be completely at ease. The 50 core disciples all had some uneasiness on their faces. After all, after enjoying the superior treatment of a core disciple, if they were to return to being an ordinary inner disciple, they would not be able to accept such a huge difference in their hearts. Only one person had a calm expression, resting with his eyes closed. He held a saber in his hands and hugged it in front of his chest. He did not pay any attention to the sounds around him. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him. He was incomparably indifferent. Zhang Lai slowly walked to a black rock. He withdrew his aura and did not release it. His gaze was incomparably calm. After a while, his aura suddenly became sharp. A bright light flashed in his eyes. It was like a sharp saber being unsheathed, showing off its sharpness. Kasi, a black boulder standing in front of Zhang Lai suddenly shattered, turning into countless stone fragments that flew everywhere in the air. Zhang Lai waved his hand and sent out a palm wind. An intense qi whirlwind appeared in front of him. The stone shards flying at him fell to the ground and scattered. What's going on? Why did the rock shatter? The surrounding examinees all thought in astonishment. They did not even see when Zhang Lai made his move. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment as well. What's going on? He was 100% sure that Zhang Lai did not draw his saber, but the hard rock shattered just like that. Saber intent. These two words suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was definitely a state of the saber. Furthermore, Zhang Lai had comprehended this saber intent to small perfection. Congratulations, senior brother Leng, you have accepted another good disciple. He actually managed to comprehend his own saber intent at such a young age. His future is limitless. Tianyue Peak is really full of talents. How enviable. Small perfection saber intent. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few hundred years. Leng Tianyue smiled faintly as he replied to the other peak masters. However, he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that Zhang Lai had comprehended saber intent. Originally, Leng Tianyue thought that Zhang Lai would use it as a trump card. He did not expect Zhang Lai to use it right from the start. But, given Zhang Lai's character, he would not be so ostentatious. On the drill grounds, Zhang Lai suddenly turned his head back. A bright light shone in his eyes. He had finally caught the sharp gaze from earlier. What he saw was an extremely ordinary squarish face. Mu Heng revealed a slightly astonished expression. After a while, he smiled at Zhang Lai in relief. Then, he withdrew his gaze and turned back into an unremarkable passerby. Zhang Lai imprinted Mu Heng's appearance in his heart. He thought to himself, I finally found you. I did not expose my trump card in vain. You put pressure on me, I can do the same to you. Chopping the hard black rock in half without using a martial technique was not difficult for Zhang Lai. However, before he went up, he remembered the sharp gaze that tore through the air. Although he told himself to forget about this gaze, no matter how much he tried to comfort himself, this gaze had already left a mark in his heart. If he didn't resolve it perfectly, he would never be able to. If he did not deal with it perfectly, he might leave behind a heart demon during a fight. Thus, Zhang Lai chose to reveal his trump card. He calculated that the other party's gaze would leak out unintentionally. The development of the matter was exactly as Zhang Lai expected. Number 2, Zhang Lai passed the test. The test continued and the number of people who failed increased. The number of people who failed in the first stage far surpassed the previous ones. This was something that everyone did not expect. By the time number 200 was reported, there were actually 60 people who successfully chopped the rock in half. The high elimination rate caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Number 220, Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. The chief examiner continued to read. Mu Heng passed through the crowd and slowly walked out. He was like an unremarkable little blade of grass. Initially, no one noticed him. Now that he walked forward, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Chapter 222. What's going on? This person is actually only an inferior grade martial grandmaster. Very quickly, someone sensed his cultivation realm and could not help but exclaim. The most basic requirement of the core disciple exam was that inner disciples had to be a superior grade martial grandmaster before the age of 19. Many inner disciples were stuck at this threshold. When they saw that Mu Heng was only an inferior grade martial grandmaster, they all started to doubt him. The chief examiner was expressionless as he looked at the restless crowd. Under the blazing sun, when the crowd felt his gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines. If you have any doubts, please seek an explanation from the elders' assembly after the exam is over. Whoever is making a ruckus, Scram immediately. Mu Heng's ordinary face did not change because of the words of the others. He walked straight to a rock and took a deep breath. Xiao! Mu Heng raised his right hand and used it as a saber. He tilted his body slightly and chopped down. The air was like a curtain of water as it was split by Mu Heng's palm. The black rock was slowly sliced in half. Mu Heng's movements were very slow. It was a stark contrast to Zhang Lai's ferocious saber intent. Everyone could see it clearly and were dumbfounded. The mysterious black rock that even a superior-grade martial grandmaster would find hard to cut with their full strength was actually easily sliced in half by an inferior-grade martial grandmaster. This was out of everyone's expectations. The people who were originally critical of Mu Heng's participation in the core disciple exam were now completely speechless. All that was left in their hearts was shock. Mu Heng withdrew his hand and a small crack appeared in the middle of the black rock. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover that the rock had already been split in half. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike and shattered the rock. He said, "Number 220, Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, pass." Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai's gaze and smiled faintly before walking out. Xiaochen looked at Mu Heng's back and entered deep thought. This was the first time he saw someone cultivate the physical body to such a strong level. Mu Heng's strength might not be as strong as Xiaochen's, but his ability to use the strength of his physical body was much stronger than Xiaochen's. If it was Xiaochen, he would have no problem shattering this black rock with a full power strike of 6,000 kilograms. However, it was impossible to do what Mu Heng did, to control his strength to a point like a blade, like a thin stream or a cloud. It's fine. There are all sorts of ways to cultivate the physical body, just like martial techniques. I was just making a fuss over nothing. Xiaochen smiled faintly. After he thought it through, he thought to himself. Number 240, Qingyun Peaks Yichen. After a long time, it was finally Xiaochen's turn. Lu Suifeng's number was 280th, even further behind Xiaochen's. When he heard Xiaochen's name, he said encouragingly, "Brother Yi, do your best." When Lu Suifeng heard Xiaochen's name, he could no longer hold back the hatred in his eyes. He stared at Xiaochen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. When Song Ke saw Xiaochen, he could no longer hold back the hatred hidden in his eyes. He stared at Xiaochen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. Ever since Song Ke met Xiaochen for the first time, his originally happy life had slowly turned into a tragedy. Originally, he was only one step away from becoming one of the youngest martial monarchs in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now, not only did he have hopes of advancing to martial monarch, but because of his heart demon, he lost all hope of advancing. Furthermore, he lost an arm and his strength decreased significantly. He became a laughingstock. If it were not for the few big shots of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting Xiaochen, he would have found an opportunity to kill Xiaochen long ago. How hateful! A minor character actually has so many connections. Song Ke clenched his remaining hand tightly as he thought to himself hatefully. Song Ke turned his head and looked at the calm Lu Rua. He said in a gloomy voice, "Peak Master Lu, your disciple is coming out. I wonder if his performance will surpass Zhang Lai's. There should be a pleasant surprise." Lu Rua smiled casually and turned her head. "No matter how great a pleasant surprise there is, it will not be as great as the one you lost an arm." Song Ke's expression changed. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, "That brat better not have any weakness in my hands. Otherwise, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." Lu Rua smiled faintly. "I do not know if my disciple will suffer a fate worse than death. However, I know that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Isn't that right, old bastard?" At the end, the smile on Lu Rua's face vanished. She cursed fiercely. She could not stand Song Ke's endless mockery. Bang! "Girl, who are you calling an old bastard?" Song Ke smacked the table and glared at her. Lu Rua did not show any fear. Her pretty face was covered in frost. "I'm just calling you an old bastard. So what? Do you want to fight? I don't mind teaching you some principles." Lu Rua's talent was startling in the first place. After she completely absorbed the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, She consumed the flowing light flower. Now, her strength was infinitely close to that of a martial king. She was not afraid of the one-armed Song Quebec. The two of you, stop quarreling. Fighting in front of the elders' assembly is not good for either of you, the other peak masters quickly advised when they saw the tension between the two of them getting stronger. Lung Tianjing looked at Song Ke and said, "Junior brother Song, you are already so old. Don't fight with the younger generation. Be more magnanimous. If you lost an arm, let's see if you would say that." Song Ke was so angry that he trembled. However, he did not dare to flare up in front of Lung Tianjing. He did not have the guts to do so. Under the persuasion of the crowd, the commotion in the spectators' stands slowly calmed down. Inside and outside the drill grounds, the ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands and the inner disciples doing the introductions were all staring at Xiaoqin. In terms of fame, Xiaoqin had the most legends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion recently. In the few months since he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he first played around with the peak martial king of Biyun Peak, Song Quebec. Then he injured many Wanren Peak inner disciples in the Hall of Contributions and even defeated the core disciple, Yang Qi. After that, he disappeared for a period of time. However, after he reappeared, he became even more famous. He miraculously completed a high-level mission of the sect and obtained an excellent evaluation. His ranking soared by 500 ranks. The second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak, Lin Feng, wanted to take revenge. However, he was defeated with one punch and became a laughingstock. All the things that happened were unimaginable. No one dared to believe that Xiaoqin was only a martial grandmaster. There was another rumor saying that every time Xiaoqin made a move, he would use some tricks and go against the morals of a cultivator. Compared to the first rumor, the crowd believed the latter rumor more. Now that they had the opportunity to witness Xiaoqin make a move in public, they could verify the truth of the rumor. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who had already passed the test, looked at Xiaoqin with curiosity. Even though they were cultivating in the mountains, they had heard some rumors about Xiaoqin. However, the two of them were proud and arrogant people. They did not believe the rumors. This was especially so for Zhang Lai. He even snorted disdainfully. "I will let you know that snatching your spot back then was a matter of course. Only the truly strong can receive the best treatment. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times." Zhang Lai grasped the saber in his hand tightly. There was a bright light in his eyes as he stared at Xiaoqin in the drill grounds. Xiaoqin's eyes were like a mirror, his heart was as calm as still water. His mind was very clear. The surrounding gazes and discussions did not affect him at all. There was only one chance and he could not use martial techniques. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He carefully scanned the black rock with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the surface of this rock was extremely smooth. It was even harder than steel. However, that was not a problem. 50% of his strength should be enough. Feeling confident, Xiaoqin drew his saber decisively. He withdrew his saber light and sent out a saber light. Xiao! The sharp saber light flashed in the air. With a huang-dang sound, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. There were no changes to the surface of the black rock, which was surprising. Ha! I was wondering how powerful it was. It turns out that it is only SOS. What a pleasant surprise. Song Ke's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the black rock. Originally, he thought that this would not be a problem for Xiaoqin. However, when he took a closer look, he discovered that there were no changes to the surface of the rock. It looked like even horses stumble. This brat was too careless. It was such a good opportunity to mock him. Without even thinking, Song Ke started laughing loudly. Hua! The moment Song Ke spoke, there was a crisp ka sound as though it was responding to Song Quebec. The black rock split into two halves. The intense energy was like a hurricane. It tossed the two pieces of rock into the air. After they flew for a long time, they landed heavily on the ground. Number 240, Qingyun Peak Xiaoqin, passed. After the rock landed, the chief examiner's voice rang out. Song Ke's face alternated between green and red. He did not know where to put his face. He felt that he was slowly turning from a laughingstock to a joke. This time, Lu Ryue could not even be bothered to add insult to injury. She directly ignored Song Quebec. It turned out that Xiao Qin used the technique of drawing the saber in this attack. He did not have a martial spirit, so the speed at which he gathered essence was at least 50% faster than other cultivators. With a thought, the spinning qi whirlpool in his dantian immediately emitted a huge amount of essence and gathered it on the saber. With such a fast speed at which essence was gathered, in addition to the technique of drawing the saber, the speed of this attack was very fast. After all, Song Ke was quite far from the drill grounds. Furthermore, he was feeling uneasy. Even if he was a martial king, he would not be surprised to make a mistake in such a situation. Xiao Qin raised his head slightly. He felt a concerned gaze from the tall platform. He smiled at Lu Ryue, who was in the distance, and walked into the crowd of inner disciples who had already passed the test. The test on the drill grounds continued. There were people who passed the test one after another. Of course, there were even more people who failed. Soon, it was Lu Suifeng's turn. When Lu Ryue saw Lu Suifeng slowly walk out of the crowd, she felt conflicted again. Lu Suifeng was already 19 years old. If he did not pass the test, he would not have any more chances. She only had this one younger brother. She did not want to see him fail. Chapter 223. Lu Suifeng smiled faintly at Lu Ryue and nodded at Xiao Qin. Then, he quietly looked at the black rock in front of him. After consuming the flowing light flower that Xiao Qin gave him, Lu Suifeng's martial techniques and cultivation techniques had improved very quickly. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a peak superior grade martial grandmaster. As long as he did not make any mistakes, it should not be a problem for him to pass this stage. Open! Lu Suifeng shouted and drew the small saber at his waist. The saber gave off a blazing light as it hacked violently on the hard black rock. Z. The saber cut into the rock and slid down continuously. Lu Suifeng had already succeeded halfway. However, the expression on his face did not relax at all. There were many inner disciples who had their sabers stuck in the middle of the rock after they cut it, resulting in them failing the test. The image of Wang Rong's mocking face flashed in Lu Suifeng's mind. He increased the force in his hand. With a schwa sound, he quickly split the rock in half. Qingyun Peak's Lu Suifeng, test successful. Lu Suifeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over to Xiao Qin. He bumped fists with him and said joyfully, "I succeeded." "Congratulations." Xiao Qin said sincerely. Lu Suifeng withdrew his smile. "I cannot congratulate you now. There are still 2 more stages to pass. Continue to work hard. Don't be happy too early. Even if you pass the foundational stage, I will chase the 2 of you down in the arena battles." Zhang Lai suddenly walked over and stared at Xiao Qin. "Especially you. As long as I am in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you can forget about becoming a core disciple." The current Zhang Lai could be said to be flushed with success in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His future was boundless. The only thing he could not let go of was the matter of him entering Tianyue Peak through the back door. As long as he completely defeated Xiao Qin and proved his worth, he would be able to get rid of this worry in his heart. Originally, Xiao Qin did not have much of an impression of Zhang Lai. However, when he heard others mention Zhang Lai's identity, he immediately recalled the matter of the Zhang clan cultivators plotting against him in Evil Wind Valley. Repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. This had always been Xiao Qin's principle. No matter how the Zhang clan treated him, Xiao Qin would repay it sooner or later. It was just that he had been cultivating in Qingyun Peak and did not have the time to care about this matter. Now that Zhang Lai had delivered himself to him, Xiao Qin had no reason to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, "That is what I told you as well. Let's wait and see." Zhang Lai coldly snorted and left. After a while, the first round of the core disciple exam was finally over. The chief examiner counted the number of people and counted them carefully. Out of the 300 inner disciples, only 100 were left. The first stage of the examination had eliminated 2/3 of the people. Just thinking about it made people feel terrified. After counting the number of people, the chief examiner brought everyone to the other side of the drill ground. After they stopped, They saw a piece of land that was more than 800 meters long. It was covered with a thick layer of black cloth. It was impossible to see what was underneath the black cloth. Hua! Two deputy examiners rushed forward and quickly removed the black cloth. Instantly, a square formation filled with spear blades appeared before everyone's eyes. The sharp spear blades faced the blazing sun and flickered with a bright light. When one looked at it, it caused their scalp to go numb. A small portion of the 2-meter-long spear blades were inserted into the ground. The 20-centimeter-long rhombus-shaped spear head flickered with a cold light under the blazing sun. It was incomparably sharp. The distance between the spears was rather wide, about 1.5 meters. The square formation formed by tens of thousands of spears was about 1,000 meters long and 400 meters wide. The chief examiner looked at the people who passed the first stage and said, "The second stage tests movement techniques. If you can last for 2 hours on this spear formation, you will pass." The moment the chief examiner finished speaking, the expressions of the 100-odd people immediately changed. Some were happy and some were worried. Those who normally focused on movement techniques or cultivated high-ranked movement techniques had expressions of joy on their faces. Those inner disciples who focused on other aspects had unsightly expressions. To be able to enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, their movement techniques were naturally not weak. However, if they did not spend a lot of time on their movement techniques, they would feel uneasy if they wanted to last for an hour on the sharp spear blades. Last for an hour? I'm afraid it is not that simple, Xiaochen muttered to himself as he looked at the huge formation. If they only wanted to last for an hour, the range of the spear formation would not be so large. Furthermore, although it was difficult to last for an hour if there were no external interference, he believed that most of the people present would be able to pass this test. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Footsteps could be heard. 10 white-robed Jade Maiden Peak elders walked over quickly. After that, they split into groups of 3 and stood at the 4 corners of the formation. When the chief examiner saw this group of people, he said, "After you land, you lose. Aside from that, there are no other rules. The time starts now." So. Figures flashed and everyone quickly jumped up. Xiaochen leaped up gently and found a foothold. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and spun around like a flood dragon before landing firmly. Pooh! There was a miserable cry. Because an inner disciple did not control his strength well, the sharp spear blade pierced through his shoes. He lost his footing and immediately fell down. The Jade Maiden Peak elders guarding at the side immediately flew over to where this person landed. They brought him out of the formation and took off his shoes and socks to treat his wounds. The sudden situation gave everyone a better understanding of the sharpness of the spear blades. They could not help but become even more cautious. Lu Suifeng leaped up gently and landed beside Xiaochen. He said in a low voice, "Yichen, why do I feel that something is wrong? This formation is too big. I know those Jade Maiden Peak elders. They have a very high position in Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, they all cultivate healing martial techniques and cultivation techniques." Xiaochen's expression did not change. He was on high alert as he said in a deep voice, "Just adapt to the situation. This second test will definitely not be so simple." Xiaochen was thinking further ahead. The chief examiner's last sentence also caught his attention. Did the so-called no rules mean that he could attack others as he pleased while standing on the formation? Although he did not have such a strong heart to attack, he still had to be wary of others. He had to keep an eye out. Standing on the sharp spear blades, aside from testing the strength of a cultivator's movement technique, it also required a strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, it would be very easy to lose one's footing. Just standing on the sharp spear blades alone was already difficult. If one could not maintain their balance and jumped around, the spear blades would quickly injure their ankles and cause them to fall to the ground. Thus, one could not lose their footing. If there was an unstable situation, one could not jump onto the other spear blades. One had to calm down first and stabilize one's footing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky and the harsh sunlight mercilessly shone on everyone. There was not even a slight breeze in the huge drill grounds. It was very frustrating. A few inner disciples lost their footing due to their frustration. They had no choice but to jump onto the spear formation. Soon, the spear blades pierced through their soles. After their soles were injured, they immediately fell to the ground. Then, the Jade Maiden Peak Elders carried them out of the formation, completely losing their right to continue the test. The sweat on Lu Suifeng's forehead flowed continuously into his eyes. It was very uncomfortable, but he did not dare to use his hands to wipe it away. It was not easy for him to maintain his balance. If he made a casual move now, it would be disrupted. Then, there would be a chain reaction and he would fall. However, it was very uncomfortable to ignore the sweat on his forehead. The sweat in his eyes caused his eyes to bleed continuously. His body started to sway slowly. Boo! Boo! Just as Lu Suifeng could not hold on any longer, a cool breeze blew. It was very refreshing under the blazing sun. It blew away the sweat in his eyes. Lu Suifeng opened his eyes. The uncomfortable feeling had completely disappeared. He looked at Xiaochen beside him with a grateful expression. This cool breeze was naturally the palm wind that Xiaochen sent out. With the small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he could walk on the river without getting wet. To him, this formation was nothing. Currently, there were only about 10 or 20 people who could do it as easily as Xiaochen. As time passed, something appeared in the gazes of these people. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He shouted and quickly leaped towards Xiaochen. Attack! Xiaochen's expression did not change. However, when he saw the clothes these people were wearing, he felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he thought that Zhang Lai would be the first to make a move. He did not expect the inner disciples of Biyun Peak to make a move first. Huang Dang! 4 Biyun Peak disciples drew their sabers and hacked at Xiaochen. To be able to clear the first stage and jump freely on the spear, these 4 people were not simple. They were not ordinary superior grade martial grandmasters. They were all peak martial grandmasters. They were only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Yi Chen, what should we do? Lu Suifeng was somewhat flustered. Movement techniques were not his forte. It was already difficult for him to stand on the spear. If he wanted to fight, there was no hope for him. Xiaochen smiled faintly. There is no need to panic. They are just a bunch of jumping clowns. If they were fighting on flat ground, Xiaochen would have to spend some effort to deal with these 4 people. However, on the spear, as long as he wanted to, he could knock them down within 10 moves. However, he had to take care of Lu Suifeng. He could not leave the spear below him and could not move freely. Hu Qi! 4 saber lights hacked at Xiaochen from 4 different angles. The dazzling saber light was incomparably piercing under the sunlight. Xiaochen gently pushed off the spear tip and spun around. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand with a huang dang sound. An even more intense saber light moved as fast as lightning, chopping down 4 times. Bang! 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 The weapons containing strong essence clashed in the air. Saber lights flew everywhere, giving off 4 metallic sounds. Xiaochen was fighting 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the Biyun Peak disciples were knocked back by the force of the saber. These 4 people were quite impressive. They somersaulted in the air and after the force dissipated, they landed back on the spear. They pointed their sabers at Xiaochen. Chapter 224. Senior Brother Yu Qian, this person is not easy to deal with, a Biyun Peak disciple said to the leader. Yu Qian revealed a grave expression and said, there is no need to worry. The Peak Master already said that as long as we can disrupt this person's core disciple exam, he will give each of us 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. With this 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones, even if we cannot pass the core disciple exam, it will not matter. It will be enough for us to cultivate. Furthermore, we still have another chance next year. There is no need to worry. If necessary, we can use a method where both sides suffer. When the other person heard this, he purposely glanced at Xiaochen and said, that's true. 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones is enough for me to break through to martial saint. I will be able to pass the core disciple exam easily next year. The 2 of them chatted in front of Xiaochen like there was no one else around. Xiaochen had a calm expression as he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. His state of mind did not waver because of their conversation. "Yichen, be careful," Lu Suifeng suddenly said. It turned out that the two people in front were purposely speaking to attract Xiao Chen's attention. The person behind Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to make a move silently. This person smiled coldly in his heart. "Once I get within 3 meters of you, you will have no chance. Go down." Mount Tai suppression. A huge mountain peak appeared behind this person. One could faintly see some faintly discernible birds and beasts circling the mountain peak. Not bad. Using the Mount Tai suppression as a peak martial grandmaster, he was able to materialize such an agile, mysterious phenomenon. If it was purely based on mysterious phenomena, he was already as strong as Song Quebec. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was very calm as he evaluated this person's martial technique. His spiritual sense was spread out within a radius of 500 meters. All the actions of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples were under his surveillance. There were no blind spots at all. The mysterious phenomenon was not bad. Unfortunately, a strong martial technique required great strength as a foundation in order to bring out its might. Otherwise, it would just be for show. Kasu. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated quickly. The bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off cracking sounds. He placed the lunar shadow saber back into the universe ring and clenched his right fist tightly. Xiao Chen felt a boundless energy as he turned around and punched out. The image of a huge tiger appeared behind Xiao Chen. The tiger let out a long roar, instantly raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak, as if he was the king of all beasts. Bang! With a punch, the mountain shattered. The mysterious phenomenon of the person who sneak attacked Xiao Chen instantly broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air as he fell. Just as he was about to be pierced by a spear, a white figure flew out and grabbed him, landing outside the formation. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art and ferocious tiger leaving the mountains allowed Xiao Chen to gather all the strength and essence in his physical body. His physical body strength was 6,000 kilograms of force. The vast essence of an inferior-grade martial saint was equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of force. When the two were added together, this punch contained more than 10,000 kilograms of force. With such horrifying force, the so-called Mount Tai suppression was just a joke. A regular inferior-grade martial saint would not dare to receive this punch head-on. "Junior brother Yao, I'll kill you!" Splitting the mountains and splitting the earth. Clouds splitting cross-chop. Clouds flipping and breaking the sea. Seeing that their junior brother Yao's sneak attack failed and that his mysterious phenomenon even broke and he was severely injured, the remaining 3 lost their rationality and charged at Xiao Chen. They executed all sorts of moves, trying to break Xiao Chen's soul. The 3 peak martial grandmasters all executed their best moves. Naturally, their might could not be underestimated. The originally scorching air was now so hot that it made breathing difficult. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. He crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. A flood dragon and a ferocious tiger circled around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at the same time. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Xiao Chen's body. He looked very calm and imposing. Boundless energy quickly accumulated. There was the might of a tiger and a dragon, but it was not released. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon, not afraid of the mountains and rivers' roar. Bang! The 3 people's best moves landed on Xiao Chen's body at the same time, giving off loud sounds. However, they were blocked by a formless barrier and could not advance any further. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted and the energy he accumulated erupted like a volcano. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The air rippled like water, creating countless ripples. In the face of this unceasing torrent of energy, the remaining 3 people from Biyun Peak were unable to put up any resistance and were sent flying. During this period of time, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art had already reached small perfection, the 4th layer. Thus, he could unleash a portion of this crouching tiger hidden dragon stance. When it reached great perfection, He could unleash all his energy. When he executed the dragon hissing tiger roar fist, its might would be even more horrifying. Mu Heng, who had been resting with his eyes closed like a pine tree in winter, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. What a strong physical body. Dragon and tiger body. This cultivation technique for tempering the body should be of the same rank as my cultivation technique. However, his physical body is not as strong as mine. When my purple jade body tempering art circulates at full power, my physical body is comparable to 100-year-old frost iron. My palms can even cut through metal and break jade. However, these are probably not his trump cards. Mu Heng thought about many things in a short while. It seemed like there was another opponent for the first rank of this core disciple exam. When the Tianyue Peak disciples saw everything in front of them, they were all astonished. It was already very difficult for them to stand on the spear's edge. They did not expect Xiaochen to be able to bring out such a strong combat prowess. Wu Bing, who was beside Zhang Lai, thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Zhang, should we call over some of our senior brothers? We can make the first move and gain the upper hand. With the strength that he has displayed so far, he will be the biggest obstacle to you obtaining the first rank." At this moment, 10 of the stronger Tianyue Peak inner disciples walked over. They were the same as the Biyun Peak disciples. They could move freely on the spear's edge. Their strength was at the peak of the crowd. The person leading them looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Junior brother Zhang, if you have any ideas, you can tell us directly. Before we came, the Peak Master already instructed us that if there were any sudden incidents during the exam, Junior brother Zhang can dispatch us." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt joy in his heart. He did not expect the Peak Master to trust him so much. However, after muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Lai gave up on this idea. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brothers are too polite. I will not let down the Peak Master's expectations. I will definitely obtain the first rank in this exam. However, the I Ching is not our main enemy. If he is only as strong as he is now, I can easily defeat him. Our biggest opponent is him." Zhang Lai changed the topic and pointed at the low-profile Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. When Mu Heng felt Zhang Lai's gaze, he looked over and smiled indifferently. He did not pay too much attention to him. The people at the side were somewhat surprised. He is just an inferior-grade martial grandmaster. Is there a need to pay so much attention to him? Zhang Lai did not explain too much. He said, "The situation might change later. Wait for a while. If I guess wrong, we will make our move immediately." The sudden attack of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples caused the disciples of the other peaks to become more cautious. No one knew who would suddenly make a move behind their backs. A cultivator from Qianduan Peak carrying a huge saber on his back stood quietly on the spear tip. The huge saber on his back was close to 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters thick. It was a huge saber worthy of its name. Just its weight alone was 250 kilograms. Even though he was carrying such a heavy saber, he did not move at all while standing on the spear's edge. He was as light as a feather and did not feel any pressure at all. This caused everyone to be astonished. When someone at the side saw the Tianyue Peak disciples discussing something, he whispered to that person, "Senior brother Gao Yang, there seems to be some movement from Tianyue Peak. Should we do something?" Gao Yang's face was very broad. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a heroic feeling. He glanced at Zhang Lai and the others from Tianyue Peak and said indifferently, "Let's just wait and see. Fighting on the spear tip does not give our Qianduan Peak disciples any advantage." The same conversation took place in the other peaks as well. Basically, every peak had a disciple they were proud of. They might not be as strong as Zhang Lai and the others, but they were strong enough to suppress the crowd. Everyone was discussing countermeasures to protect themselves in case of any mishaps, to prevent anyone from making a move. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiaochen easily defeated the 4 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him with surging momentum on the spear tip. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were superior-grade martial grandmasters, but their strengths were worlds apart. "Yichen, are you all right?" Lu Suifeng asked. Xiaochen replied, "I'm fine, I just exhausted some essence." "Be careful, There is still one more person from Biyun Peak who has yet to make a move. After sending the 3 flying, Xiao Chen had been paying attention to the remaining Biyun Peak disciples with his spiritual sense. He felt that one of them had a very strong aura, even stronger than Yu Qian's. However, he hid it very well. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to rush forward and drag this person out. However, after thinking about it, there was still Zhang Lai eyeing him covetously from the side. There was no need to expose too much of his strength, so he gave up on the idea. Time went by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Half of the time required for the test had already passed. There were still 80-odd disciples from the various peaks remaining. If there were no accidents, these 80-odd people would not have any problems persisting for another hour. Zhang Lai frowned. He felt that the test would not be so simple. However, an hour had passed, and there was still no movement. This caused him to feel suspicious. Never mind, I don't care anymore. I will make the first move and gain the advantage. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. A boundless saber intent materialized in the depths of his eyes. Xiao! A few strands of saber chi appeared in the air. They were like sharp blades, easily tearing through the obstruction of the air. They created shockwaves as they shot towards Mu Heng. Mu Heng had expected Zhang Lai to suddenly make a move. However, he did not expect Zhang Lai's saber intent to be so strong, able to send out saber chi from thin air. Bang! 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 Mu Heng used his palm as a saber and hacked at the saber chi flying at him. There was a metallic clang as the saber chi flying at him was easily shattered by Mu Heng. Chapter 225. Attack. Deal with him first. Zhang Lai had expected that Mu Heng would not be defeated so easily by a few strands of saber chi. This was just the appetizer. Following Zhang Lai's words, 10 Tianyue Peak disciples who still had some strength left stepped on the sharp spear blades and pounced at Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. I will lure them away. You all do not have to make a move, Mu Heng said to the Beichen Peak disciples behind him who wanted to help. Mu Heng stomped heavily on the spear blade under his feet. Under the force of gravity, the spear blade actually distorted. Then, it shot out of the ground with a xiao sound. Mu Heng, who had already used the rebound force of the spear blade to jump into the air, caught the spear blade. He smiled faintly as he looked at the group of people rushing at him. Then he threw the spear blade forward. Bang! The spear blade that was flying in the air suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces of metal. As it spun at high speed, it created a gust of wind, turning into a sharp killing weapon. Cloud Gathering Peak. Zhang Lai shouted and executed the first move of the Lingyun Saber technique, Cloud Gathering Peak. Suddenly, clouds appeared above the formation. A strange peak rose up and blocked all the metal pieces flying at it. Dang! Ding! Ding! Countless sounds rang out. When the clouds scattered, the crowd discovered that this strange peak was the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. The momentum of the saber was very ferocious, instantly knocking down all the metal pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Heng leaped more than 100 meters away. He casually waved his hand and pulled out another spear. Then, he chopped it in half with his palm and tossed it out with a so sound. The two halves of the spear spun rapidly in the air like a flaming wheel. It continuously attracted the surrounding air, forming a 3-meter-long tornado. Zhang Lai said, "Help me block this move. I will chase after him." So. 4 inner disciples jumped out from behind Zhang Lai, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. They drew their sabers at the same time and a 10-meter-long saber light soared up and struck the tornado. Zhang Lai did not care about the result of this attack. He did not stop and dodge the gap between the tornadoes, quickly flying towards Mu Heng. Seeing Zhang Lai chasing after him alone, Mu Heng revealed a smile. He pushed off the spear tip and there was an explosion. The spear blade immediately shattered into countless pieces and flew backwards. Bang! Every time Mu Heng took a step, one of the spear blades under his feet would shatter, turning into countless small pieces of metal. As they moved at high speed, they tore through the air and shot towards Zhang Lai like a torrential storm. With a glance, Zhang Lai saw countless lethal pieces of metal covering the sky. If he wanted to continue chasing, he would have to break through the storm formed by these countless pieces of metal. If I do that, I will have to exhaust a lot of essence. I feel like I fell into Mu Heng's trap, Zhang Lai thought to himself. However, he might not know that I cultivate a superior grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. The amount of essence I can store is definitely more than his. Thinking of this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a trace of mockery as he lightly shouted, "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds." This was the second move of the Lingyun saber technique. A mysterious phenomenon appeared. A mountain peak appeared out of nowhere. To everyone's astonished gazes, that mountain peak actually started to spin continuously. Rumble. As the mountain spun, the ground of the entire drill ground began to shake. Some unlucky inner disciples fell off the spear's edge on the spot. When Xiaochen saw Zhang Lei execute 2 moves of the Lingyun saber technique, he was astonished. He did not expect Zhang Lei's talent to be so high. However, being able to produce a mysterious phenomenon does not mean that his comprehension of the Lingyun saber technique is deeper than mine, Xiaochen thought to himself. The mysterious phenomenon was a kind of supplement to the martial technique. However, before the mysterious phenomenon was completed, if one used it rashly and it was broken, one's essence would be greatly injured. Back then, when Xiaochen fought against Chu Chaoyun, he suffered greatly. Chu Chaoyun only used half a move to break his moon-bright like fire mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen's essence was greatly injured and he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Thus, in future battles, Xiao Chen was very cautious when he used the mysterious phenomenon. There were only 2 ways to break the mysterious phenomenon. The first was to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon, like what Chu Chaoyun did. The second was to break the mysterious phenomenon with brute force, using absolute strength to shatter the opponent's mysterious phenomenon, like what happened to Xiaochen earlier. It was unknown what method Mu Heng would choose. The spinning mountain peak was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown width. It stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the sky to darken and the ground to darken. It even covered the blazing sun. The raindrop-like pieces of metal struck the mountain peak with a ding-dang-dang sound. However, they did not have any effect as they all fell to the ground. Mu Heng turned around to take a look. There was no astonishment on his face. He stared at the image of the mountain peak. In his eyes, there was only this mountain peak left. The mountain peak got closer and closer, but Mu Heng still did not have any expression on his face. It was as though he did not know that when this mountain peak got close to him, it would easily crush him to death. I still can't find it. It is too difficult to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon. Mu Heng sighed and shook his head. Although the mysterious phenomenon that Zhang Lai executed was not perfect, it was not easy to find the flaw in it. Since I can't find it, then I'll shatter it. Mu Heng shouted and his body soared into the air. A purple glow appeared on his skin, like a jade-like glazed jade. Break for me! A palm strike without any fancy moves landed on the mountain peak. There was a loud bang, and the spinning mountain peak finally stopped. The instant the mountain peak clashed with the palm strike, it created a surging shockwave. Ripples appeared in the air and spread wildly in all directions, like the surging waves of the sea. The shockwave did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they were struck by it, at least half of them would fall off the spear tip. The pillars of the various peaks could not protect themselves at this moment. They all made a move. Bang, 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 bang. There was an unending string of explosions on the drill grounds. When the crowd in the spectator stands saw this scene, they were all astonished. This exam was more intense and ferocious than any of the previous ones. Hu Qi! Xiaochen swung his saber and chopped the surging shockwave in half, easily resolving the crisis. He continued to stare at the 2 people in the air. The image of the mountain peak in the air had already disappeared. Zhang Lai held his saber and blocked Mu Heng's seemingly ordinary strike. However, the force behind this seemingly ordinary palm strike was actually slightly stronger than Zhang Lai's. The mysterious phenomenon did not break. However, he managed to block it. This forced Zhang Lai to not dare to continue creating mysterious phenomena, Xiaochen muttered. The two of them were not using their full strength in this exchange. After all, it was not the final showdown yet. They were just testing each other out. Of course, if there was an opportunity to knock the other down, they would be happy to do so. Zhang Lai held his saber and retreated a few steps. He jumped a few steps on the spear tip before he slowly stabilized himself. He landed not far from the Qianduan Peak disciple. Seeing Mu Heng land steadily, Zhang Lai was mildly astonished. He was actually at a disadvantage when he tested the waters earlier. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was hard to guarantee that Mu Heng would not hold back. Mu Heng's attacks were not fancy at all. He did not even use any martial techniques. After a few moves, they were all straightforward attacks, relying purely on the strength of his physical body. Do you want to continue fighting? I am willing to accompany you at any time. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and spoke for the first time. Continuing to fight head-on was definitely not a wise decision. This was not the final stage of the arena battle. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. Zhang Heng also considered the crux of the matter. Pu Ci. Before Zhang Lai could speak, the Qianduan Peak disciple, Gao Yang, who was carrying a huge saber on his back, drew the huge saber from his back with his right hand. He left an afterimage in the air as he attacked Zhang Lai. There was a loud explosion in the air. This person's speed was actually close to the speed of sound. He crossed a distance of 100 meters in a breath of time. The huge and heavy saber directly chopped at Zhang Lai. Gao Yang had not expected this at all. Earlier, he had not revealed any killing chi. By the time Zhang Lai felt the killing intent and heard the sonic boom, the huge saber was only half a centimeter away from the back of his head. Zhang Lai, who had comprehended saber intent, was much more sensitive than regular cultivators. At this critical moment, he pushed off the tip of the spear with his feet. The spear sank into the ground with a wah-wah sound. Zhang Lai's body also fell. His flying long hair was chopped in the middle, floating in the air. He had narrowly avoided this saber strike. Gao Yang immediately withdrew his saber and retreated, returning to the group of Qianduan Peak disciples. His expression was calm, there were no fluctuations. How dare you sneak attack me? Zhang Lai turned around and shouted angrily at Gao Yang. Junior brother Zhang, are you all right? Wu Bing asked anxiously as he led the other 10 Tianyue Peak disciples over. Zhang Lai landed on another spear and tied up his hair again. He revealed a murderous intent as he looked at Gao Yang and said indifferently, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid some people will be in trouble. Gao Yang did not show any fear or panic. He revealed a crafty smile on his heroic face as he pointed at Xiao Qin and Mu Heng. He said, your opponent is not me, it is him and him. If you do not want to reveal all your trump cards before the arena battle, you can fight me. Although Gao Yang seemed to have a heroic background, he had a sharp mind. He could see through the stakes before him very clearly. Zhang Lai snorted coldly, trump cards? Are you even worthy of revealing my trump cards? Shio. A few strands of saber chi appeared silently in the air. They tore through the air and created shockwaves as they flew towards Gao Yang's face. Ding, ding. The huge saber spun very quickly, blocking in front of Gao Yang like a door. It blocked all the incoming saber chi. However, he was somewhat familiar with the strength of these saber chi. When the saber chi struck the body of the saber, it trembled continuously. Gao Yang felt his arm go numb and the saber nearly fell off. He quickly held the saber with both hands. When Zhang Lai saw the situation, he laughed coldly. With just this bit of strength, you dare to reveal my trump cards. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 226. In the distance, Lu Suifeng saw the sudden situation. He said suspiciously, why are the two of them fighting? I know that Gao Yang. This is the third time he is participating in the core disciple exam. He is very strong, but he should not be a match for Zhang Lai. Xiao Chen smiled and said, this person is very scheming. Earlier he seemed to be acting weak on purpose. There is no reason for him to block those strands of saber chi so forcefully. What is the logic behind this? Is he not afraid that Zhang Lai will really kill him? Lu Suifeng said suspiciously. Xiao Chen withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, "This is where his brilliance lies. He should have some trump card that can kill him in one move." Maybe he had already planned this from the moment Zhang Lai landed in front of him. Just as Xiao Chen spoke, the originally clear skies suddenly turned gloomy. A strong wind blew, kicking up the yellow sand on the ground and causing dust to fly everywhere. Zhang Lai, who was originally preparing to attack Gao Yang, turned serious. An essence barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sand outside. He said suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Is the weather changing?" Gao Yang looked at the sudden strong wind. Zhang Lai had stopped attacking because of it. He could not help but feel disappointed in his heart. What a pity. When the strong wind dissipated, a black flag appeared before everyone's eyes. It flew over from the horizon and soon arrived at the drill ground. The banner had a black background and white words. It was lined with yellow gold. There were 2 large words written on it, Heavenly Saber. There were simple and unadorned patterns and a spiraling golden dragon carved on the black pole. The speed of the banner was very slow. However, the force it carried was very shocking. Everywhere it passed, the air was like a curtain of water, gently rippling. An inner disciple did not understand what was going on. In the end, the flag touched him and he was immediately knocked back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. A Jade Maiden Peak Elder immediately caught him. He had completely lost the right to participate in the exam. Scatter! Everyone was startled and quickly scattered. When they saw the black flag, they quickly made way for it. Soon, the flag flew to a spot not far from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the chief examiner on the ground suddenly said, "Only by obtaining the black flag can you be considered to have passed the test. Whoever obtains the flag can immediately end the test." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the banner that everyone had been avoiding earlier immediately became a hot commodity. Everyone made a move, using all sorts of methods to snatch it. Lu Suifeng, who was behind Xiao Chen, also wanted to make a move. This was because the flag was the closest to Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. If they made a move, they would have a high chance of obtaining the flag. "Don't make a move yet," Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped him. Lu Suifeng asked confusedly, "Why? After you get it, jump down immediately, and you can end the assessment. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Xiao Chen pointed and said, "Take a look. Have any of the truly powerful people from the various sects moved?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, it was indeed as Xiao Chen had said. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Yang and the others did not move. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with them. "I got it," a Gangyu Peak disciple said excitedly as he grabbed the flagpole. Boom! Just as he was about to jump down from the formation, all sorts of saber techniques and fist winds flew at him. All sorts of attacks came like a landslide, airtight. Aside from the Gangyu Peak disciples who did not make a move, the disciples of the other peaks all executed their best moves. With so many attacks, even an inferior grade martial saint would not be able to block it. How could a martial grand master block it? Before that disciple could land on the ground, he was already severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he was dripping with blood. The black banner flew out of his hand and returned to the air. Lu Suifeng watched from the side with fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Chen made a move to stop him. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would be him. How pitiful! This person will need to rest for at least 3 months before he can recover. This is too cruel. He did not hold back when he attacked. What exactly is going on with this core disciple exam? When the inner disciples in the spectator stands saw such a miserable scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment. In the past core disciple exams, they were also very intense. However, this time's exam was simply miserable and incomparably cruel. The exam could only end after one obtained the flag. With so many people present, there would definitely be more than one flag. Thus, there was no need to rush. Whoever obtained the first flag would definitely be attacked by the crowd. This was the principle of the shot hitting the bird that sticks out. In the earlier situation, even if it was Xiao Chen himself, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and followed the direction the flag came from. He extended it continuously until he found the owner of the flag on a tall tower about 1,000 meters away from the drill grounds. A black-clothed man faced the blazing sun at the top of the tall tower. There were 5 flags on his back, fluttering in the wind. The sunlight blurred this person's appearance. His qi and blood were flourishing, rushing to the sky. Together with the flags beside him, his aura was overwhelming. He had the might of 1,000 horses and 1,000 soldiers, as though he could trample through the sky. The distance of close to 2,000 meters was already the limit of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Thus, Xiao Chen could not see the full appearance of this person, he could only see a rough silhouette. This person is at least a peak martial king. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are peak experts everywhere, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected 5 black flags around that person. The flags were spinning continuously, and there was a rotating air current in front of each flag. So, in the next moment, the 5 flags pierced through the obstruction of space and headed for the formation in the drill grounds. At first, they were as fast as lightning. However, when they got closer, they slowed down. When they slowed down, that was only relative to a high-ranked cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people and low-ranked cultivators, they were several times faster than a horse carriage. Xiu! This time, the stronger inner disciples on the spear tips did not hold back. Essence surged around them and they all shot out, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he said, "Yi Chen, are you still not going to make a move? There should be a limit to the number of flags. After shooting out one batch, there will be one less batch." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Go and snatch them. It is not time for me yet." So. Another 10 flags shot out from the air. A strong wind blew on the formation and dust flew everywhere. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Even those who wanted to hold back made a move at the same time. Yellow sand filled the air above the formation, and a strong wind blew. Figures flashed in the air, chasing after the flags in the air. The battle was incomparably intense. Occasionally, there would be people who were caught in the dark and lost the right to take the test. However, even in such a situation, there were still a few people who did not make a move. They stood quietly on the spear tips, not anxious at all. It was as though they had already forgotten the requirements of the test. Aside from Xiao Chen, Zhang Lai, Mu Heng, and Gao Yang, there was one person from each of the other 3 peaks who had not made a move. These 7 people represented one peak. In reality, they were the strongest 7 people in this test. I finally got it. A Tianyue Peak disciple hugged a black flag and landed on the ground. He did not care about the bloody wounds on his body. He revealed a joyful smile on his face. Immediately, a Jade Maiden Peak elder came over and checked his wounds. The chief examiner nodded and noted down his number. Finally, someone succeeded in the second stage of the test. So. The intense battle continued. There was an endless stream of people jumping off the formation, successfully passing the test. However, there were even more people who were covered in wounds. They fell down empty-handed, failing the test. Lu Suifeng grabbed a black flag and immediately revealed an excited smile. He executed his movement technique with all his might, doing his best to avoid the attacks around him. He was just one step away from dodging the attacks of these people. A few figures chased after him. At this moment, Lu Suifeng had already used up all his strength. There was no way for him to move around in the air. The situation was dire. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. A boundless flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. The flames were like arrows, shooting towards the few people in the air. The speed of the flames was very fast. These people did not have the time to dodge in the air and were struck. They cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to land quickly. Something is strange. These flames are not ordinary. However, now that it is exposed, it will be easier to deal with. The other 7 people who remained on the formation muttered to themselves. When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt Lu Suifeng land safely, he relaxed completely. Although he had exposed one of his trump cards, it was worth it. When the strong wind scattered, the 15 black flags were finally snatched away. The people of Tianyue Peak were indeed strong. Out of the 15 flags, they managed to snatch half of them. When the remaining people saw the 7 people who did not make a move, they knew that the atmosphere was not right. They all tacitly jumped down and gave up on the core disciple exam. The place was extremely quiet. No one would have imagined that just a minute ago, this place was in chaos. Only the yellow sand below the formation was dyed red with blood, silently telling the story of the tragic battle earlier. The gazes of the inner disciples in the spectator stands, the inner disciples who did not pass the core disciple exam, the various peak masters and main hall elders were all focused on these 7 people. The first place of this core disciple exam will definitely be given to one of these 7 people. This exam is really extraordinarily intense. This is only the second stage, and more than 200 people have been eliminated. There are actually only 20-odd disciples left. If there were 50 spots like before, these people would have all passed. There will definitely not be 50 spots. With one look, it is clear that this exam is not simple. I think there will only be 10 spots at most. I wonder how many flags will fly over in this round. If there are not 7 flags, how many of these 7 strongest people will be eliminated? The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all had complicated expressions as they looked at the 7 people on the platform. Due to various reasons, they had no chance of becoming a core disciple. However, when they saw this inner disciple exam, they felt lucky in their hearts. The blood below the spear formation was not for nothing. It was left behind by the inner disciples who participated in this exam. There were a few people who nearly died. Aside from those who gave up on their own accord, almost no one came out unscathed. Chapter 227. Although the identity of a core disciple was very tempting, such an intense battle caused fear in everyone. Hu Qi! Suddenly, another strong gust of wind blew. 5 black banners flew towards the spear formation from afar, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. When they felt the number of flags flying towards them, the 7 of them could not help but feel nervous. There were only 5 flags. That meant that 2 of them would have to leave. Gao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was already 19 years old. If he did not succeed this time, he would lose all hope of becoming a core disciple. He could not afford to lose. It was not that he did not want to fight for the first 15 flags. However, he knew that if he made a move early, he would definitely suffer a fierce retaliation. Even if he obtained the flag, he would expose his trump card. It would be very disadvantageous for him in the arena battles. So, the remaining female disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, Wang Mei, made the first move. Her petite body left a white shadow in the air. She instantly grabbed a flag and dropped it. Senior Sister Wang, sorry for the offense. The remaining inner disciple of Gangyu Peak, Zhao Heng, said to Wang Mei. Then he immediately flew forward and grabbed the other side of the flag. The 2 of them did not waste any words. They each grabbed one end of the flag and started fighting in the air. Xiao Chen did not look at the 2 of them, nor did he look at the flags in the air. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the last Biyun Peak disciple, Lu Jun, Rising Peak and Surging Clouds. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound. The snow-white blade contained the state of the Lingyun saber technique. It was like a lone peak piercing through the clouds, pointing angrily at the sky. Although this saber did not give off any mysterious phenomenon, its might was not much weaker than the one Zhang Lai executed. In fact, in terms of pure strength, it was even stronger. There was only a slight difference in aura. Mountain-splitting stone. Out of Xiao Chen's expectations, Lu Jun did not choose to dodge Xiao Chen's powerful saber strike. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Bang! When the sabers clashed, 2 resplendent saber lights exploded in the air. Even the air trembled in the direction where the weapons clashed. A huge force passed through the saber and was transmitted to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each took a step back and switched to another spear tip to stabilize themselves. They were evenly matched. Actually, Xiao Chen was at a slight disadvantage in this saber strike. The grade of rising peaks and surging rocks was higher than that of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. However, it was only a draw. A proud smile appeared on Lu Jun's face. You didn't expect this, did you? I cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. In terms of the thickness and quality of my essence, no one in the same cultivation realm can surpass me. I will defeat you fair and square. Die, 3 flowing cloud shadows. Lu Jun's body trembled and 3 figures appeared in front of Xiaochen. Each of the 3 figures sent out a saber strike. The saber lights linked together and surged towards Xiaochen like a gushing river. Xiaochen smiled faintly. You managed to comprehend something of your own in the 3 flowing cloud shadows. Furthermore, you are able to link them perfectly. You do have the capital to be proud. Rolling peaks destroying clouds. The image of a mountain flashed on Xiaochen's body and entered his body. Instantly, Xiaochen's aura changed. He was like a mountain rising from the ground, rushing towards the sky. Xiaochen spun around and the lunar shadow saber in his hand moved from top to bottom in the air. It created an intense shockwave and sucked in the 3 figures that Lu Jun created. Pusia. When Xiaochen's body stopped spinning, a horrifying wound appeared on Lu Jun's chest. Blood spurted out continuously. Lu Jun looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He pointed at Xiaochen and said in pain, "You, bang!" Xiaochen lashed out with a whip kick, creating an intense wind as he mercilessly kicked him out. Unfortunately, sometimes, the amount of essence does not mean everything. Zhang Lai, who was not far away, was like a wooden man. When he saw all this, it was like thunder exploded in his mind. The Lingyun saber technique can actually be used like this. My Lingyun saber technique uses the mysterious phenomenon to complement my martial technique. However, his mysterious phenomenon is reserved and not released, focusing on the inner strength of his body. One is internal and one is external. In the end, they are different paths that lead to the same goal. There is no difference in who is stronger or weaker. The key is still one's comprehension. Zhang Lai thought about many things. However, I have comprehended saber intent. The moves that I executed earlier did not contain saber intent. When I infuse saber intent into my body, its might will definitely be stronger than his. After dealing with the final Biyun Peak inner disciple, Xiaochen waved his hand, wanting to pull over the black flag that passed by him. However, before Xiaochen could grab the black flag, a few strands of strong saber chi appeared out of nowhere and chopped the black flag into 5 pieces, completely destroying it. Xiaochen's face sank. He looked at Zhang Lai, who was 200 meters away. He did not expect his opponent to be so decisive. He actually destroyed one of the 5 flags. Zhang Lai felt Xiaochen's gaze and smiled confidently. I will deal with you in this stage. Let's see whose Lingyun saber technique is stronger. Zhang Lai actually destroyed one of the flags. What is he trying to do? This fellow is too confident. There are 7 people and 5 flags. It is not enough in the first place, and he actually destroyed one. Many of the inner disciples in the spectator stands could not understand Zhang Lai's actions. This was not the finals yet. There was no need to force himself into a dead end. Bang! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiaochen and Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. A piercing light suddenly appeared on his 2-meter-long saber. Berserk Dragon burst. With a roar, the soles of his feet began to explode continuously. With each explosion, his speed would increase by a fraction. After 5 explosions, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the target that he wanted to attack was somewhat surprising. It was actually Wang Mei and Zhao Heng, who were fighting intensely. The 2 of them were at the crucial moment of their fight and could not get away. I want this flag. Gao Yang laughed loudly and swept his huge saber. A vast energy knocked Wang Mei and Zhao Heng back without any mercy. The 2 of them vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They looked at Gao Yang with extreme dissatisfaction and cursed, "Gao Yang, you are too shameless." So, Gao Yang grabbed the black flag and ignored the curses of the 2. He revealed an excited expression, Everyone, I will make a move first. You all take your time and have fun. Gao Yang leaped a few times on the spear tip. The effect of the berserk dragon burst had not worn off yet. In the instant a few explosions occurred, he had already moved several hundred meters. He was just one step away from landing. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person revealed a faint smile as he blocked his path and looked at him silently. Mu Heng, what are you trying to do? There are still 3 more flags, 1 for each of you. Why are you blocking me? Gao Yang's expression changed as he spoke in a sullen voice. Mu Heng did not waste any words and directly said, "Put down the flag and you can scram." Dream on. Gao Yang roared ferociously and there was another explosion under his feet. His speed was so fast that no afterimages could be seen. He was already very close to the speed of sound. Mu Heng's expression did not change. His entire body glowed with a purple light. His skin looked like it was made of jadeite, as though it was transparent. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Mu Heng. His huge saber carried a tremendous force as he hacked at the unresponsive Mu Heng. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. The martial techniques of Qinduan Peak were famous for their berserk nature. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 peak techniques. If this saber strike landed, even if one was not chopped in half, they would be severely injured and unable to get out of bed for half a year. To any cultivator, wasting half a year was something that they could not bear. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The purple light on Mu Heng's back trembled. His body received this saber strike without any damage at all. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Yang was stunned. Mu Heng turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand, catching the huge saber that Gao Yang wanted to retreat with. No matter how strong Gao Yang was, he was unable to break through Mu Heng's right hand. The maximum speed of the berserk dragon burst is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you are unable to break through my defense. Everything is for naught, Mu Heng said indifferently as he looked at Gao Yang, who was dripping with sweat. I fell for his trap. If I had attacked him continuously from the start, with my speed, he would not be able to catch up to me. I might even be able to break through his defense before the berserk dragon burst ends. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation would result in a completely different outcome. How hateful! Gao Yang said angrily. He released his hand and abandoned his huge saber. While he still had essence, he could support a few more berserk dragon bursts and quickly retreated. Kasi. Mu Heng broke Gao Yang's 2-meter-long and 3-centimeter-thick saber gently. The huge saber was like a fragile blade. It shattered into countless pieces of metal and fell to the ground with a ding-dang-dang sound. Seeing Gao Yang's figure getting further away, Mu Heng smiled faintly. His body disappeared from the air and appeared in front of Gao Yang in the next instant. He said indifferently, "Game over." Mu Heng's right palm glowing with a purple light struck Gao Yang's chest in a ghostly manner. This palm strike did not look fancy, but it contained a horrifying physical strength. It was no weaker than Xiao Chen's full-powered strike. Kasi. The sound of bones breaking came from Gao Yang's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang's face scrunched up in pain. He pointed at Mu Heng angrily and said, "You lied to me." Bang! Mu Heng kicked Gao Yang's shoulder and used this force to return to the formation. He held the banner in his hand and looked at Gao Yang on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I was indeed playing with you." Gao Yang had been smart for a long time. He had calculated everything. Not only did he lose his chance, but he was also played by someone. He was so angry that he trembled. He could not catch his breath and fainted. What Mu Heng used earlier should be the Beichen Peak's secret technique, 7-star transposition. It can achieve the effect of teleportation for a short distance. This Gao Yang is in a bad mood. He sneak-attacked others a few times. In the end, he was played like a fool. He deserves it. You can't say that. The competition this time is too cruel. There is nothing wrong with using some tricks. He is just not as skilled as others.